In the vast depths of the cosmos lies a mysterious realm known as the chaotic star domain, where it is said that celestial beings possessing the ability to manipulate time and space reside. The young scholar of the star domains, Ling Feng, inadvertently summoned one of these celestial entities from the chaotic star domain, a being of boundless wisdom yet peculiar disposition. The emergence of this celestial spirit disrupted the cosmic equilibrium, inciting a fierce struggle and pursuit among various interstellar factions. In a quest to unveil the secrets surrounding the celestial being, Ling Feng and the spirit embarked on an adventurous journey across galaxies. However, as they drew closer to the truth, Ling Feng discovered that the arrival of the celestial entity was no mere coincidence, but rather the onset of a calamity capable of unraveling the entire universe. When the power of the chaotic star domain awakens in its entirety, Ling Feng will confront an inescapable fate: to become the guardian of the cosmos or to plunge into eternal chaos. Alongside the celestial spirit, Chapter 001. No more nonsense, let's dive into the game. Today is July 2nd, 2070 at 7 p.m., and we are broadcasting a special game presentation. Today's feature is the newly launched online game Chaos, which was made available to the public on July 1st. This game is unlike any we have seen before, primarily due to its remarkably sluggish leveling pace. A full 43 hours have elapsed since its launch, yet not a single player has reached level 10. This leveling speed is at least 5 times slower compared to previous games. The official stance is that every game possesses its unique attributes, which is what makes it exceptional. Just 10 minutes into the broadcast, the television suddenly shut off, and the surrounding lights flickered out, indicating a power outage. Gua, Xing, Kai. A sudden, resounding voice pierced the air, unmistakably belonging to the landlord of the very residence in which Gua Xingkai found himself. If you fail to pay the rent, there will be no electricity in your room from now on. The landlord's voice echoed once more before she departed moments later. Xingkai's landlord was a woman in her 40s. Known for her generally amiable disposition, however, her temper flared fiercely when it came to tenants who neglected to pay their rent. Xingkai had witnessed her wrath countless times, yet this instance was particularly concerning given the impending power outage. At the age of 25, Xingkai remained without a girlfriend. Despite having held various jobs, he had resigned from each for a multitude of reasons, which had resulted in a dwindling financial situation. With the electricity cut off and the clock barely past 7 in the evening, he felt a twinge of boredom and decided to leave his room for a stroll, hoping to encounter some fortuitous event. Alas, reality seldom mirrored the whimsical narratives of anime, where protagonists serendipitously meet peculiar individuals and acquire extraordinary powers. Hey, what brings you out for a walk today? A male voice interrupted his thoughts as Xingkai wandered aimlessly. Upon hearing the voice, he swiftly turned around. Jiehan, 3 years Xingkai senior at 28, had known him since childhood. Despite their age difference, the two shared a remarkable friendship. Additionally, Jiehan was affluent and had married at the tender age of 20, now boasting a delightful 7-year-old daughter. At this moment, Jiehan was enjoying a delightful evening outing with his wife and daughter, radiating warmth and harmony. Xingkai felt somewhat like an unwelcome light bulb in their idyllic world. Xingkai had often contemplated marriage, yet the absence of financial stability, a home, and a vehicle rendered such aspirations elusive, with the paramount obstacle being the lack of a partner. He quickly responded, "I merely stepped outside for a stroll, as my house is out of electricity." Jihan was acutely aware of Xingkai's current predicament. Although he wished to offer assistance, Xingkai consistently rebuffed his help, leaving Jihan perplexed as to why he would decline such a generous offer. By the way, Jihan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed with delight, "Have you heard about the latest game, Chaos?" "Yes, I am aware of it, but I haven't played," Xingkai replied. With his unresolved issues in the real world, the thought of immersing himself in a game seemed far-fetched. While gaming could be lucrative, one would first need to become an exceptionally skilled player to reap those rewards. Upon hearing this, Jihan produced an unusual bracelet and said, "This is a gift I received with the purchase of advanced gaming equipment. During a Bayonetta 1 free promotion, I gave my daughter the smaller device, and since I had no one else to gift it to, I thought of you." Xingkai did not appear overly enthusiastic and replied, "Are you sure it's all right to give this to me?" Besides, my gaming aptitude is rather poor. I barely comprehend controls and can manage only basic combat with monsters. Jihan reassured him. It's perfectly fine. Over 99.99% of players engage in combat this way. Furthermore, there exists a character class called Summoner, which does not require you to engage directly. Instead, your pets can execute the attacks on your behalf. It's a rather effortless, albeit less potent, profession. Are you a summoner? Then I shall give it a try, Shinkai remarked as he took the device. He continued, by the way, my room is out of power. Jihan replied, no worries. This device is akin to a mobile phone as long as it is charged. You can use it even when the battery is low. According to the manual, a full charge lasts approximately 100 hours. It's a pity this is the most basic model. It could easily last for 1,000 hours and offers a multitude of functions. If you can earn money in the game, I would recommend investing in a better device. Shinkai beamed with delight. Jihan, thank you so much. I can finally pass the time. Jiahan's daughter chimed in joyfully. Uncle Shinkai, our devices are exactly the same model. Is it fate that we are meant to be together? I can't believe you're such a lowly enthusiast. Shinkai, Jiahan, and Jiahan's wife could only respond with silence, overwhelmed by the precociousness of the child. Upon returning home, Shinkai lay contentedly on his bed. Drawing upon his limited understanding of the device, he swiftly entered the gaming world in less than a minute. However, before plunging into the game itself, he first encountered the character creation interface. Without paying heed to his surroundings, Shinkai declared, ID. Shinkai Summoner, Class, Summoner. Please proceed step by step. The ID Shinkai Summoner already exists, the system responded. Divineke Summoner. Already exists. Darkai Summoner. Already exists. How is it even possible that it already exists? Currently, there are 5.8 billion players registered worldwide, and the number continues to grow. I recommend a name of 5 or 6 characters. Starcaller. This ID is unregistered. Are you sure? Yes, it's confirmed naming is indeed a hassle. Upon seeing the character interface, Starcaller promptly stated, Class, Summoner, and I agree to all other terms. Your character has been successfully registered. Should you wish to abandon this character, you may create a second one once your current character reaches level 30, that a player can have a maximum of 10 characters, determined by the primary character's level and wealth. With the leveling process already so cumbersome, who would be mad enough to play 10 characters simultaneously? Forget it, let's enter the game world. As soon as Starcaller finished speaking, darkness enveloped him once more. However, when the moonlight emerged, Starcaller had already entered the game world, a realm teeming with countless places to explore and numerous activities that sparked exuberant cheers from players upon its unveiling. Due to financial constraints, Starcaller rarely ventured into this game world. Thus his curiosity was piqued. Upon entering, he felt like a novice, darting about in wonder. After the excitement subsided, Starcaller finally began to engage with the game, first summoning his skill interface. Basic summoning a level skill level, 1 maximum 10. Skill category, active summoning skill effect, summons a monster with an attack power of 10, defense of 0, and HP 50 to participate in battle, lasting for 60 seconds or until defeated. MP cost 5, cooldown 5 seconds. That IT appears to be quite formidable, Shinkai remarked as he summoned his skill interface. His own attack power was a mere 10, which paled in comparison to his skill. Upon summoning his companion, he discovered it to be a diminutive scarecrow resembling those in his novice village. Noticing that the scarecrow from the village also possessed a combat power of 10, he immediately initiated an attack while observing the comical sight of his summoned scarecrow. Assaulting the village scarecrow. Due to the summoned scarecrow's inability to utilize potions and its rather simplistic combat behavior, it was utterly incapable of defeating the genuine scarecrow. In desperation, Shinkai continued to summon scarecrows to engage in battle, while he himself employed ranged magical attacks, significantly increasing the efficiency of their combined efforts against the village scarecrow. After vanquishing one scarecrow, it dropped a copper coin and granted 1 experience point. To level up, one must defeat 100 scarecrows. After some time, a significant issue arose. Newly entered players lacked potions specifically. They had no mana potions. They possessed 10 health restoring potions but none for restoring MP, rendering them unable to perform the basic summoning without any means to regain MP had it not been for Shing. Kai adding 5 unallocated points to wisdom, thereby augmenting his MP by 50. The absence of MP might have rendered a situation even more precarious. The innate combat prowess of a summoner can be deemed as the most feeble among professions without the accompaniment of a pet. Sustaining combat becomes an insurmountable challenge that it was not long before Xing Kai devised a solution: quests. Although his experience with colossal games was limited, he had dabbled in some computer games. In pursuit of a quest, the initial step was to locate an NPC. The novice village harbored a scant number of NPCs, and even upon finding one, they were often besieged by numerous players. The only NPCs that remained unencumbered were those evidently devoid of wealth, as many believed that accepting quests from them would yield meager rewards. In the absence of suitable NPCs for Xing Kai to engage with, he was left with no option but to approach the impoverished NPC, ultimately selecting a tattered old man. Xing Kai promptly inquired, "Elder, do you have any tasks for me to undertake?" The elderly NPC responded without hesitation, "Indeed, there is. The surrounding area is cluttered with refuse. Please assist me in tidying it up." "Ding, you have acquired the quest, Cleanliness. There is an abundance of litter scattered by players and NPCs alike around you. Collect all of this debris." Xing Kai swiftly surveyed his surroundings, immediately noting the myriad of discarded items, such as empty potion bottles, strewn about. That it was an impossible task to clear everything, as refuse would perpetually reappear. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Kai concluded, "I shall consider this a respite to restore some MP and prepare for further combat." "Then thank you very much," the elderly NPC swiftly handed a litter cleaning tool to Xing Kai. Upon receiving it, Xing Kai immediately commenced his task, entirely disregarding the myriad of sounds from surrounding players. As he tidied up, he heard the sound of gaining 1 experience point, approximately every 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, he hastened his pace in collecting litter, reducing the interval from 10 seconds to 5. It appeared that the rate at which he collected litter was directly correlated to the experience gained. Despite the absence of additional rewards, as a level 1 player, his mana recovery was exceedingly slow, regaining merely 3 points every 10 seconds. To recover a total of 100 points could take up to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. Thus, after 5 minutes of cleaning, he informed the elder that he would take a break to engage in combat. Upon his return from battle on one occasion, Xing Kai had already ascended to level 10. This elevation in status not only fully restored his mana, but also significantly enhanced it, allowing for prolonged combat engagements. Continuing to collect litter without mana, any trash he found would not enter Xing Kai's inventory, but instead vanish. The amount of experience gained was similarly dictated by his speed. If he worked at an accelerated pace, the experience gained from litter collection would surpass that obtained from defeating monsters. However, as his level increased, so too did the level of the monsters he could confront, leading to greater experience gains from combat, while the experience from litter collection diminished correspondingly. Chapter 002. The perks of tidying up. The elderly gentleman remarked, "Since my abilities have grown somewhat formidable, I shall no longer assist you with your cleaning duties." Star Kai, having ascended to level 3, felt that a mere point of experience was no longer sufficient for his needs. With a warm smile, the elder replied, "No matter. Your assistance thus far has been commendable. Regrettably, I possess no substantial rewards to offer, but I can present you with this. Ding. You have received the title of Environment Guardian. This title grants you an additional restoration of 1 MP per second when equipped." Star Kai was indifferent to the rewards of his inaugural quest. Acquiring experience during the task was reward enough. However, he was intrigued by the peculiar fact that the cleaning task seemed almost impossible to complete as it lingered on. The elder continued, "Young one, your true objective lies in battle. Should you find yourself bored, tidying up may yield unforeseen rewards." "I understand. Until we meet again," Star Kai replied with enthusiasm, bidding farewell to the elder before promptly setting off towards the map of level 3 monsters. Although nearly 2 days had passed since the game commenced, the novice map was still teeming with level 3 players, and there were even many level 1 newcomers just stepping into this virtual realm. Due to the nature of his title, Xing Kai experiences a loss of MP each time he activates a skill. Fortunately, after a lapse of 5 seconds, the lost MP nearly replenishes. Regrettably, as the skill level increases, the MP consumption also rises. Otherwise, A recovery rate of 1 point per second would enable Shinkai to remain in a state of perpetual MP abundance. Having played numerous mini-games and online computer games, Shinkai possesses a substantial understanding of gaming mechanics. After experimenting with the Summoner class, he comprehended the reasons behind its apparent weakness, primarily due to the scarcity of potions. Without potions, sustaining prolonged combat becomes impossible, leading to a significant deficit in experience acquisition and consequently slower leveling compared to other professions. In contrast, melee classes begin the game with a minimum of 10 basic health potions, supplemented by the gold and potions dropped from defeated monsters, making their progression far less problematic. The ascent from level 1 to level 3 is relatively effortless, yet subsequent levels demand considerably more time and effort. After an entire night of gameplay, Shinkai managed to elevate his level to a mere 5. He logged off to rest, and upon awakening the next day, indulged in a modest breakfast before re-entering the game to continue his battles. Upon his return, Shinkai noticed a brilliant light emanating beside him, startling him to retreat several steps. As the radiance dissipated, a rather formidable monster materialized before his eyes. Could this be the game's boss? Each monster-laden map is programmed to spawn a boss after a certain duration. Shinkai glanced around, noticing the absence of other players. Last night, in his pursuit of monsters amidst countless competitors, he had deliberately chosen a less frequented area for battle. Now, in the early morning, many players remained enveloped in slumber, allowing Shinkai to monopolize the boss. The terrifying combat chicken, a novice village boss, boasted a level of 5, an attack power of 100, 0 defense, and 2000 HP. It was the most rudimentary of bosses, and victory seemed attainable. Excited, Shinkai summoned his familiar, which had now reached level 5 with an attack power of 30. Given the boss's lack of defense, it would require merely 70 strikes to vanquish it, and with the assistance of his companion, the task would take less than a minute. However, the challenge arose when the terrifying combat chicken struck his familiar, reducing its health to half in a single blow, and within 2 seconds, it was defeated. After dispatching the pet, the chicken immediately turned its attention to Shinkai, leaving him no choice but to flee in fright. If he were a seasoned player, he would have fought back while retreating, but alas, all Shinkai knew was to run. Yet, he was aware that once the cooldown period expired, he could revive his fallen companion. Unfortunately, the familiar was swiftly dispatched again by the chicken's relentless assault, although Shinkai managed to land a hit during the skirmish. It was akin to discovering a new combat style. As soon as Starkai's summoning cooldown expired, he immediately called forth his pet to execute a united attack. When his pet was vanquished, he would swiftly retreat, and after several back-and-forth exchanges, the boss was ultimately worn down by Starkai. After all, it was merely a low-level boss, which was quite typical. Had there been any ranged attacks, Starkai assured that he would have perished in less than 2 seconds. Phew. Dashing around was indeed exhausting, yet the experience gained from the boss was substantial, and it dropped many valuable items. As Starkai spoke, he promptly collected the spoils dropped by the terrifying battle chicken, inspecting each item meticulously. Among the treasures were potions, equipment, various items, and currency. Shattered restoration ring copper. Equipment category, accessories rings, required level, 5, attack power, 5, additional effect, increases MP recovery rate by 0.5 points per second. Upon reading the details of the equipment, Starkai was instantly filled with excitement. MP recovery was precisely what he needed at this moment. If he were to don a full set of MP recovery gear, he would scarcely need to purchase potions. Of course, as skills grew in power later on, their MP consumption would increase significantly, rendering even a 10-point recovery per second insufficient. Nevertheless, it would suffice for the early stages. There were 2 more pieces of equipment, and as Starkai continued to examine them, he realized how extraordinarily fortunate he was. Shattered summoning staff, copper, equipment category, weapon staff, required level, 5, magical attack power, 8, additional effect, increases summon creatures' attack power by 10 points. Shattered summoning robe, copper. Equipment category, armor cloth, required level, 5, physical defense, 3, additional effect, the summon creature's defense increases by 10 points. All of these are equipment for the summoner, and Shinkai feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. With this, the forthcoming battles will be considerably easier. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. The remaining items consist of enhancement stones used to fortify equipment, enchanting cards for further upgrades, and various inconsequential items that can only be sold to NPCs. Once everything has been meticulously sorted, Kai is filled with joy and begins to engage the surrounding monsters. After a slight increase in combat power, he discovers that level 5 monsters are not particularly challenging to defeat. With the main pet's combined attacks, a monster can be vanquished in mere seconds. Provided there are sufficient potions, the summoner's leveling speed remains rapid, nearly a 2-to-1 ratio of combatants to experience gained. As time passes, what began as a sparsely populated area gradually fills with players. Kai feels fortunate for having risen early. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Boss, look at this summoner's combat power. It appears quite formidable. As the number of players increases, so too does the presence of guild members, many of whom are keen to recruit skilled players as the game commences. Having equipped himself with 3 pieces of copper gear, far superior to novice equipment, Kai's combat prowess significantly surpasses that of ordinary players, further inciting the envy of guilds. Hey, brother, would you like to join my guild, Dongfang? A recently mentioned subordinate approaches Kai, who hastily glances at the leader's ID above his head, Dongfang Haokong, already at level 7. Curiosity peaks within him about how a level 7 player finds themselves in a level 5 area. Dongfang Haokong, upon seeing Kai, immediately recognized him as a middle-aged man. Despite his age, Kai was well aware that as a leader, his gaming experience undoubtedly exceeded 20 years, and his combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Kai expressed, "I prefer to engage in solitary battles and shall not join any guild." The rationale behind his refusal was quite simple. Joining a guild would impose constraints upon him. For instance, during a boss encounter, if ordered to charge, one would invariably be marching towards certain death. Dying repeatedly would only result in a diminishing level, rendering any such endeavor counterproductive. While guild membership could offer commendable benefits when one performed admirably, such advantages were typically reserved for exceptionally skilled players. Kai, who had the wisdom to flee from danger rather than engage recklessly, knew that a novice who fought while retreating could hardly reap any substantial rewards. He possessed a modicum of self-awareness. "Since that is the case, I shall not disturb you any longer," he said. At that moment, Dongfang Haokong directed his gaze toward a distant glow, and the terrifying battle chicken reappeared once more. Goodness, the respawn rate is astonishingly rapid. Is the boss not supposed to respawn in over 6 hours? Kai surveyed the surroundings and noticed an overwhelming number of players. Seemingly, there would be no opportunity to engage. The boss has appeared. Everyone attack, Dongfang Haokong proclaimed. The novice village boss was not particularly formidable and could be vanquished with relative ease. A group of level 5 players from the east immediately launched their assault. "Ha ha ha, this boss belongs to our Shiman faction," one player boasted. "Incorrect. It belongs to our Baiming faction," another countered. "No, it is ours from the Nangong faction," a third player chimed in. All around, countless players erupted into fervent shouts upon the side of the boss, a throng of gamers charging recklessly towards the terrifying battle chicken. Alas, within a mere 5 seconds, the unfortunate creature was vanquished by hundreds of players. Kai genuinely felt the power of numbers, having spent 5 arduous minutes trying to conquer the terrifying battle chicken himself. The Four Directions Guild began to vie for supremacy once more. An ordinary player immediately turned to the members of the 5 Directions Guild, eager for a clash over weaponry. "What is this 4 Directions Guild that seems so formidable?" Kai inquired with curiosity. A fellow player responded, "The 4 Directions Guild is comprised of the Eastern War God, Western Law King, Northern Archer, and Southern Assassin. They do not unite under the banner of the 4 Directions Guild. Rather, they are perpetually engaged in combat with one another. Their rivalry has persisted for over a decade. The name 4 Directions is merely a title we bestowed upon them. Although they have not cracked the top 10 guilds, they are still among the top 50 in China. It is said they aspire to achieve great prominence in this game, and with the advent of every new game, the rankings of all guilds undergo a transformation." "Ah, I see," Kai mused, glancing at the chaotic skirmish. He felt a wave of relief for not having joined the Eastern War God Guild. Otherwise, he was certain he would have been dispatched back to the village by a horde of players. Fortunately, deaths prior to level 10 incur no loss of experience. As the group battle reached its conclusion, Kai promptly resolved to venture to the level 6 map to continue his ascent. While he traversed the terrain, a thought struck him. How delightful it would be to train in a secluded area where the boss would fall solely beneath his prowess. Thus, he altered his course, setting forth towards areas unmarked on the map, leaving the outcome to the whims of fate. However, as he traversed the path, he encountered naught but emptiness. explaining why many players abandoned their explorations. Yet, Shinkai pressed on, unwavering in his belief that a battle map uniquely his would eventually manifest. Chapter 003. War is a relentless cycle that escalates to level 10. In an uncharted territory, Shinkai had lost track of time while navigating through a perilous area that remained unacknowledged by the authorities. Nevertheless, he resolved to press onward, treating it as an exhilarating adventure. Upon traversing a vast and unfamiliar forest, he finally encountered new creatures. However, these beings, upon catching sight of him, fled in terror as if they were mere animals startled by an intruder, leaving Shinkai with no opportunity to engage. Arriving in a peculiar location, one that the map failed to define, he surmised it to be a uniquely concealed realm within the game. As he surveyed his surroundings, the fauna nearby immediately scurried away at his presence. Suddenly, a voice, ominously chilling, echoed around him, nearly sending Shinkai into a panic. It was reminiscent of a ghostly apparition encountered in the dead of night. After a few moments, as he regained his composure, Shinkai shouted into the void. "Who is it? I am right behind you." The eerie voice returned, now emanating from behind him. Startled, he quickly retreated, only to discover a creature resembling a human, bipedal with arms, yet entirely enveloped in green, reminiscent of a plant-like entity. In this fantastical world, such beings were not uncommon, and Shinkai chose not to dwell on the oddity. "What brings you to seek me?" he inquired. Having played countless computer games, Shinkai somewhat understands that NPCs are not solely human. Monsters can also transform into NPCs, as long as they possess the ability to speak. The strange creature, with its terrifying voice, remarked, "You are the first otherworldly adventurer to arrive in this place. I am quite curious about your purpose here, especially since there have been no monsters along your journey for you to slay." After hearing that dreadful voice several times, Shinkai had grown somewhat accustomed and replied, "In normal places, adventurers are abundant. As a mere summoner, it is quite challenging for me to encounter monsters. So I am merely seeking other locations where I might find foes to battle." "Ah, I see," the strange creature said, observing Shinkai. "I can discern that your strength is indeed very feeble. You are practically an ordinary person, utterly unfit for combat. However, over 99 of otherworldly adventurers are similarly weak." Shinkai interjected, It's not 999, but rather 99. He had misspoken, yet deemed it inconsequential. The strange creature continued to gaze at Shinkai and remarked, "Never mind, you still qualify as a combatant. If you wish to fight monsters, follow me. After all, if you perish, it is merely a return to the village." "Understood," Shinkai responded. Upon realizing that dying in the game was not a particularly frightening event, he paid little heed and followed the strange creature into the unknown. After approximately 10 minutes, Shinkai was enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, reminiscent of the tumultuous clashes he had previously witnessed during the frenzied battles initiated by the Sifong Guild over equipment. However, this time, the language of warfare was distinct from that of humanity. What could have transpired? Shinkai inquired, pondering that, according to the trajectory of the game, it might pertain to a hidden quest. The peculiar creature explained, "Though we, the green folk, are the most diminutive race in this realm, we are arguably the strongest within this novice village, with levels reaching a maximum of 15. Recently, we have encountered numerous challenges, as hostilities have erupted between us and the ref folk. The sounds you hear herald the onset of battle. We must hasten our pace." "Understood." Upon witnessing the strange being take off, Shinkai followed suit. As the clamor of war grew increasingly pronounced, he beheld a substantial throng of green and red creatures engaged in relentless combat. Turning to the peculiar entity, he inquired, "How may I assist you?" The creature promptly replied, "If you could join the fray and help us vanquish the red folk, I would be most grateful." After a moment's contemplation, Shinkai affirmed, "I shall comply." Ding. You have acquired a quest, the War of the Green and Red Folk. Eliminate all red folk encountered. The quest remains active until the conclusion of the battle. Upon acquiring the task, Shinkai immediately observed that the color of the red plant humanoids had transformed entirely to red, signifying both an offensive and defensive capability. In contrast, the green plant humanoids bore the hue of allies. Through reconnaissance, he discovered that all plant beings shared identical names, differing only in their levels, ranging from a minimum of level 4 to over 10. Naturally, Shinkai deemed the formidable foes of level 10 beyond his ability to vanquish and opted to engage with the lower-level adversaries of 4, 5, and 6. After summoning his pet, Shinkai promptly commanded it to launch an assault. However, the targeted red plant humanoid swiftly evaded the attack, exhibiting agility akin to that of a skilled player. Witnessing this, Shinkai recalled the peculiar creature's assertion that he was ill-suited for combat. While the creatures themselves thrived in battle, his conventional tactics proved ineffective, and he recognized that he lacked the prowess for more advanced confrontations. At this juncture, the strange being interjected. If you are unversed in combat, resort to the simplest form of engagement. Strike when the opponent attacks. During their offensive, they are incapable of evasion, unless they are exceptionally skilled. Enlightened, Shinkai directed his gaze towards the red plant humanoid and commanded his pet to attack simultaneously. To his delight, both assaults found their mark. The ensuing battle evolved into a rhythm of retaliatory strikes, attacking when the enemy initiated their assault and remaining steadfast when they refrained from aggression. Due to Shinkai's remarkable self-recovery ability concerning his MP, he will be able to sustain his battles for an extended duration, even if his recovery is insufficient. He possesses several potions obtained from defeated monsters. Moreover, his participation in combat has been minimal, primarily summoning his pets, which alleviates his fatigue. Completing a 30-minute battle was a breeze for Shinkai, and upon noticing that the red-clad individuals had all fled, he felt immense joy, as it signified the completion of his task. A peculiar being approached Shinkai, stating, "Young man, although your combat power may be limited, strength lies in numbers. As a summoner, you are destined to have many companions. This is your reward. Ding. You have completed the task. You receive 100 experience points and acquire the equipment. Green plant ring. Green plant ring. Bronze artifact. Equipment category. Accessory ring. Required level 5. Attack power 5. Additional effect. Increases the attack power of summoned beasts by 10 points. Upon reviewing the details of the equipment, Shinkai was instantly elated. After all, it was his own gear. How could he not be thrilled? Furthermore, a player can wear 2 rings, and by adorning this one, Shinkai's combat prowess would significantly increase. His anticipation for gathering a complete set of equipment, especially as a summoner, was palpable. What should he do next? After equipping the item, Shinkai turned to the peculiar being and inquired. The being promptly responded, "This time, they will initiate the attack, and we shall retaliate. However, assaulting the enemy's base will be far more perilous than enduring their onslaught. Will you join us?" "Of course," he replied. Shinkai promptly responded, noting that his combat prowess had been augmented by approximately 2 levels due to his new equipment, rendering him considerably perilous. At most, he might perish and return to the village. "Then let us embark." The peculiar creature bellowed, prompting the surrounding plant beings to charge forth into the unknown as if obeying its command. It was evident that this strange entity possessed considerable influence. Regrettably, Shinkai's current level was insufficient to discern much. Progressing to level 5 proved to be exceedingly challenging. As he surged forward alongside the verdant beings toward the foreboding locale, Shinkai experienced an unprecedented thrill. It appeared that this creature harbored the attributes of a battle fanatic. However, it was a pity that such traits were manifested in a summoner, which felt somewhat regrettable. After approximately 5 minutes of haste, Shinkai stumbled upon the red plant beings, which were markedly different from those encountered previously. This time, there was a substantial number of them, all of level 10 or higher, overwhelming him with their sheer quantity. Fortunately, the surrounding plant beings were also of a higher caliber. Moreover, Shinkai could contend with creatures of a similar level to his own. Even if he were to be vanquished, as long as he survived, it would be inconsequential. Thanks to the green plant ring he had acquired, the monsters he summoned possessed a combat strength capable of defeating level 7 foes. Should he acquire more equipment, he might even be able to vanquish level 10 adversaries. Unlike players, who can level up and change their gear, monsters have a relatively fixed level, with the maximum increase being just 1 level per year. Relying on summoned beasts and numerous green plant beings for frontline assaults, Shinkai found himself utterly devoid of danger. Even when launching attacks empowered by the long-range capabilities of mages, he faced no difficulties. Gradually, Shinkai began to perceive that summoners were not as perilous and weak as the online players claimed. Of course, had anyone been privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly respond, "Who possesses such extraordinary luck, accompanied by a legion of creatures shielding you from enemy assaults?" The combat prowess of the red and green plant beings was relatively comparable, resulting in numerous casualties every few minutes. Yet, Shinkai had yet to perish even once, while his summoned beasts had met their demise countless times. Fortunately, due to the ability of the summoned beasts to be revived through skills, coupled with Shinkai's remarkably swift recovery rate, his combat style resembled a high-reward, low-cost endeavor, an enviable approach indeed. Just as Shinkai reveled in his zero-loss battles, a system announcement appeared in the sky. Ding! Player Yili Feng Yu has reached level 10, earning a reward of 10 gold coins. Level 10 dungeons and novice dungeons are now accessible. Players must attain level 10 to enter the level 10 dungeons, while only players below level 9, including those at level 9, may challenge the novice dungeon. For further details, please refer to the official website and forums. Level 10 players have emerged. It has indeed been 2 days. If they do not make an appearance soon, the pace of this game will become exceedingly sluggish. After checking his current experience points, Shinkai realized that defeating just a few red plant beings would propel him to the next level, fueling his fervent desire to battle with unparalleled intensity. Upon hearing that his level had ascended to 6, Shinkai was filled with immense joy as he raised his intelligence by 5 points. His MP increased significantly, and the elevation in his character level signified that his pet's level could also be enhanced. A level 6 summoned beast possessed even greater power, making it quite capable of confronting level 8 foes without difficulty. As for the newly emerged dungeon, the conflict between the red and green plant beings had come to a conclusion, which shall be discussed further. Chapter 004. The back-and-forth war encounters the Wild Boar King. The combat prowess of the green planters was largely comparable to that of their adversaries. With the assistance of Shinkai, under normal circumstances, the green planters would assuredly emerge victorious. However, the sudden appearance of numerous formidable foes, with levels exceeding 100, swiftly decimated countless green planters in mere seconds. As the numbers of one faction dwindled significantly compared to the other, the outcome was inevitably clear. The outnumbered faction retreated at once. In the collective retreat of the green planters, Shinkai too fled. It would be absurd to think he could single-handedly withstand the combined onslaught of thousands of monsters. Upon reaching the sanctuary of the green planters' base, Shinkai promptly inquired of the peculiar creature, the soul being capable of human speech. Why did so many powerful foes appear so suddenly? The strange creature responded, whenever one side finds itself in peril, the most formidable beings will emerge. What shall we do next? Shinkai pressed further. The creature replied once more, they will soon launch an assault. We must continue our defense. At this moment, Shinkai comprehended the endless cycle of conflict between the two factions. Surrounding them was a myriad of radiant lights, the resurrection glow of fallen green planters. It was entirely normal for the monsters to resurrect, but this very ability ensured the perpetual continuation of their battles. The peculiar creature added, once again, I express my gratitude for your assistance. Here is your reward. You have completed your task, earning 100 experience points and the equipment, the green plant ring. Green plant hat, bronze artifact. Equipment category, hat fabric armor, required level. Level 5, physical defense. 2, additional effect. Increases the HP cap of summoned beasts by 20 points. Upon beholding his new equipment, Shinkai found himself momentarily stunned. He pondered the prospect of acquiring further gear should the red plant people triumph in their next assault. The thought of the green plant people launching an attack and still securing equipment upon defeat lingered in his mind. This back and forth continued for nearly 2 hours, yielding 3 exquisite pieces of equipment, making this task seem immensely rewarding. Most significantly, the attributes of the gear were exceptionally remarkable. If such splendid equipment could be obtained through relentless battles, Shinkai felt that enduring the hardships was entirely worthwhile. However, he quickly recognized a crucial issue. The absence of monetary rewards and items such as potions following monster slaying was not due to their non-existence, but rather because the spoils lay perilously close to the defeated creatures, ensuring that any attempt to collect them would invite attacks. Only in moments of victory for the green plant people could they acquire new gear. Soon, thousands of red plant people launched an assault. The moment the green plant warriors caught sight of their foes, they retaliated, reverting to the initial defensive stance. The attacking monsters were merely diminutive creatures, devoid of even a single boss. After another victory, the red plant forces fled en masse, and Shinkai obtained another piece of equipment. Following this, they initiated another offensive, enduring a prolonged skirmish before ultimately retreating. Yet Shinkai still managed to acquire another piece of gear. The only respite came during meal breaks, and with limited funds, Shinkai resorted to consuming simple noodle dishes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shinkai glanced at his status, noting that he had reached level 8. His equipment consisted entirely of slightly superior level 5 bronze items, and he was fully equipped with no vacant slots. However, among his possessions were several exceptional pieces that surpassed bronze in quality, being silver items with enhanced combat capabilities. After a day of relentless battles, Shinkai felt utterly exhausted as he reclined on the grass. As a summoner, he hardly engaged in direct combat. Otherwise, his fatigue would have been far greater. He observed the peculiar creatures around him, remarking on how swiftly the adventurer's strength had escalated. Within a mere day, he had grown at least twofold stronger since their morning encounter. That is attributable to the superior equipment you provided me, Shinkai mused. He then opened his personal information to assess his combat prowess at level 8. ID, Light of Shinkai class, Summoner level, 8 attack power, 38 defense power, 19 HP, 80 MP, 480, basic summon, E-rank skill. Skill level, 8, maximum 10, skill category, active summoning skill effect. Summons a monster with an attack power of 45, 30 from the exceptional equipment, with unlisted gear omitted, defense power of 0, 20, and HP of 440, to participate in battle for a duration of 60 seconds or until defeated, consuming 30 MP with a cooldown of 5 seconds. His combat strength appeared quite formidable, as 7 out of 11 pieces of his equipment enhanced the attack and defense of his summoned creature, while the remaining pieces served to restore MP. Shinkai pondered briefly before continuing. The profession with the highest attack power is the Berserker. A level 8 Berserker, fully maximizing strength, would possess an attack power of approximately 70 points. With skill outputs exceeding 100, it is indeed evident that the combat prowess of a summoner is somewhat lacking. The enigmatic creature smiled faintly and replied, "The combat strength of a summoner is determined by the number and power of their summoned beasts. In fact, in the later stages, summoners can be considered the most formidable. Do you know why?" Shinkai shook his head. "I do not comprehend. While I am aware that later stage professions are quite powerful, I fail to understand how a summoner could be the strongest." The mysterious being inquired, "Let me ask you this. What do adventurers do if they are unable to defeat an exceptionally formidable monster?" Shinkai responded promptly, "I know the answer to that. They seek assistance. For instance, it took me a considerable amount of time to defeat the battle chicken alone this morning, but with a group, it would only take a few seconds." The enigmatic creature nodded in agreement. "Precisely. As I mentioned earlier, summoners thrive on numbers, and their summoned creatures possess capabilities beyond mere attack." Shinkai reflected on the many games he had played in the past. Recognizing a commonality even in the grandest of games, some pets excel in attack, others in defense, some in speed, and others in ranged magical attacks or healing and enhancement. He understood now that if he possessed a diverse array of pets with high attack, formidable defense, and strong support capabilities, his combat strength would far surpass that of a solitary warrior. The peculiar creature, upon hearing this, expressed delight. "It seems your perception is quite astute. I initially thought you were merely toying with the summoner role. By the way, what compels you to play as a summoner?" Shinkai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Because a summoner does not need to engage directly in combat. If I were to battle monsters, it would be a matter of exchanging life for life. The summoner is the only class that allows one to fight while remaining safe." The strange being responded, "Well, that was your initial thought. But your perspective should have evolved by now." Curiously rising from the grass, Shinkai inquired of the odd entity, "By the way, who exactly are you? I can't shake the feeling that you are not a verdant being at all. I have observed the plant folk all day, yet you alone acknowledge my existence, while the others seem to disregard me entirely, as if I were a true monster. I am merely intrigued by the presence of a summoner so far from the novice village, hence my desire to engage with you." The peculiar creature continued, "Now that your strength has significantly increased, there is no need for you to linger here any longer. Let us venture to other realms." After a moment's contemplation, Shinkai resolved to follow the strange being, as the ongoing skirmishes between the red and green factions had grown tedious. Approximately 10 minutes later, the peculiar creature led them to a map teeming with wild boars and proclaimed, "In this location resides a formidable wild boar king. Your task is to defeat it. Ding. You have been assigned a mandatory quest to locate and slay a wild boar king in an area teeming with wild boars. This quest cannot be abandoned, and it will fail if you die before level 10 or if you do not complete it. The penalty for failure is the confiscation of all previously acquired equipment." What? A surge of frustration welled up within Shinkai. After a day filled with rewards, he now faced an exceedingly arduous task. It felt as though some peculiar creature had conspired to ensure that this troublesome quest would materialize just for him. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that all the wild boars were level 10, each possessing a formidable attack power of 100 points. If Shinkai were to be struck, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Although his summoned beast might endure several rounds of combat, as long as it remained alive, there would be no significant issue. Moreover, Shinkai's target was the wild boar king, not the lesser wild boars. He could simply disregard them. However, this was not the reality of the situation. As Shinkai approached within 5 meters of one wild boar, it launched an attack. Fortunately, his summoned beast retaliated instantly, sparing him from certain doom. Indeed, a low defense, low health class is fraught with peril. After several rounds of combat, the wild boar ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the summoned beast. Yet, as soon as a new summoned beast emerged, it swiftly dispatched the wild boar, yielding several copper coins. Given that the wild boars were aggressive, Shinkai moved with utmost caution from that point forward. He certainly did not wish to be besieged by a horde of wild boars. A single one posed little threat, but two would present a significant challenge. Perhaps due to Shinkai's fortuitous fortune, after approximately 30 minutes of searching, he successfully discovered a wild boar among the herd. Wild Boar King, Green Copper Level Boss, Level 10 Attack, 200 Defense, 10 HP, 5,000 Skills, Charge, Heavy Strike, Regeneration. The Wild Boar King represents the second boss that Shinkai has encountered, and its strength is a direct enhancement compared to the previously encountered combat chicken, doubling in power. Most notably, it possesses 3 skills, particularly the regeneration ability, which allows it to recover health. With an attack power of 200, combined with its skills, it could easily annihilate a player like Shinkai, whose health barely reaches 100, although his summoned creature might endure for 2 or 3 seconds. The remaining moments would pose a grave danger to Shinkai. Should a knight with 500 HP, accompanied by a priest and several ranged attackers, engage, vanquishing this Wild Boar King would be entirely feasible. It is worth noting that boss creatures typically require a coordinated team to be defeated. Solo attempts are nearly impossible for all but the most skilled players. Shinkai pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us strike first and discuss later." Summoned creature, engage. With the command from Shinkai, the summoned beast immediately launched an assault on the Wild Boar King. Although the Wild Boar King possessed a mere 10 points of defense against the summoned beast's formidable 75 points of attack, the damage inflicted was only slightly over 50 points. This was due to the intricate damage calculation method, which took into account factors such as defense, level, quality, and hidden attributes, alongside the enhanced attributes of the boss. Nevertheless, inflicting 50 points of damage repeatedly would eventually lead to the demise of the Wild Boar King. However, the king's normal attack dealt a staggering 180 points of damage to the summoned beast, and a heavy strike obliterated over 230 points of its health. At that moment, only a knight with high defense could withstand the ferocious assaults of the Wild Boar King. Moreover, it was evident that the combat prowess of a green copper tier boss greatly surpassed that of the novice village bosses, displaying a significant increase in difficulty over the ordinary copper tier. As the summoned beast fell, it directed its fury towards Shinkai, forcing him into a frantic retreat. This hasty escape led him into the vicinity of numerous wild boar monsters within a mere 5-meter radius, triggering an onslaught of attacks from countless boars and creatures. What on earth is this predicament? With no means to fight back, Shinkai had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, his speed proved advantageous, allowing him to reach the vicinity of a peculiar creature, where he found safety. It appeared that he was ill-prepared to confront the Wild Boar King at this stage. Perhaps it would be prudent to return when he reached level 9. The mysterious creature warned that it would only appear before him if he was below level 10, bidding him farewell. With no other options, Shinkai reluctantly made his way back to the village. Chapter 005. Battling the gentle yet fierce female player in dungeons. Upon returning to the village, Shinkai contemplated strategies to vanquish the Wild Boar King. While assembling a team seemed feasible, the lack of trustworthy players posed a significant dilemma. Soon, he ceased his musings, opting instead to sell all that he could to the NPC shop. After meticulously clearing out his backpack of unnecessary items, Shinkai was astonished to discover he had amassed 50 silver coins, an unexpected fortune. The primary reason for this newfound wealth stemmed from his remarkably high MP recovery rate, coupled with the potions dropped by defeated monsters, rendering the purchase of potions virtually unnecessary. Consequently, his finances flourished without any expenditure. Shinkai distinctly recalled that in large-scale games, currency exchange was commonplace. Although this particular game had yet to activate the exchange feature, numerous online platforms still facilitated such transactions. Thus, he resolved to sell his 50 silver and 5,000 copper coins, realizing that the current exchange rate stood at 1 silver equating to 1 RMB. Even after accounting for substantial transaction fees, he anticipated a profit of 45 RMB. Experiencing his most lucrative day ever, Shinkai was overwhelmed with excitement. Upon receiving the funds, which swiftly deposited into his bank account, he marveled at the rapidity of the transaction. With his newfound wealth in hand, he promptly logged off to withdraw 100 RMB from the nearest bank. He then ventured out to indulge in some late-night snacks, relishing the pleasures of financial abundance. If he could continue to avoid purchasing potions, he envisioned a future where he could consistently generate income within the game. However, he recognized that novice monsters were easily dispatched. And as the game progressed, the value of 1 gold would eventually equal 1 RMB, making the pursuit of wealth considerably more challenging. The following morning, Shinkai rose early. The previous night, he had intentionally logged off in the level 9 monster map, allowing himself to rest adequately for the impending battle against the boss. Much like the morning prior, he found himself in an empty area devoid of players, and regrettably, there was also no boss to confront. However, his attention was soon captivated by the sounds of combat nearby. Driven by curiosity, he approached and discovered a female player engaged in a fierce battle with a rather formidable monster. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a boss, positioned behind the player. Shinkai did not catch a glimpse of her visage, nor did she notice his presence. From the player SID, Gentle Rain Dream, it was evident she possessed a gentle demeanor. As a warrior class, her defensive capabilities surpassed Shinkai significantly. In the current game, the variety of classes had expanded beyond comprehension, far exceeding the mere 9 professions of yore. Now, dozens of classes thrived, showcasing unparalleled prowess. The information on the boss. The One-Eyed Rabbit King was as follows: level 9 attack, 150 defense, 0 HP, 3084 4000 skills, combo. Upon examining the boss's details, Shinkai noted that the level 9 One-Eyed Rabbit King was incomparable to the level 10 Wild Boar King, despite a mere 1 level difference. Its attack power surged by 50 points, and while one possessed a single skill, the other wielded 3. Gentle Rain Dream, being a warrior, boasted higher defense than Shinkai, and with the aid of potions, she could certainly contend with the One-Eyed Rabbit King alone. However, the boss's skill nearly resulted in a swift defeat for her. Observing this, Shinkai immediately called out, "Are you alright?" Having just consumed a potion of remarkable restorative properties, I was startled by a sound from behind, prompting me to exclaim. The sound was melodious, akin to that of a beautiful woman. Without hesitation, I summoned my familiar and instructed it to draw the boss's attention while I continued my assault. "This boss is mine." Gentle Rain Dream turned around and called out, and it was then that I realized her appearance was breathtaking. She resembled a goddess. Coupled with her ID and physique, she embodied the perfect gentle deity. Although momentarily captivated by her beauty, I quickly remembered we were engaged in battle and urged, "Let us fight together. Just moments ago, the boss nearly felled you in a single blow, but fortunately, the second strike dealt considerably less damage." I pondered her combat prowess as a summoner and thought it best to join forces. As Gentle Rain Dream grasped her greatsword, she paused in astonishment, realizing the ferocity of my familiar's attacks. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "That attack power is astonishing, at least 70 greater than that of an ordinary level 8 summoner. And the defensive capabilities are remarkably high. Is this truly the power of a low combat profession? What on earth is happening? You must explain." "That is because my equipment is exceptionally good," I replied, knowing full well that I could not leave the goddess's query unanswered. Indeed, in our current predicament, only superior equipment could significantly enhance one's combat abilities. Alas, the boss is on the verge of defeat. Gentle Rain Dream ceased to converse and focused intently on battling the boss. Under their combined assault, the health of the Cyclops Rabbit King diminished rapidly, with Gentle Rain Dream skillfully absorbing the brunt of the summoned beast's attacks. Whenever a summoned creature appeared, she promptly refrained from her own attacks, allowing the boss to target the summoned beasts instead. After an intense exchange of blows lasting several seconds, the Cyclops Rabbit King was finally vanquished by the duo. The experience points earned were modestly distributed between them, but the loot that emerged brought them joy, particularly Gentle Rain Dream, who was thrilled to acquire a katana. Shattered Samurai Katana, bronze, Equipment type, weapon katana, required level 7, physical attack power 10. Additional effect, physical attack power growth 5. Upon examining the katana's attributes, Gentle Rain Dream expressed her delight, exclaiming, "This katana far surpasses my novice weapon. I did not anticipate such an increase in attack power." Curiously observing Gentle Rain Dream's enthusiasm, Starkai promptly clarified, "I have only played online games on my computer. I haven't spent much time in games as immersive as this." "Oh, so you are a novice," she mused. "But how could a beginner possess such impressive equipment?" With a scrutinizing gaze, Gentle Rain Dream took in Starkai's gear and remarked, "You seem to be fully equipped." Feeling uncomfortable under her suspicious scrutiny, Starkai stammered, "Well, could you enlighten me? If not, I can always look it up online myself." After equipping the new sword, Gentle Rain Dream remarked, "Let me inform you that each profession possesses a distinct growth pattern. Some have high attack growth, others excel in defense, while some boast significant HP growth, and there are those whose overall growth is rather average. Yours, for instance, has the lowest overall growth. I have chosen the warrior class, where the attack power grows by 10 stars, enhancing strength by 1 point, which in turn increases attack power. This 5 growth has allowed me to progress from 10 stars to 5 stars, and with my current strength at 54 points. The additional 5 growth grants me an extra 3 points in attack power, which is quite substantial for a novice." Feeling somewhat enlightened, Shinkai pondered, "What should we do next?" "I plan to venture into a dungeon," Gentle Rain Dream replied, glancing at Shinkai. "Would you like to join me? I soloed the novice dungeon yesterday, and the difficulty of the lowest level dungeon is not particularly high. Of course, how could I possibly refuse an invitation from a goddess?" Though Shinkai understood that a romantic relationship with her was unlikely, he saw no issue in becoming friends within the game. "Follow me. It's evident that you have no idea where the dungeon entrance is. I am already level 9, and after completing a normal dungeon, I should be able to level up. What about you? I still need 40 of the experience to reach level 9. I estimate I will hit level 10 by this afternoon." Upon arriving at the entrance of the novice dungeon alongside Gentle Rain Dream, the duo formed a party and promptly entered. Once inside, they discovered that the surroundings were teeming with monsters around level 9 in considerable numbers. "Your defense is quite low. Be cautious not to fall." As Gentle Rain Dream's words fell, she dashed forward without a care for the horde of level 9 monsters that would surely ensue. Starkai, witnessing her reckless charge, reluctantly summoned his familiar to join the battle alongside her. Observing the multitude of creatures assaulting Gentle Rain Dream, inflicting several substantial wounds upon her, he urgently exclaimed, "This is extremely perilous. Return at once. How did you manage to clear the dungeon previously? Is it true that the game's dungeons change at any moment?" Swiftly retreating and consuming a potion, Gentle Rain Dream replied, "I completed a level 5 dungeon yesterday. Even a novice gamer would realize the folly of her actions." The disparity between a level 5 and a level 9 dungeon was monumental. While one could indeed charge into a level 5 dungeon, a level 9 dungeon, particularly one designated as a challenge, could not be approached in the same manner unless one was accompanied by a significant party. Upon witnessing his familiar being swiftly vanquished by the swarm of monsters, Starkai grasped Gentle Rain Dream's hand and urged her to flee, for their demise was imminent. "Why must we run? We can undoubtedly defeat them," she protested. "Their numbers are overwhelming," Starkai countered. 3 or 4 we could handle. But anything beyond that poses a grave risk, far surpassing that of a single boss." Starkai found himself intrigued by whether Gentle Rain Dream was truly a novice or merely an aggressor, oblivious to safer strategies. Or perhaps falling victim to the online stereotype of being all brawn and no brains. "Stop running. The monsters have lost interest," Gentle Rain Dream called out as she noticed their pursuers had ceased. She quickly added, "And how long must you hold my hand?" "Oh, my apologies," he responded. Shinkai promptly released his hand, utterly astonished that he had grasped the hand of the goddess. However, the gentle Yu Ming paid no heed to Shinkai's apologies, stating, "Since you claim it is perilous, what is the best approach to vanquish them? A direct assault is swift and can enhance our combat experience. If you do not hinder me, I could effortlessly eliminate all the monsters alone. Last time, I single-handedly defeated 10 level 5 monsters in a combined attack." She then inquired, "When you faced the level 5s, what level were you?" Shinkai was acutely aware of the considerable disparity between level 9 and level 5 monsters. However, 10 level 5s were roughly equivalent to 5 level 9s. Moreover, the Yu Ming from yesterday was certainly not at level 9. I was at level 7. As soon as the dungeon opened, I began to challenge level 5 monsters. Let me assure you, I am quite formidable. A novice like you, whose pet flees upon defeat, is utterly incomparable to my prowess. Yu Ming's response left Xing Kai feeling exasperated. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a skilled player. His earlier assumption of her being merely a pretty face with little intellect felt profoundly misguided. After some contemplation, he suggested, a direct offense may not be the wisest course of action. We should lure them one by one to a designated location and then strike, thereby avoiding being besieged by a horde of monsters. This strategy is both safe and effective for clearing the dungeon. Yet, this method was rather slow. It might be more efficient to charge in and evade attacks as they came. Right, given your lack of combat experience, you should employ the strategy you mentioned. But I must ask, are you truly a novice? I mentioned before, I have played countless computer games. Although the settings may vary, many elements remain the same. Why do you seem anything but gentle? Instead, you appear quite ferocious. The words that Xing Kai contemplated in his heart would undoubtedly remain unspoken, unless he were seeking his own demise. Chapter 006. Engaging the boss and listening to the setup. Venomous Cat Demon. Normal dungeon boss. Level 9 attack, 180 defense, 10 HP, 5000 skills. Combo strike, poison strike, claw strike. Given that the difficulty of the novice dungeon is not particularly arduous, with merely an abundance of monsters, one can navigate through such a dungeon with a modicum of skill. The paramount challenge lies in the final boss, which is significantly stronger than the previous Cyclops Bunny King. With an attack power of 180, a combo strike could easily spell doom for us. Xing Kai turned to Wenro Yu Ming and inquired, how do you plan to defeat the boss? By attacking head-on, Wenro Yu Ming replied, aligning perfectly with Xing Kai's expectations. The first female player he encountered in the game was incredibly formidable. The name Wenro Yu Ming belied her true nature, as she was anything but gentle. Rather, she was a force of explosive power. It seems one cannot judge a person's prowess solely by their in-game ID. Having witnessed Wenro Yu Ming's combat prowess on numerous occasions, Xing Kai recognized her strength and responded nonchalantly, just be careful. I'll summon my familiar to support you. Wenro Yu Ming immediately retorted, you should know better. This won't enhance your own capabilities. Xing Kai shrugged off her concern, saying, as for me, I'm indifferent. I do not play games to elevate my strength. Gaming is fundamentally about enjoyment. Such an attitude may lead you to become cannon fodder, she warned. Gentle Rain Dream spoke rather impolitely, expressing that it was indeed challenging for Xing Kai to become a master. Unless he were a genius capable of mastering various combat techniques after just a few months of play. For an ordinary player, it typically requires at least 3 to 4 years of dedicated effort, along with a heart that aspires to mastery. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as they were no longer being targeted by the boss. As Xing Kai articulated this, he promptly summoned his familiar to engage in battle with the venomous cat. Unfortunately, the familiar suffered a staggering 179 points of damage from a single swipe, accompanied by 10 points of poison damage per second. Although the poison persisted for 10 seconds, its potency was relatively low and manageable. 2 seconds later, the venomous cat effortlessly dispatched the familiar. Following the attack, it charged toward Xing Kai. At that moment, Gentle Rain Dream swiftly brandished her katana and lunged towards the venomous cat, piercing through its body. After all, this was a virtual realm. A damage output of 68 appeared above the venomous cat, eliciting an immediate counterattack directed at Gentle Rain Dream. Just as the beast was about to strike her, she adeptly blocked the attack with her katana, sustaining only a little over 20 points of damage. Although she managed to defend against the blow, the sheer power of the venomous cat's assault was overwhelming. Typically, in the game, a boss's attack power is twice that of the highest damage-dealing class. After successfully defending against the attacks of the venomous cat, the Gentle Yum swiftly counterattacked, inflicting 50 points of damage. Without any skills to exploit, the venomous cat was unable to deliver significant harm. At this moment, the cooldown for the summoning skill reached 0, allowing Yum to call forth her ally, Xing Kai, to assist her. Although the summoned creature lacked any skills, its well-equipped nature meant its attack power was comparable to that of Yum. Together, they launched a coordinated assault, dealing a total of 100 points of damage to the venomous cat, and their speed of attack remained impressively rapid. Due to the fact that the venomous cat was not fixated solely on Yum, the summoned creature managed to survive well beyond 5 seconds, allowing Xing Kai to contribute damage almost every second. The skills of Combo Strike, Poison Strike, and Claw Strike inflicted considerable pain upon the summoned creature, while Yum herself suffered little to no damage. She consistently employed defensive maneuvers to mitigate the impact of the formidable attacks, bolstered by an ample supply of potions, rendering safety a negligible concern. As the venomous cat's health dwindled, it suddenly entered a frenzied state, where it previously executed a skill attack every 5 strikes. It now unleashed skill attacks with each strike, and its speed appeared significantly heightened. The summoned creature found itself unable to endure even 2 seconds in this chaotic onslaught. It seemed the boss had truly gone berserk, yet this was fortuitous for Yum. With a radiant smile, she began to dart around the venomous cat, attacking as soon as her cooldowns reset. The cat's attempts to retaliate faltered, as Yum's swift movements caused most of its strikes to miss, leaving it with no choice but to target the suddenly appearing summoned creature. Is this the Battle of Masters? Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Reminiscent of the fierce duels depicted in ancient dramas, where speed is paramount and attacks are relentless, all while evading the opponent's strikes. Observing the vanquished summoned beast pales in comparison to the grace of gentle Rain Dream. With the assistance of an exceptionally skilled ally, the duo effortlessly vanquished the venomous demon cat, a skirmish from which Xing Kai gained immense insight. At long last, he has reached the coveted level of 10. Upon the demise of the venomous demon cat, a radiant glow enveloped gentle Rain Dream, a manifestation of player ascension. Having been at level 9, she naturally ascended to level 10. As the experience required for leveling up increases with each advancement, the meager experience gained from the dungeon was insufficient to propel them further, particularly with the experience of a duo being significantly diminished. Let us see what treasures have been unearthed. Gentle Rain Dream fixed her gaze intently on a collection of spoils, swiftly gathering them with remarkable speed. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I cannot believe my fortune. The drop rate for this equipment is quite rare. What have you discovered?" Xing Kai inquired with curiosity. "You will find out for yourself," she replied, transmitting the equipment details to him. Upon receipt, Xing Kai immediately began to examine the information. Venomous Demon Cat's Fong, green copper artifact, equipment type, unique loot. Required level, 9 attack power, 10 defense power, 10 bonus, grants a 5 chance to poison the target upon attack, dealing 10 damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. The unique loot, the green bronze artifact, possesses remarkably impressive attributes, augmenting both attack and defense by 10 points. In addition to inflicting poison upon attack, were it not for his role as a summoner, Xing Kai might have expressed an immediate desire for this equipment. Observing Xing Kai's disinterest in the loot, when Ro Yuming promptly donned the equipment and remarked, "A unique loot item can only be equipped singularly. Such treasures can only be acquired from boss encounters, as they do not drop from ordinary monsters. Moreover, the probability of obtaining such loot is exceedingly low. The official sources indicate that the drop rate in dungeons is significantly higher than that in the wilderness. Additionally, a player may equip only 2 unique loot items, similar to rings and bracelets, allowing for dual equipment at once." After a moment of contemplation, Xing Kai inquired, "What exactly is a green bronze artifact?" With great delight at having acquired such a remarkable piece of loot, when Ro Yuming eagerly responded, "This represents a new classification of equipment tiers. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is as follows: bronze, silver, gold, spirit grade, earth grade, heaven grade, immortal grade, ghost grade, and divine grade. Furthermore, within these categories, we have color classifications: bronze, white bronze, green bronze, followed by blue bronze, purple bronze, pink bronze, red bronze, and gold bronze. Silver artifacts also have variations such as green silver, blue silver, and purple silver, culminating in a total of 63 distinct equipment tiers." Xing Kai felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although the classification was quite straightforward, the nomenclature proved to be rather peculiar. Gentle Rain Dream. According to the official announcement, this game features an impressive array of 63 equipment tiers, alongside a multitude of monsters and bosses. There are over 30 ordinary professions, and hidden professions await those who can uncover them. The equipment is categorized into weapons, shields, garments, hats, footwear, gloves, belts, capes, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, 2 loot items, 2 auxiliary gear pieces, mounts, titles, and more. After pausing for a few moments, Gentle Rain Dream continued, "Once a player reaches level 10, they will depart from the novice village. Given that the number of players in China has surpassed 1 billion, there will be hundreds of villages to choose from. Upon reaching level 30, players will have access to dozens of towns, and after attaining level 60, several cities, which serve as main hubs, will become available. With each selection, the number of players visible will increase significantly. For instance, we are currently in one of the tens of thousands of novice villages, and soon we will encounter hundreds of villages, resulting in a player increase by a factor of 100. This design aims to prevent overcrowding, allowing for a more manageable player experience in relation to monster encounters. Lastly, the choice of race influences the cities and villages available, with our selection being predominantly human. As is the case for most players, Gentle Rain Dream then turned to the captivated Star Kai, exclaiming, "Are you even listening?" "I am listening. I am listening. I now have a general understanding. Ordinary games cannot even begin to compare with this grand scale." Star Kai wiped away non-existent sweat and continued, "Now that you have reached level 10, which village do you plan to choose for your continued development?" Gentle Rain Dream promptly responded, "I have made my decision. I shall go to Peach Blossom Village." Indeed, Peach Blossom Village is a place for young girls. That said, should I follow along? However, my level has yet to reach even 10, and there is also a rather deceptive quest. Suddenly, Shinkai thought of something and exclaimed, "How about joining me to defeat a level 10 green copper boss, which is even more formidable than the venomous cat? That boss is located quite far from here, but you should be able to navigate the novice map." "That sounds fine, though I cannot change my class to acquire skills, since there is a boss." "Let us engage it first," replied Gentle Rain Dream, who felt a surge of excitement at the mention of the green copper boss, convinced that Shinkai was not one to make idle claims. "Then follow me. It may take us an hour to reach there, but if we move swiftly, it should only take about 40 minutes. Yesterday, I moved slowly to check for monsters. You are not searching for a hidden map, are you?" "Indeed. That method would certainly allow you to amass an abundance of equipment. Let us proceed now. Lead the way swiftly. Just follow me. By the way, the person who gave me the quest is a rather peculiar green plant-like creature, and its voice is quite terrifying, so do not be alarmed. What is there to fear? In my previous gaming experiences, I have encountered all sorts of creatures, ghosts, zombies, the undead, skeletons. Whenever I see them, I strike. Truly exhilarating." Chapter 007. The aftermath of vanquishing the Wild Boar King and the acquisition of usurious gains upon their arrival at the lair of the Wild Boar King. The enigmatic creature indeed manifested itself without delay. To the surprise of the gentle Yu Ming, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever, remaining indifferent even to its voice. The mysterious being observed Yu Ming, a striking beauty, and remarked, "So you have summoned assistance. That is of no consequence. Defeating the Wild Boar King is all that matters. I shall remain a silent spectator." "You have spoken," Shinkai interjected, turning his gaze towards Yu Ming. "This is a boss with an attack power of 200 and possesses 3 skills. What is our strategy? Shall we not simply engage it directly?" Yu Ming replied promptly, "It seems unwise to consult you. Let us proceed with direct assault." After summoning his familiar, Shinkai suggested, "Very well, let us seek the Wild Boar King. The surrounding wild boars are aggressive. As long as we maintain a distance of 5 meters, we should be fine. That is overly complicated. I shall charge in," Yu Ming declared, brandishing her katana and plunging into the throng of wild boars. Reluctantly, Shinkai followed suit. Thanks to the spoils acquired from previous quests, Yu Ming's combat prowess had been augmented, and with Shinkai's assistance, they effortlessly dispatched the surrounding boars. However, the prolonged battle in search of the Wild Boar King was proving somewhat time-consuming. 2 hours elapsed, with an hour remaining until mealtime. Through their combined efforts, Shinkai's level had risen to 9, and they encountered the Wild Boar King, which appeared identical to the one they had faced the previous day, exhibiting neither an increase nor decrease in combat strength. Upon discovering the boss, Gentle Rain Dream swiftly seized her weapon and launched an attack. The Wild Boar King, upon perceiving the beauty assaulting him, immediately grasped a wooden weapon that fit him perfectly and struck at Gentle Rain Dream with remarkable speed, leaving her with no time to evade and resulting in a direct hit. Star Kai, witnessing the extraordinarily high attributes, expressed his trepidation, remarking, "Such immense damage. It must have executed a heavy strike. Were it to hit me, I would undoubtedly perish instantly." Gentle Rain Dream promptly consumed a potion, stating, "Players of the melee class begin with 100 health points. If one takes excessive damage without adequate healing, they are bound to fall. Now that I am level 10, my health has surpassed 200. Generally speaking, a boss that cannot eliminate players in a single blow is not truly a boss. It should be noted that a boss incapable of dispatching a cloth armor class player does not qualify as a boss." Star Kai commanded his summoned beast to assist Gentle Rain Dream, as she was merely a novice and her potions would not last long, with the more advanced potions providing even less sustained support. Once the summoned beast appeared, Gentle Rain Dream quickly maneuvered to the rear of the Wild Boar King, forcing the creature to target her level 9 summoned beast, which, lacking skill-based attacks, inflicted only around 150 damage. It seemed the summoned beast possessed an excessive amount of health, yet it fell rather swiftly. Observing the rapid demise of his summoned creature, Star Kai exclaimed, "Fortunately, we still have Gentle Rain Dream. Otherwise, I would have to flee once more." Unlike players, summoned beasts cannot consume potions, hence their comparatively higher health. Gentle Rain Dream swiftly maneuvered behind the Wild Boar King to evade its assault, determined to avoid a frontal confrontation where her efforts would be futile. Alas, the Wild Boar King's speed surpassed that of Gentle Rain Dream, and within mere seconds, its wooden club struck her, though she adeptly raised her blade to parry the blow. With a flawless execution of various combat techniques, offensive strikes, defensive maneuvers, evasions, and ambushes, Gentle Rain Dream showcased her prowess, leaving Star Kai in awe of her formidable skill. Of course, Star Kai could not merely observe, he had to summon his beast. The Wild Boar King's shamelessness in battle was undeniable. Fortunately, the assault had not yet commenced, and even if it did, the creature would target Star Kai. However, due to Star Kai's non-aggressive stance, he had not drawn its ire, making this lower-tier boss considerably easier to contend with. After several seconds of combat, a peculiar green substance appeared on the Wild Boar King, prompting Star Kai to recall the venomous fangs of the venomous cat, realizing that the poison's effects could also manifest on the boss. Although it inflicted a mere 10 points of damage per second, it nonetheless accelerated the pace of the battle. "Take my heavy strike," Gentle Rain Dream declared, delivering a powerful blow to the Wild Boar King, causing it to emit a pained cry. 158. The critical damage inflicted significantly reduced the creature's health, diminishing its 5,000 points to a level that could be swiftly depleted by a few more strikes. Victory was within reach. Xing Kai expressed his elation, realizing that their combined strength far surpassed that of a single individual. Had he not encountered a remarkably skilled player, whose exceptional equipment piqued his curiosity, he would have been unable to vanquish the Wild Boar King alone. In the event of a failed quest, all of his fine gear would be reverted to mere ordinary summoner equipment, making his path to growth exceedingly arduous. As the Wild Boar King's health dwindled, it unleashed a thunderous roar, only to be struck down by Wenro Yumeng's formidable blow. The duo was rewarded with a substantial amount of experience and an abundance of spoils. Upon receiving the system notification indicating the completion of their quest, Xing Kai was filled with joy. He noticed that Wenro Yumeng eagerly examined the loot from the boss, but he paid her little heed. For him, the quest held paramount importance, and he would not begrudge her any desire to claim the treasures for herself. Upon discovering the sole unique loot, he lamented its unsuitability for him. Wenro Yumeng tossed a tooth toward Xing Kai, stating, "This equipment is for you. It suits you perfectly." Wild Boar King's sharp tooth, green copper artifact, equipment classification, unique loot required level, 10 HP, 30 MP, 30 additional effect, 10 chance to summon an additional creature of equal strength when casting summoning skills lasting less than 30 seconds. This summoned creature remains for 30 seconds. Upon reading the equipment's details, Xing Kai was elated, though he regretted that his level had yet to reach the requisite 10, preventing him from equipping it. Once dawned, he would have the fortune of potentially summoning 2 creatures simultaneously. Furthermore, this item, which may hold considerable value, is yours. You may take the rest, as you have no use for them. With a gentle toss, Wenro Yumeng handed a piece of paper to Xing Kai. The paper detailed the Wild Boar King's wooden recipe, which, upon use, would enable the crafting of the unique loot, the Wild Boar King's wood, necessitating a crafting-related secondary profession. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Kai remarked, "The recipe for crafting loot is significant, as such treasures can only be obtained from boss monsters, and the drop rate is exceedingly low. Hence, this recipe is of immense value. May I have it?" Wenro Yumeng, with an air of indifference, replied, "It's of no concern. I have no intention of pursuing a secondary profession, as it would merely squander my time. Just remember to provide me with a hide from the Wild Boar King. Besides, it would be rather selfish to hoard all the other equipment for myself." "Very well. I am quite curious about the effects of the weapon wielded by the Wild Boar King. Let us proceed to complete our quest," Xing Kai said, pleased with Wenro Yumeng's agreement. As they ventured towards the location of the mysterious creature, he declared, We have vanquished the Wild Boar King. Well done. Although you did not achieve this alone. The combat prowess of this young lady is commendable, so I shall refrain from seeking additional assistance. I will not reclaim any of the equipment previously given to you. Make good use of it. Additionally, here is a letter for you, the mysterious creature said as it handed a white letter to Shinkai. Once you reach level 10, present this letter to the summoner mentor in Chaohua Village, and your quest will continue. Ding! You have successfully completed the task and are rewarded with 500 experience points, along with a mysterious item, the letter of the mysterious being, and a new skill, spirit capture. Overjoyed, Shinkai eagerly accesses the skill interface to discover the nature of this ability. Spirit capture, B-rank skill, skill level 1, maximum level 10, skill category, active support summoning skill. Skill effect. This ability allows the user to capture beings whose level does not exceed their own by more than one level, transforming them into personal pets. The base success rate is 5, which is influenced by the target's strength and health. The mysterious being explains. The term spirit signifies your first name, while capture represents all living beings. With this skill, you can indeed capture any creature to become your pet, although ordinary summoners possess this skill as well. Their success rate is merely 2. 5. Shinkai quickly comprehends the implication and remarks. So, this means I have a greater advantage over ordinary summoners in capturing pets. I am truly grateful to you. The mysterious being replies, you are most welcome. By the way, I have another gift for you. Ding. Do you agree to receive all secondary professions in advance? If you consent, you must repay 1,000 gold coins within the next month. Otherwise, the amount will double. What does this mean? Shinkai feels somewhat perplexed. The mysterious being clarifies. This means you are borrowing 1,000 gold coins from me to learn all ordinary secondary professions, and I expect you to repay it within a month. Shinkai immediately exclaimed, but 1,000 gold coins equate to 100,000 RMB in today's context. Even if it spans a month, that amounts to over 10,000. I simply do not possess such wealth. The enigmatic being responded, did you not acquire the spoils recipe? If mass-produced, it is assured you will earn 1,000 gold coins within a month. Furthermore, acquiring a secondary profession demands 10 gold coins. Not to mention the additional 10 gold coins required for gathering materials. When, pray tell, will you amass such funds? By the time you are financially capable, the value of the spoils will have plummeted dramatically. Shinkai retorted, even so, learning too is sufficient for me. The mysterious entity countered. Can you repay 20 gold coins within 3 hours? The more money involved, the longer the duration. At this juncture, Gentle Rain Dream interjected, by the way, I recall that a player can only possess a maximum of 2 secondary professions. To acquire more, one must elevate their level to 30, 60, or obtain them through quests. Shinkai, you should agree to this. It is quite normal for a man to seek wealth. Shinkai pondered, what if, after 2 months, I still cannot repay the money? The mysterious being replied, then the debt will continue to double, even after a year. You would still be unable to pay it all at once, resulting in the complete disappearance of all your possessions. To be honest, at this moment, Shinkai was exceedingly eager for money. If the wood from the Wild Boar King could indeed provide him with a substantial fortune, he would be willing to risk it, even if it meant facing account theft a year later. I consent to the 1,000 gold coins, Shinkai stated earnestly after careful deliberation. Ding. You have acquired a hidden secondary profession, the Universal Engineer, which grants you the ability to learn all secondary profession recipes and gather all materials. Furthermore, the levels of different secondary professions will be calculated separately. If you can make a one-time payment of 1,000 gold coins within this month, you may receive an additional reward. Chapter 008. The fortunate equipment earns the embrace of a beauty. Wild Boar King's wooden recipe requires the following materials. Loot Core X1, Bronze Alloy X5, Luminous Bluestone X1, Energy Processed Wood Block X1, and it consumes 50 stamina. Gazing at his first recipe, Shinkai felt that acquiring these items would be exceedingly challenging. Of course, with a quick online search, he could ascertain the locations of the materials. As for stamina, Shinkai understood that each player possesses a certain amount, determined by their level and the skills associated with their secondary profession. Gentle Rain, feeling aimless, remarked, since there are no further quests, I shall head to the main city. Remember to craft a piece of loot for me. I have no money. I shall provide you with one, came the response. Perhaps in an effort to foster a good relationship, despite her fierce demeanor and strong possessiveness. Gentle Rain was indeed a master, a goddess in her own right. However, as she contemplated the long journey back, Gentle Rain expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "It will take ages to return. Forget it. I might as well die and go back." Without hesitation, the beautiful Gentle Rain charged into the herd of wild boars, allowing them to slay her. Her form vanished, leaving Kai utterly speechless. He pondered the reasoning behind her choice to commit suicide. Although he was aware that there were no penalties for death before level 10, such drastic measures seemed unnecessary, even if it did expedite her return by an hour. Suddenly, Kai recalled the arduous trek he undertook the previous night to return to the village on foot. Reflecting on it now, he realized how laborious it had been. While he acknowledged the option of dying to return, he would not choose that route due to the ongoing quest. The enigmatic creature has departed, and the Gentle Rain dream has also left, leaving only Kai alone amidst a throng of wild boars. In his solitude, Kai reluctantly armed himself, summoning his pet to engage in battle against the surrounding swine. He had resolutely decided to elevate his level to 10 in this desolate place devoid of others. Ding! Your level has reached 10, granting you 5 points to allocate freely, with each attribute increasing by 1 point. By afternoon, as Kai relentlessly slaughtered wild boars, he was greeted by a system notification that filled him with immense joy. In his elation, he rushed headlong into the herd of boars, meeting an untimely demise. Alas, the benefits of surpassing level 10 were no longer as bountiful. He would have to spend 1 gold coin at the general store, a fee that was exorbitant for someone at the early stages of the game, barely affording even the cost of healing potions. Upon his death and return to the village, Kai promptly made his way to the teleportation array, which transported him to his second village, Flower Picking Village. Initially, he had intended to visit this place in response to Rain Dream's suggestion, but he feared that a direct approach might convey his intentions of romantic pursuit. Now, however, duty compelled him to undertake this journey, dispelling any peculiar notions he had previously entertained, albeit perhaps unnecessarily. Upon arriving in the vibrant new village, Kai was astounded by its vastness, which dwarfed that of the novice village. Countless shops sprawled before him, easily numbering in the dozens at a single glance, while the throng of players was alarmingly plentiful, reminiscent of a bustling metropolis. Eager to enhance his capabilities, Kai refrained from further exploration and made a beeline for the location of the Summoner Minter, quickly identifying it on the map before proceeding onward. Upon reaching his destination, Kai promptly retrieved a letter from his backpack and presented it to the Minter before him, stating, "I encountered a peculiar creature in the novice village, and it instructed me to deliver this letter to you." The Summoner Minter glanced at the letter, his eyes narrowing, before swiftly returning it to Kai. He explained, "Due to the overwhelming number of adventurers, we mentors are quite occupied. This letter is not intended for me. It is meant for someone residing in a house in that direction. You may proceed there." Kai contemplated for a moment and replied, "I understand. I shall not trouble you any further." Seizing the letter, he immediately set off towards the room indicated by the Summoner Minter. It did not take long for him to arrive, but the door was closed. He knocked gently and called out, "Please open the door. I have a letter for you." A voice from within responded, unmistakably feminine, yet the reply left Kai momentarily speechless, as it was hardly an appropriate response for a letter delivery. He quickly clarified, "I am here to deliver a letter." "Understood," came the reply, and after a brief pause, the door before Kai swung open to reveal a stunning young woman. Perhaps having just awoken from a midday slumber, she was clad in sleepwear, her figure strikingly perfect, causing Kai to be momentarily entranced. "Come in," she said, snapping him back to reality, and he stepped into the room. Upon entering, Kai observed that it was an entirely ordinary girl's room, though the presence of several formidable pets surrounding the area made it all the more remarkable. "Your letter," the young woman extended her fair hand, requesting the correspondence. As Kai received the letter, he promptly handed it to the enchanting woman before him. After glancing at it, she ignited the paper with a flick of fire magic, the flames consuming the letter entirely. With a captivating smile that could mesmerize any onlooker, she inquired, "What kind of summoner do you aspire to be?" Returning to his senses, Kai pondered for a moment before responding, "I am merely an ordinary adventurer, just a simple summoner." The woman's demeanor suggested she understood this well. Suddenly, a ring appeared in her hand as she declared, "This is a reward for delivering the message." Kai, recognizing the ring's quality, was overjoyed as he accepted it. However, as he took the ring, his fingers brushed against hers, leaving him momentarily dazed. His resistance to her allure was undeniably feeble. Ding. You have completed the task. Experience gained. 500. You have received the most basic recovery ring. Ding. You have successfully transitioned to the role of a formal summoner. Acquiring the skills, Summoner Mastery and Beast Attack Enhancement. New skills can be learned once your level reaches 20. Basic Recovery Ring, Green Copper Artifact, Equipment Category, Accessories Rings Required Level, 10 Attack Power, 10 Additional Effect, MP Recovery Rate increased by 1. 5 points per second. Mastery of Summoning A-Level Skill, Skill Level, 1, Maximum 200 levels, Skill Category, Passive Summoning Skill, Skill Effect. For every 30 levels gained, your Summon Beasts increase by 1. Each level up grants a boost of 0.25 to your attack power, defense power, HP, and MP, which is distributed among all your summoned creatures. Summon Beast Attack Enhancement, D-Level Skill, Skill Level, 1, Maximum 200 levels, Skill Category, Active Summoning Skill. Skill Effect, enhances the attack power of nearby pets or summoned creatures by a certain amount. With each level gained, the enhancement increases by 2 points of attack power and 0.1 of total attack power. These skills truly seem inadequate. Indeed, they are quite weak at the outset. But with higher levels, they will improve. The task has been completed, the profession has been fulfilled, and the skills have been acquired. Now the matter of loot arises. With nothing pressing at the moment, I shall take my leave. While the allure of beauty is undeniable, excessive indulgence can be perilous, thus Shinkai promptly chose to depart. As Shinkai was leaving, the enchanting woman remarked, "Remember to find me after reaching level 20. As for skill upgrades, you can easily invest very little money and experience remotely. Do not seek others, or you shall regret it." "I understand," Shinkai replied, and immediately exited the room. Breathing the air while being in the presence of a newly awakened beauty was undeniably too hazardous. After regaining his composure, Shinkai made his way to the player market. With the intention of procuring loot materials, loot cores, bronze alloys, glimmering blue stones, and energy processing wood blocks. Among these four materials, the loot core, bronze alloy, and energy processing wood blocks required the refinement of ordinary materials for their creation. Fortunately, Shinkai had already acquired the necessary recipes through his secondary profession, having invested 1,000 gold coins. However, the availability of materials remained scarce. Given the current financial constraints, even the most basic materials, such as bronze, were priced at around 10 copper coins. Previously, during his encounters with wild boars, he had amassed a considerable sum of money, complemented by the sale of redundant items at the store. Now, Shinkai possessed a modest fortune of several dozen silver coins, sufficient to craft at least one piece of loot. The bronze alloy necessitated multiple pieces of bronze for its production, while the loot core required a variety of materials. Fortunately, these could be found in the materials market. As for the glimmering blue stones, they were quite rare at present, commanding a price of 10 silver coins. The energy processing wood blocks were relatively simple to procure, requiring the purchase of several dozen wood blocks at 5 copper coins each. Upon gathering all the materials and accounting for processing fees, Shinkai spent a total of 30 silver coins, which is equivalent to 30 units of currency. With all the materials in hand, it was impossible not to proceed with the crafting. As he finished processing the loot core, Shinkai was taken aback by its impressive characteristics. Level 10 loot core, auxiliary material, suitable for creating loot cores ranging from level 10 to 19. Any loot crafted with this core is guaranteed to exhibit the following effects. Luck 1, Physical Attack Growth 1. Through the information acquired from the internet, Shinkai realized that the core item he had crafted possessed an exceptionally high value. Due to a luck score of 1, increasing it by even a single point could significantly enhance drop rates, critical hits, and the likelihood of obtaining favorable quests, an arduous task for ordinary players. With his exquisite core item in hand, Shinkai began crafting the Wood of the Wild Boar King, completing the task in under a minute. Wood of the Lucky Wild Boar King, blue copper, equipment classification, unique loot required level, 10 attack power, 20 critical hit rate, 1 luck, 1 additional effect, physical attack power growth increased by 1. Additional effect, to chance to enhance attack damage by 50. During regular attacks, this chance rises to 4. Recalling that the venomous cat's fang only boasted an attack power of 10, Shinkai marveled at how the Wood of the Wild Boar King offered an impressive increase of 20 points, along with critical hit enhancements and damage boosts. This was truly a remarkable find. Contemplating this, he promptly contacted Gentle Raindream. Gentle Raindream, I have completed one of the loot items you requested. You may collect it at Chaohua Village. Gentle Rain Dream quickly replied, I will be there shortly. In just 20 seconds, she arrived before Shinkai, displaying remarkable speed. It was evident she had not yet reached level 10, likely having committed suicide to return to town. Upon closer inspection, he noted that while she had equipped herself with level 10 gear, her beauty remained unchanged, although her equipment appeared rather ordinary, failing to leave Shinkai in awe. This is the loot you requested. With an impassive expression, Shinkai handed the wooden trophy of the fortunate Wild Boar King to the gentle Yu Ming. Upon glancing at her, he was met with an exuberantly excited visage. The spoils were simply extraordinary. Overjoyed, Yu Ming exclaimed and immediately lifted Shinkai into an embrace. Overwhelmed by her excitement, the suddenness of the situation left Shinkai momentarily stunned, as did the surrounding players. After 3 seconds, Yu Ming regained her composure and hastily released Shinkai, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she apologized. I got a bit too carried away just now. This equipment is truly exceptional. It can carry me all the way to level 30. By the way, I'll give you all these items. Upon witnessing the materials, bronze, wooden blocks, and others, transferred by Yu Ming, Shinkai quickly understood that she was also gathering resources, albeit at a slow pace in terms of leveling up. Although the materials were scant, he felt a surge of joy, reminiscing about the recent embrace and inexplicably wishing to continue it. Well then, I shall head into battle now. You can take your time crafting. With your stamina, you should be able to produce 4 more pieces of loot. I'll go slay some monsters. And you should also hasten your leveling process. If you manage to acquire another exceptional piece of loot, it would be quite beneficial for you. As he observed the beautiful figure of Yu Ming departing, Shinkai, in resignation, resumed his crafting of spoils, deciding it was necessary to relocate. For the embrace had undoubtedly drawn the attention of many within the FFF Guild. Chapter 009. Encountering the Landlord's Daughter after profiting handsomely. Level 10 Loot Core. Auxiliary Material. Utilized for crafting loot cores ranging from levels 10 to 19. Any loot crafted with this core will undoubtedly yield the following effect. None. Wood of the Boar King. Blue Copper Artifact. Equipment Classification. Unique Loot. Required Level 10. Attack Power 16. Critical Hit Rate 0. 5. Additional Effect 1. For chance to increase attack damage by 40 upon attack, the probability becomes 2. 8 for normal attacks. Wood of the Boar King. Blue Copper Artifact. Equipment Classification. Unique Loot. Required Level 10. Attack Power 14. Critical Hit Rate 0. 7. Additional Effect 1. 6 chance to increase attack damage by 45 upon attack. The probability becomes 3. 2 for normal attacks. Wood of the Boar King. Blue Copper Artifact. Equipment Classification. Unique Loot. Required Level 10. Attack Power 17. Critical Hit Rate 0. 9. Additional Effect 1 chance to increase attack damage by 50 upon attack. The probability becomes 2 for normal attacks. Summoned Wood of the Boar King. Blue Copper Artifact. Equipment Classification. Unique Loot. Required Level 10. Attack Power 20. Critical Hit Rate 1. Additional Effect. Increases summoned creatures' attack power by 5 points. Additional Effect. Increases summoned creatures' defense power by 5 points. Additional Effect. 1. 5 chance to increase attack damage by 50 upon attack. The probability becomes 3 for normal attacks. Gazing upon the 4 pieces of equipment he had crafted, Shinkai found himself in a state of resignation. The disparity in quality among the wooden spoils of the Wild Boar King was indeed considerable, given his choice to engage in the creation of equipment. Such circumstances were to be expected. Moreover, with each piece boasting a formidable enhancement of 20 attack power, the notion of subpar or exceptional items seemed rather moot. Furthermore, while crafting loot cores, a stroke of misfortune could render the effects entirely negligible. In reality, producing 2 exceptionally rare items out of 5 was already commendable. Others would consider themselves fortunate to obtain even 1 notable piece from 10 attempts. Naturally, to forge items with fixed attributes, one could only rely on potions. Having become a veritable master engineer, Shinkai was fully capable of concocting potions if he so desired. Deciding to retain his own spoils while selling the others, Shinkai equipped the wooden spoils of the summoned Wild Boar King, thereby claiming 2 pieces of loot for himself. In his current state, he believed no summoner could defeat him unless they were an exceptionally skilled gamer. After resolving to sell his loot, Shinkai called out loudly to the multitude of players surrounding him, I have a level 10 attack type loot for sale. Come and take a look. Perhaps due to the allure of sought-after loot, A throng of onlookers quickly gathered, many of whom were already in search of quality items. Employing a stall mode, Kai displayed the loot boasting 14 attack power for all to see, though he had yet to determine a price, keen to observe if any wealthy patrons were present. As the item offered an additional 0.7 critical hit and an increase in attack damage, coupled with its status as a blue copper artifact. The atmosphere around him became increasingly animated. Upon witnessing this situation, Kai immediately exclaimed, "Due to the inaugural sale, the price is uncertain. Thus, I shall set it at a modest 50 silver coins. The highest bidder shall prevail." Although he was unaware of the market value, Kai was acutely aware of the cost price, deeming 50 silver coins entirely reasonable. The onlookers, players lacking financial resources, quickly transformed into mere spectators, engaging in hushed whispers, as they perceived this 50 silver coins to be exceedingly cheap. After all, the value of all attack-type loot is remarkably high. Moments later, a player adorned in radiant green copper equipment approached, unmistakably a wealthy individual or a skilled expert. "My dear friend, you are quite impressive for having crafted such loot," remarked the incoming player, inciting a flurry of excitement among the crowd. Initially, the players presumed this loot was a drop from a boss, but upon recognizing it as a crafted item, Kai remained indifferent. After all, any crafted equipment is accompanied by the creator's ID, a detail that cannot be retracted. Who, indeed, would wish to forfeit such a mark of accomplishment? It is merely a stroke of fortune to have uncovered the recipe. Judging by your appearance, you must be affluent. May I inquire as to your offer? Kai inquired, glancing at the wealthy player's ID, which read Huangfu Haoqi, a swordsman renowned for his swiftness, striking with precision more than twice per engagement. "I shall offer 5 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to go higher?" Huangfu Haoqi declared, promptly presenting as some tenfold the initial price, leaving Kai momentarily stunned, fearing he had misheard. Soon regaining his composure, Kai revealed the other 2 pieces of loot. As the 17 attack power item was unveiled, countless players were left in profound astonishment. After providing the equipment information, Kai spoke, "That's all. Just these 3 items for sale." This implied that there were other items he did not wish to sell, and those were the finest. Huangfu Haoqi displayed an expression of understanding as he looked at Kai. Indeed, seasoned players in the game exuded an aura that was quite intimidating, far beyond the comprehension of mere novices. Huangfu Haoqi was well aware of why Kai chose to sell items he had already utilized. "Fine. I will take all 3 for a total of 25 gold coins." The value of exceptional equipment was exceedingly high. Even subpar items held significant worth due to the absence of anything better at present. "I understand now. Let us commence the transaction." After a brief while, as Kai gazed at the 25 gold coins in his hand, he suddenly felt that earning money in this game was remarkably effortless. He had initially intended to abandon the pursuit if he could not afford the 1,000 gold coins, and he had long since grown accustomed to the possibility of being hacked a year later, which was why his finances were so meager. "Perhaps I should add you as a friend for easier communication later." Huangfu Haoqi's suggestion resonated with Kai. Adding a friend would ensure a steady clientele, and the other party was notably generous. "No problem." Thus, Kai acquired his second friend in the game, and the sudden influx of 25 gold coins prompted him to decide to exchange 20 of them for real money, for delaying the exchange would only diminish their value. After exchanging the money, Kai glanced at his bank account, pleasantly surprised to see an increase of over 1,800. Finally, he had a legitimate source of income. The remaining 5 gold coins would naturally be allocated for purchasing materials and seeking methods to restore stamina. He immediately discovered the existence of stamina potions. Though they were not yet available for sale, he would have to wait some time for that. Alternatively, he could obtain stamina potions by defeating bosses, which required a level of at least 10. Without stamina, he could not continue crafting equipment. However, aside from stamina, there was vitality, which allowed for the gathering of materials, thus saving him some money. Consequently, Kai ventured into a material map to mine resources, working tirelessly until it was time for dinner. While crafting equipment was swift, gathering materials was time-consuming due to the limited spawning locations. By now, Kai remained at level 10, while Wenro Yumeng had already reached level 11. When it was time to eat, Kai joyfully withdrew 1,500 renminbi from the bank. He approached the 40-year-old landlady, presenting her with 1,000 RMB and stating, "This is the rent." The landlady inspected the money, confirming its authenticity before looking at Kai and quipping, "Did you rob a bank?" with a hint of helplessness. Shinkai replied, "Do I look like that kind of person? I have secured a very good job now, earning 1,800 a day, and that is indeed true." The landlady, scrutinizing his appearance, continued her jest. "I never would have guessed you were involved in the underworld." Shinkai now finds himself increasingly exasperated. Before him stands a landlady with two peculiar hobbies. One is employing various tactics to pressure her tenants into paying their dues, such as cutting off their electricity. Wealthy individuals often inquire about the background of those who consistently default on their payments, indulging in gossip. "I have already settled my dues, surely. The power in my room can be restored. Rest assured, I shall pay all future rents, and if my career flourishes, I will become exceedingly affluent." Shinkai boasts with a hint of pride. "Do not be so self-satisfied," she retorts. "It's merely a matter of earning money through a game. This profession does not guarantee consistent income. You are simply fortunate to be experiencing a high exchange rate at present. Tomorrow, it could plummet to 99, then 98, diminishing by $1 daily, or even 3 or 4. After a month, it might dwindle to 1 gold piece for 10 units of currency, and in 2 months, it could stabilize at a mere 1 gold piece for 1 renminbi. The most crucial aspect is that as the number of items for sale increases, their value will inevitably decline. At that juncture, we shall see how you manage to turn a profit. I suspect you will end up spending even more in the game." "How do you know I am playing games?" Shinkai inquires, somewhat taken aback. "You spend all day in your room playing games and still question my knowledge? No wonder you have yet to amass significant wealth." After settling his payment, Shinkai promptly decides to take his leave. As he exits, a stunning young woman enters, the epitome of beauty, with an astonishing figure that simply captivates. This goddess is none other than Lin Qiuli, an acquaintance of Shinkai, who is just 18 years old and happens to be the landlady's daughter. "Shinkai, brother." Upon seeing Shinkai, Lin Qiuli was filled with joy and rushed over. It is worth mentioning that they have known each other for over a decade. When they first met, she was 13 and he was merely 6, showcasing the remarkable success of Shinkai's lowly upbringing. Shinkai remarked, "You little sister," as Lin Qiuli approached. He did not exhibit overwhelming excitement, for their long-standing acquaintance afforded him a degree of understanding regarding her sentiments. However, due to financial constraints and age differences, he opted to disregard such a promising romantic connection. Lin Qiuli, looking at Shinkai with delight, said, "Brother Shinkai, did Mom ask you for money? Don't worry, I will ensure she waits a few more days. I believe you will be able to pay her." She added, "If not, we can." Shinkai interjected, "I have already found a way to earn money and have paid 1,000. I will settle the rest as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiuli's happiness intensified. "I knew you would manage to pay it all, brother Shinkai. By the way, it's mealtime. Why don't we go eat together?" Shinkai, however, did not share her enthusiasm and quickly responded, "Forget it. My current job consumes a lot of time. Let's discuss it when I have more free time. Until next time." "All right, until next time," she replied, feeling disheartened as she watched Shinkai walk away. With a sense of resignation, she decided to dine alone. Meanwhile, the observing landlady gazed at her daughter, feeling increasingly helpless. Although she wished to intervene, she believed that matters of the heart were best resolved by the young. Chapter 010. Encountering 3 peculiar individuals while teaming up for Dungeon Raids ID. Star S Radiance Summon Level, 10 Attack Power, 68 Defense Power, 23 HP, 124 MP, 635, Basic Summon, E-Rank Skill. Skill Level, 10, Maximum Level, 10, Skill Type, Active Summon Skill, Skill Effect, summons a creature with an attack power of 55, 35, defense power of 5, 25, and HP of 540, to participate in battle for a duration of 60 seconds or until defeated, consuming 40 MP with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Upon entering the game, Star immediately assessed his current attributes. Thanks to his spoils, his attack power was quite formidable, only about 10 points lower than that of a sorcerer. However, his summoned pet boasted an impressive attack power of 90 points, albeit it could no longer be upgraded. Through diligent online research, Star swiftly uncovered the method for upgrading his summon. He must capture a pet to facilitate further enhancement. Unfortunately, it was the afternoon, and the perilous maps were teeming with players, approximately 100 times more than in the novice village, leaving no room for monster hunting. While seasoned players might venture to the level 15 zones, Star was merely an ordinary player. Nonetheless, he soon conceived a suitable alternative, delving into dungeons. The dungeon maps could be challenged at any time, with a limit on attempts available in advance. Furthermore, The difficulty level of the dungeons was exceedingly high, necessitating a team to succeed. Generally speaking, summoners rarely find companions. Lacking exceptional equipment, their summoned beasts possess a mere attack power of 55 points and no skills. Rendering their output capability woefully inadequate, it would be far more advantageous to invite a priest for healing support. However, other options exist. If others are unwilling to join a summoner, one could assume the role of captain and beckon nearby players to join the team. Yet, summoners often find themselves with no one willing to join their ranks. Ding. Player, I am not a master, merely an 11-level swordsman, applying to join the team. Just as Shinkai contemplated abandoning his quest for a team to attempt a solo challenge, a player finally submitted a request to join. Although the username was peculiar, Shinkai allowed him entry, as he himself was not a master. At last, a team had formed. After such a lengthy search, one might wonder if his own username had intimidated others from joining. The newcomer, identifying himself as I am not a master, immediately spoke up upon entering the team. Shinkai discerned that he was likely a man around 20 years of age. I am not a master, he mused. Who would choose to team up with such a bizarre name? However, Shinkai refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud and addressed the team channel instead. I am also not a master. With just the two of us, it would be prudent to gather more members before tackling the expert level dungeon. After all, I can afford to die at level 10 without any loss. I am not a master replied. 2 people attempting an expert level dungeon could prove quite challenging. We should gather more members. What the? Expert level? I intended to attempt the normal level. I have no intention of even attempting the adventure level. And here we are, diving straight into the expert level. Why not suggest we aim for the king level or even hell level? Moreover, given my profession and your username, who would be inclined to join us? Shinkai pondered for a moment before continuing. All right, let us call for assistance. However, no one else applied to join the team. Who would want to join a group led by a summoner with subpar combat prowess and an ID that reads I am not a master? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Player, Fengling Songyu, level 12 berserker, has applied to join the team. Another notification followed. Player, Lianxing Xiaoyu, level 10 mage, has applied to join the team. To my astonishment, 2 players had indeed come forth. With 4 individuals, surpassing the expert level should pose no significant challenge. Shinkai promptly accepted both into the team, his curiosity piqued by the presence of a level 12 player in his ranks. Especially since the maximum level was a mere 13, with only a handful of players achieving it. Once the 2 joined the team, Lianxing Xiaoyu's voice resonated immediately. Indeed, it is the light of Shinkai's summons. She was quite an adorable girl. Hello, I am Qin Feng. I am not a master immediately revealed his true name upon hearing a female voice, earning him a disdainful glance from Shinkai. Lianxing Xiaoyu disregarded I am not a master and said, Captain, please say something. Shinkai responded without hesitation. Do we know each other? You seem familiar. Lianxing Xiaoyu replied, Of course, I recognize you. Is there any loot left for a level 10? It turned out her interest was in the loot. When I announced the rewards, a crowd had gathered, and Lianxing Xiaoyu must have been among them. Shinkai replied, I sincerely apologize. My stamina is insufficient. At this moment, Fengling Songyu spoke. I possess stamina potions that can restore 100 points. May I craft one now? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with a reasonable sum of money. Consider the stamina potion a gift, and then we shall venture through the dungeon together. Upon hearing about the stamina potion, Shinkai was instantly elated. No problem, I will craft it right away, as I have plenty of materials at hand. Let us commence the transaction. After a brief period, Shinkai successfully produced 2 distinct trophies, one of which was exceptionally rare. Explosive Wild Boar Kingswood, Blue Copper Artifact, Equipment Type, Unique Loot Required Level, 10 Attack Power, 20 Critical Hit Rate, 2 Additional Effect, 2 Chance to increase attack damage by 50 upon striking. Chance for ordinary attacks to become 4. Wild Boar King's Wood, Blue Copper Artifact, Equipment Type, Unique Loot Required Level, 10 Attack Power, 15 Critical Hit Rate, 0. 5 Additional Effect, 1 Chance to increase attack damage by 30 upon striking. Chance for ordinary attacks to become 2. Could it be that my fortune is truly this remarkable? Looking at the exquisite equipment he crafted, Shinkai was filled with exhilaration. The emergence of a 2 critical hit was due to the core additional effect of 1 critical hit. What kind of rapid-fire creation is this? Asked Lianxing Xiaoyu. Somewhat anxiously, Shinkai promptly shared the 2 trophies he had crafted, resulting in a chorus of astonished exclamations from the 3 players in the team, clearly indicating how extraordinarily rare the explosive Wild Boar Kingswood truly was. Feng Ling Sungyu promptly declared, by the call of the Star Kai. I shall acquire the wood of the erupting wild boar for 50 gold coins. 50. Star Kai trembled slightly, and the three onlookers immediately recognized him as lacking wealth. Though I am not an expert, I too felt a surge of excitement. No problem, let us commence the transaction. Upon noticing an addition of 50 gold coins to my inventory, Star Kai felt he had stumbled upon a person of means once more. At that moment, I, not being an expert, interjected, Feng Ling Songyu, I did not anticipate your prowess. Could it be that you are affluent? Feng Ling Songyu replied, I am not wealthy. I simply excel at earning in this game, though I also spend quite liberally. However, that is the nature of gameplay. Let us proceed to the level 10 expert dungeon. I, not being an expert, quickly added, wait a moment, Captain, there is still a loot item. How about granting it to me? It does not seem particularly exceptional. By the way, I can offer you 1 gold coin. That is all I possess. Star Kai pondered for a moment and said, consider it a gift. If your damage output is significantly higher, our chances of success will also increase. I am profoundly grateful. I replied, while a loot item with 15 attack power may be deemed rather lackluster for the wood of the wild boar in our current context, an item boasting 11 attack power is already quite formidable, making 15 quite impressive indeed. Upon entering the dungeon, Star Kai surveyed the surroundings, which were ensnared in spider silk. For this was indeed a spider-lair dungeon, teeming with small spiders scuttling about. As the preparations for battle commenced, I, not being an expert, curiously inquired, Lian Xiaoyu, what is your relationship with Feng Ling Songyu? He is my elder brother, Lian Xiaoyu replied, finally recognizing my lack of expertise. Perhaps my question was quite ordinary. Is he your biological brother? I, still not an expert, continued to ask. Witnessing the beauty nodding as he immediately dashed towards a small spider. Is this fellow seeking death? To charge and recklessly, Lian Xiaoyu exclaimed. As a non-defensive type, I would easily be overwhelmed by a swarm of spiders, yet an astonishing occurrence transpired. When the spiders attempted to attack me, I swiftly evaded their strikes, positioning myself in such a manner that they could not reach me while I could retaliate against them. Whenever a spider moved into a position to strike, I would instantly adjust my location. Remarkably, each positional shift left the spiders unable to land a hit. Even if they managed to graze me, I would block the assault with my sword, significantly mitigating the damage before continuing my relentless onslaught. The three observers stood in awe. Players wielding swords typically fall into 3 categories, the first being those who utilize a one-handed sword, executing attacks with remarkable speed. The second, those who wield a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, boasting average speed and power but high defense. And finally, the third category consists of heavy swordsmen, who possess great speed and formidable strength, brandishing two-handed greatswords. Goodness, it seems that the ID can indeed be misleading, Shinkai remarked, recalling how when Rou Meng's ID suggested gentleness, while in reality, she was quite ferocious. Conversely, this I am not an expert is, in fact, a true master. What are you all staring at? Engage in battle. At that moment, I declared with a loud voice that I was not a master. He unleashed his true prowess and, with remarkable swiftness, elegantly stated, from now on, please call me Qin Feng. It seemed that this fellow was quite the challenge, as the 3 of them collectively pondered. Subsequently, they commenced battle, but before diving in, they took a moment to assess the combat capabilities of the surrounding small spiders. Small spider, level 10 dungeon monster, level 10 attack, 150 defense, 40 HP, 500 skills, silk spit, spider claw. This creature was akin to a mini-boss. Had its health been higher, it would truly qualify as a boss. Shinkai summoned his familiar, immediately commanding it to launch an attack. The summoned beast, boasting an impressive attack power of 90, dealt over 30 points of damage. Although the monster's defense stood at a mere 40, the dungeon's hidden attributes elevated its resilience. And calculating damage was far from straightforward. Qin Feng glanced at the familiar beside him and remarked, the damage output of this summoned creature is indeed substantial. Captain, it appears you possess a plethora of impressive equipment. My damage barely exceeds 40 points. Without the spoils, I might not even reach 30. My brother's combat strength is even more formidable. Do take note, exclaimed Lian Xiaoyu with enthusiasm. The 2 men immediately turned their attention to Feng Ling Songyu, who delivered a staggering blow, inflicting a critical damage of 170 points. The 2 men were rendered speechless, as 170 was indeed a critical hit, but without it, the damage would have merely been around 80 points, a stark contrast to the previous figures. However, the Berserker's attack speed is rather sluggish, and when averaged out, the total output per second of Qin Feng and Feng Ling Songyu is not significantly different. Even Xingkai himself, when unleashing his attacks, boasts a total output per second that rivals theirs, while only Lianxing Xiaoyu's output remains the lowest, primarily due to her subpar equipment. Yet, she remains unfazed, excitedly watching the high damage dealt by her brother. As they continue their battle, Qin Feng persistently flaunts his skills, but the sole female among them remains oblivious, fixated on her brother. Observing the beautiful girl, Qin Feng quietly muses, could she be a brother Khan? Such a splendid girl has fallen so deeply, I must devise a strategy. Moments later, an idea strikes him, and he proclaims, how about we add each other as friends? It would facilitate our communication in the future. I choose everyone. Not just the beautiful girl, this will significantly enhance my chances. Lianxing Xiaoyu promptly responds, I won't add you. I will only add the captain. Captain, if you happen to acquire any exquisite loot, do remember to contact me. That's not fair. Qin Feng exclaims in frustration, as he waits in vain for the beautiful girl to send a friend request or accept his invitation. Stop talking so much and focus on the battle. Be careful, or I might kick you. Xingkai glances at his friend list, noticing 3 new additions. With this, the beautiful girl now has 2 friends, though it seems she will not be in touch with him for quite some time. Chapter 011. Encountering a boss with remarkable luck, Spider Prince Tang, Ku level, 10 attack, 250 defense, 50 HP, 5,000 skills, diffusion aura, spider claw, area silk spit. Upon observing the attributes of the first boss in the dungeon, Xingkai was immediately struck by the formidable power it possessed, far surpassing that of the previously encountered Wild Boar King. Truly, it was worthy of being categorized as an expert-level dungeon, where typically 3 bosses exist, each more formidable than the last. Feng Ling Songyu turned to Xingkai and remarked, I have previously engaged with a level 10 dungeon. The skills of this level 10 boss include the diffusion aura, which affects a radius of 5 meters around it, ensuring that melee players will inevitably sustain damage. The Spider Claw is a high-damage single-target skill, while the area Silk Spit serves as a linear area attack. Captain, you and my sister will attack from behind the boss, while I and our less experienced allies will flank it on either side. Our summoned beasts will draw its fire from the front. I understand. Both Xingkai and Lianxing Xiaoyu replied simultaneously, as the diffusion aura posed no threat to them as ranged attackers. Please call me Qin Feng. Qin Feng interjected, as Feng Ling Songyu seemed reluctant to relinquish his interest in the beautiful Lianxing Xiaoyu. Lianxing Xiaoyu, visibly irritated, declared, Captain, you should have him tank it for defying the highest level orders. Considering your lack of skill, I suggest you seek another girlfriend, she admonished, and refrain from speaking further, lest the consequences be dire. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's understanding expression, Xingkai chose not to elaborate further. As the captain, he promptly declared, then let us engage in battle as Feng Ling Songyu proposed. The combat strategy suggested by Feng Ling Songyu proved to be remarkably effective. Regrettably, the summoned creatures before the boss were swiftly dispatched after just 2 hits. On one occasion, a critical strike obliterated a summoned beast instantaneously. Once a creature fell, the boss turned its wrath upon 2 warriors. Unfortunately, Qin Feng found himself the target of the Spider Prince's assault. As the boss launched a vicious attack with its razor-sharp claws, Qin Feng instinctively raised his weapon to deflect the blow, yet he still suffered significant damage, losing over 100 health points. The absence of a priest was indeed lamentable, but he resolved to evade all incoming attacks nonetheless. Observing the claws swipe past him, Qin Feng retreated with utmost speed, causing the boss's strike to miss. After several failed attempts, the Spider Prince redirected its aggression towards Feng Ling Songyu. The Berserker, unlike the swordsman, was not as agile and took over 200 damage in a single hit. Battling without a priest was proving exceedingly difficult. Not a master. Hurry. Draw the boss's ire, cried Lianxing Xiaoyu, witnessing her brother being assaulted. Doesn't he have weapon defense? A berserker clad in heavy armor boasts far superior defense compared to my light armor. Employing weapon defense should mitigate damage entirely. The frequency of attacks may diminish, but our output can be enhanced accordingly. Turning his gaze to the summoned creature that had reappeared, Qin Feng continued, moreover, we have summoned beasts providing fire support. Ah, boss, why do you strike me? It serves you right for being so ruthless in your output. Lingxing Xiaoya, reveling in misfortune, remarked, while Qin Feng, in a fit of anger, attempted to evade the situation. However, as soon as the boss unleashed its area attack, Qin Feng found himself unable to dodge, suffering a staggering loss of nearly 300 hit points, nearly leading to his demise. Swiftly, Qin Feng consumed a potent potion, restoring 250 HP, a meager amount given the current circumstances. Indeed, the expert-level dungeon proved beyond our capabilities. We should promptly transition to the normal level. Isn't the expert-level dungeon what you wish to conquer? Xingkai interjected. Qin Feng promptly retorted, I was merely jesting. Moreover, with a party of 4, it should be somewhat easier, although an effective team ideally comprises at least 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 support, and multiple high-damage dealers. Alas, our group consists solely of damage dealers. Upon hearing this, Xingkai pondered and suggested, then let us depart once this boss is defeated and recruit a few more members. Fengling Songyu immediately chimed in, I have already exhausted my attempts at the dungeon today. This will be my final endeavor. Should we fail, I shall abandon this quest and pursue level 15 monsters to gain experience. Indeed, skilled players are capable of defeating enemies beyond their level. Xingkai, curious, wondered when he might also achieve such feats. However, lacking both defense and damage output, he mused, would seeking higher-level foes not be tantamount to courting death? Ling Xingxiaye added, Brother, if you cease, then I shall too. Qin Feng replied, Very well. After all, death in the dungeon incurs no loss of items. And given the significantly heightened difficulty of this game's upgrades, the penalties for dying have been substantially reduced. Xingkai glanced at his status, noting he was still at level 10 and declared, I am currently at level 10, no losses shall be incurred. Thus, they resolved to continue their battle. Both Qin Feng and Fengling Songyu possessed skills in weapon defense and evasion. If they exerted themselves fully, they could potentially evade even area of effect attacks. As this particular skill was not exceedingly formidable, for the spider's claw, Qin Feng could evade over 50 of the attacks, with the remainder being deflected using his weapon. Due to his heavier physique, Fengling Songyu relied solely on weapon blocking to withstand the ferocious assaults. As for the Radiant Circle, the two could not completely evade it. Yet the damage was merely around 150, which was manageable to defend against. Consequently, through the concerted efforts of the 4, they vanquished the Spider Prince after nearly 5 minutes of intense combat, as its 50 defense points had proven exceedingly formidable. Upon the boss's defeat, the 4 received a substantial amount of experience, though none leveled up as a result. However, the loot that emerged filled them with immense joy. Spider Prince's staff, green bronze artifact, equipment type, weapon staff required level, 10 magical attack power, 30 additional effect, ignores 10 points of target's defense. This weapon, intended for mages, was bestowed upon them by Lian Xingxiaoyu. Upon seeing the equipment, Xingkai immediately exclaimed, an increase of 30 magical attack power is simply marvelous. My current weapon boasts only 15 attack power. Lian Xingxiaoyu, elated, equipped the Spider Prince's staff, significantly enhancing her output in the forthcoming battles. Spider Prince armor, green bronze, equipment category, armor heavy required level, 10 physical defense, 15 additional effect, reduces damage from successful target attacks by 10 when blocking with a weapon. Spider Prince boots, green bronze, equipment category, footwear light required level, 10 physical defense, 6 additional effect, increases attack speed growth by 5. Spider Prince necklace, green bronze, equipment category, accessory necklace required level, 10 magical defense, 13 additional effect, increases summon creature defense by 10 points. The items dropped by the expert level boss are all green bronze, which is rather fortunate. Xingkai turned to his companions and continued. The armor should go to Fengling Songyu, the light armor to someone who isn't a master, and the necklace is for me. The drop rate for expert level items is commendable. It appears that your luck is quite exceptional. Fengling Songyu quickly added, according to information online, a team that defeats an expert level dungeon boss typically acquires 3 pieces of green bronze equipment, and we have obtained 4, each of which is exquisite. Furthermore, the rarity of your crafted loot is remarkably high. Lian Xingxiaoyu pondered for a moment and remarked, it does seem so. I recall that among the 100 pieces of equipment for enhancement, at most 5 are of exceptional quality, while the rest are either ordinary or even subpar. Your fortune is indeed extraordinary. What is your luck value? Xingkai, noticing the disbelief on the faces of the 3, promptly shared his information with them, which finally convinced them of his claims. Qin Feng immediately exclaimed, it truly is a 0. Could it be that your hidden luck is exceptionally high? If so, let us muster our strength and continue the battle. With a new piece of equipment, our chances of success will significantly improve. This was undoubtedly essential. Thus, the group of four set forth along the path ahead, soon discovering an array of new monsters, each named according to their colors. Red Spider, Level 10 Dungeon Monster, Level 11 Attack, 170 Defense, 40 HP, 600 Skill, Flame Spit. Blue Spider, Level 10 Dungeon Monster, Level 11 Attack, 160 Defense, 60 HP, 600 Skill, Ice Spit. Green Spider, Level 10 Dungeon Monster, Level 11 Attack, 150 Defense, 70 HP, 600 Skill, Healing Thread. What a bewildering assortment of spiders. How shall we confront them? Shinkai was taken aback by the variety of monsters before him. Unlike the fixed nature of the level 10 creatures, these level 11 monsters required a particularly adept strategy to defeat. Qin Feng promptly replied, "Our first priority should be to eliminate those that enhance and heal, followed by those with high attack power, and lastly, we shall tackle the heavily armored ones." It is common knowledge in battle. Due to the acquisition of a new weapon, the output of Lianxing Xiaoye has significantly increased. The four of them can eliminate an ordinary spider in approximately 3 seconds collectively. However, the sheer number of spiders surrounding them necessitates at least 20 minutes to eradicate them all, with their quantity surpassing that of the smaller spiders. Additionally, having reached level 11, the experience gained by the quartet has markedly improved, though ascending to a higher level remains an impossibility. By the way, the second boss is of the magical attack type. As Fengling Songyu's words fell, the trio exclaimed in unison, "What?" Shinkai quickly interjected, "A magic attack type means ranged attacks. We're doomed, and you do realize we aren't experts, right?" Qin Feng promptly responded, "It's because my ID is so formidable that no one wants to team up with me. I will venture alone to hunt monsters in the wild, and see if anyone wishes to join when I reach level 11. Serves you right. Who told you to choose such a powerful ID? I'm not an expert," Lianxing Xiaoye remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, revealing her evident disdain for Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, "I never intended to choose this name. Initially, I thought of I am an expert, but it was taken, then I am a stronger, which was also unavailable. Eventually, I settled on I am not an expert, and that became my ID. Could you not select a more conventional name?" Shinkai's summoning seems rather ordinary. Lianxing Xiaoye quickly redirected the conversation towards Shinkai. Shinkai immediately responded, "When I registered, there were already billions of players. Out of necessity, I resorted to this rather unappealing ID. However, the name matters little as long as I can play." Chapter 012. A return home after another encounter with the third boss, Spider Princess. Spirit Engraving, Level 11 Attack, 280 Defense, 40 HP, 5,000 Skills, Hellfire Pillar, Hailbreak, Magic Missile. Upon witnessing the information regarding the boss, Qin Feng promptly remarked, "Indeed, it is a magic-type boss, boasting an impressive attack power of 280 points. Although its defense is considerably lower than that of the prince, making it much easier to defeat. Any hit from its skills would be fatal." He then resolved to summon a familiar to gauge its combat prowess. Without delay, Shinkai summoned a familiar to engage in battle, but the damage inflicted was rather pathetic, merely exceeding 30 points. It became evident that even with a reduction of 10 points in defense, it had little impact. Following the familiar's attack, a crimson circle of light manifested beneath its feet, which, after approximately 2 seconds, erupted into a colossal pillar of fire, inflicting a devastating 600 points of damage and, unsurprisingly, resulting in its instant demise. Fengling Sonyu observed the approaching boss and stated, "The Hellfire Pillar is a skill of tremendous power, albeit exceedingly slow. As long as we evade the circle of light, we should be safe. However, the Hail Break is a high-damage single-target spell that could pose significant trouble if struck. While the Magic Missile is akin to a standard attack, our warriors inherently possess lower defense. It appears we are in for considerable peril." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to launch an attack from behind the boss, as this seemed to be the only viable combat strategy left. As a swordsman, his defense was even lower than that of Fengling Sonyu. Fengling Sonyu launched an assault on the left flank of the formidable boss, while Shinkai maneuvered to the right. Lianxing Xiaoyu, audacious as ever, opted for a direct confrontation. However, such a reckless approach soon led the two warriors to reconsider their strategy in light of the boss's terrifying offensive capabilities. The magical damage output was alarmingly high. Even at full health, they would be obliterated in an instant. Choosing not to persist in combat, Qin Feng, struck by a thought, remarked, "Captain, ladies, you are all ranged attackers. Let the summoned beasts impede the boss's advance while you unleash your ranged assaults. If the summoned creatures perish, we can retreat until they are revived. We can maintain this cycle of attack." Lian Xing Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Do not refer to me as lady, but your strategy is commendable. Although I currently lack a deceleration skill, the summoned beasts will suffice." Feng Ling Songyu approached Lian Xing Xiaoyu and presented her with the exquisite spoils of battle he had previously acquired, stating, "This grants an additional 20 points to your attack power and significantly enhances your success rate." "Thank you, brother. Rest assured, I shall vanquish the boss," she replied, her spirits lifted upon equipping the exceptional loot. She then unleashed a spell upon the boss, inflicting a remarkable damage of 164. The potency of both magical and berserker attacks was indeed formidable, leading Qin Feng to ponder that future endeavors should be confined to ordinary dungeons. As the expert-level challenges proved excessively daunting, he settled into a nearby spot to observe the unfolding spectacle, acknowledging that even his adept maneuvers would falter against such a powerful boss in the early stages of the game. Xing Kai reminisced about his first encounter with a boss in the novice village, where he relied on summoned beasts to shield him from the boss's attacks, ultimately leading to its defeat. This time, the scenario was quite similar, albeit with the addition of a high-output mage and a boss that employed ranged attacks. Although the Hellfire Pillar possessed formidable power and an extensive attack range, its activation time was notably lengthy, and its launch point quickly became apparent. The Ice Hail Break and Magic Missile manifested straightforwardly in front of them, and as long as the two combatants maintained a distance of 10 meters and continued moving, they faced no significant issues. The summoned beasts engaged the boss, unleashing their full assault while obstructing its movements. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. For instance, the boss, instead of targeting the summoned beasts, directed its wrath towards Lian Xing Xiaoyu. Qin Feng immediately exclaimed, "Beauty, your output is too high. You must reduce the loot, or it will become perilous. The boss needs to focus on the summoned beasts for you to succeed in defeating it." He had inadvertently overlooked how rapidly high output could attract the boss's ire. Feng Ling Songyu felt a twinge of regret for his decision. Lian Xing Xiaoyu seemed to intuit her brother's thoughts and promptly declared, "Brother, this is not your fault. The mistake lies with the captain's summoned beasts and their insufficient combat prowess." Xing Kai, feeling helpless, responded, "How can this be blamed on me? The combat strength of summoned beasts is inherently low. They must reach the third advancement to summon 3 beasts capable of standing against other classes. Regardless, my own combat power is quite lacking." Upon witnessing the cooldown of his skill reach 0, Xing Kai summoned his creatures once more, only to find that this time 2 had appeared. It seemed fortune favored him. With the dual summoned beasts engaging the boss, the latter was compelled to focus its attacks on them, leading to a swift demise under the onslaught of a Hellfire Pillar. "Do you know how to switch classes?" he inquired, observing the situation. Immediately, he posed a question. "If I can summon 2 yet still be eliminated, is it even feasible to continue?" Qin Feng, ever kind-hearted, responded promptly, after reaching level 30. "You will be able to create a new character, but for your main account, it will take at least a month before you can delete it. Changing classes is simply out of the question. Letting go of my character is one thing. I still wish to profit from the spoils," Xing Kai remarked, glancing at the boss's dwindling health. "It should take around 5 minutes to conclude this battle. If the boss continues to target my summoned beasts, the time required will be significantly reduced. Early-stage boss encounters are rather manageable," Qin Feng replied. "Later-stage bosses can eliminate you with a single skill. Strive to become more adept, young man, or you shall find yourself merely cannon fodder in large-scale events." "I shall endeavor to improve, most likely," he replied, in a rather shameless manner. The ranged attacks dispatched the Spider Princess, ultimately leading to her downfall. After all, early-stage bosses are rather weak. However, were they excessively strong? No one would dare to engage them, such as those encountered in the King and Hell-level dungeons. As the boss fell, the quartet promptly began to gather the loot. As the team leader, Xing Kai meticulously examined the spoils, only to discover yet another 4 pieces of green copper equipment, confirming that his luck was indeed extraordinary. Spider Princess Ring, green copper, equipment category, accessories ring required level 10 magical attack power, 10 bonus, ignores 10 points of target's defense. Spider Princess Boots, green copper, equipment category, boots heavy armor required level 10 physical defense power, 9 bonus. 5 increase in physical defense growth. Spider Princess Cloak. Green copper. Equipment category. Cloak light armor required level. Level 10 magical defense power. 8 bonus. 5 increase in physical attack growth. Spider Bracelet. Green copper. Equipment category. Accessories bracelet required level. Level 10 evasion rate. 2 bonus. Increases summoned creatures' evasion rate by 10. Indeed, our fortune appears to be extraordinarily auspicious, as if it were intentionally bestowed upon us. Qin Feng glanced at Xing Kai and remarked, "Could it be that you possess the protagonist's cheat code from an online character? How could that be? If I had such a cheat, I would have acquired a divine artifact or a growth artifact upon entering the game, becoming a being capable of annihilating an entire nation in a mere second after a year." Xing Kai quickly responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize. I've indulged too much in those over-the-top stories. Let us commence the distribution. The bracelet shall be mine. The cloak presumably belongs to the expert. The boots are for Fengling Songyu, and the ring is designated for Lianxing Xiaoyu." After acquiring her new equipment, Lianxing Xiaoyu expressed her joy, recalling a game from a decade ago where one's fate could hinge upon entering a realm and obtaining a growth-enhancing artifact, which, moreover, was not merely a weapon of overwhelming power. "By the way, brother, I shall return your spoils. What shall we do next?" Fengling Songyu promptly replied. "The final boss is the Spider Matriarch, a summoning-type adversary. As its health diminishes, it will conjure forth an increasing number of spiders, reaching a maximum of 10. Upon hearing the mention of 10 spiders, Xing Kai immediately remarked, "I cannot shake the feeling that this time we truly cannot prevail." Fengling Songyu explained, "Originally, an expert-level challenge would require at least 10 participants to succeed, for can only tackle the adventure level. However, having acquired 2 exceptional green copper artifacts, we are now fully prepared." After pondering for a moment, Xing Kai suggested, "Let us eliminate all the smaller foes and forego the final boss. The experience from the bosses within the dungeon is still exceptionally rewarding." Thus, a decision was made. Spider Matriarch. Divine Mark, level 10 dungeon boss, level 12 attack, 300 defense, 60 HP, 6,000 skills, summon spiders, regeneration, area roar. This boss truly appears insurmountable. Upon viewing the final boss's attributes, the 4 collectively expressed their dismay, noting that with an attack power of 300, the ability to summon 10 monsters, self-healing capabilities, and area attacks, such a boss would spell doom for 2 warriors. If Xing Kai and Lianxing Xiaoyu engaged in combat, defeat was inevitable. Should they choose to flee, death would be their fate. Abandoning the quest felt inconsequential to Xing Kai, for the dungeon boss could be vanquished daily. Losing one encounter was of little significance. Each individual resolved to exert their utmost efforts, and upon uttering Fengling Songyu's words, they opted to forsake the dungeon and exit. Lianxing Xiaoyu and Qin Feng followed suit, leaving their next meeting with the trio shrouded in uncertainty. Deciding to depart as well, Xing Kai promptly clicked to exit the dungeon. "Ding! You are in combat and cannot leave the dungeon." "What?" Xing Kai immediately turned to face the Spider Matriarch, only to find it launching an assault against him. Perhaps it was because he was now the sole target, making him an easy prey. Although he was aware that his level had yet to reach 11 and death would incur no severe penalties. The sudden aggression of the Spider Matriarch compelled him to flee instinctively, summoning his familiar in a reflexive act. However, the Spider Matriarch summoned a spider of its own, boasting an attack power of 200 points, while Xing Kai's familiar would scarcely survive 2 seconds. "Why must I flee? If I die, I can simply return to town. With one foe dealing 300 damage and another 200, how can I possibly contend alone?" As Xing Kai glanced anxiously around, he quickened his pace, searching for any potential hiding spots. After approximately a minute of frantic escape, he found himself in an unfamiliar part of the dungeon. The internal map was vast, akin to the novice village, with numerous areas yet to be unveiled, and in those concealed locales, there were no monsters to be found. The runner, Xing Kai, suddenly stumbled upon a treasure chest, perplexed as to why such an object would be found in such a secluded location. Without a stroke of good fortune, he might never have discovered it. Nevertheless, he resolved to uncover its contents. Without hesitation, Xing Kai dashed towards a tree, where the chest lay nestled within a small hollow at its base. Had he not been curious enough to investigate the small cavity, he might have lost the chance to connect with the treasure. The chest was remarkably small, and Xing Kai effortlessly retrieved it. However, at that moment, the Spider Queen approached, emitting a fearsome roar, prompting Xing Kai to make a hasty retreat back home. Chapter 013. Oh. The beauty of abundance. Gazing at the resurrection point in the quaint village of Tiaohua, Xingkai felt a sense of helplessness. He resolved that the next time his attack power reached 1,000, he would confront the spider matriarch in a one-on-one battle. Such enmity was monumental. Deciding to investigate the contents of the treasure chest he had just encountered, Xingkai opened his backpack, eager to examine the box that had led to his demise. Upon opening it, he discovered a recipe, specifically, the crafting formula for stamina potions. The sight of this recipe filled him with immense excitement. If he could mass-produce stamina potions, he would no longer have to worry about lacking energy when crafting. Swiftly absorbing the knowledge, the potion interface within his secondary profession illuminated, revealing the stamina potion. Level 1 stamina potion recipe, usable by players above level 10, instantly restores 10 points of stamina. Each player may utilize this potion up to 10 times daily. With the following materials required: red flower herb X1, green flower herb X1, blue flower herb X1. Vitality cost: 1. This potion recipe is classified as growth capable. To increase stamina through the consumption of vitality? However, where could he possibly find these 3 herbs? Xingkai promptly accessed the game database and discovered that these herbs were categorized as rare materials, each commanding a market price of at least 10 silver. Thus, the cost to craft a single potion amounted to 30 silver, with a total expenditure of 5 gold in stamina costs for each loot item produced. It felt rather steep. After all, those potions that restored 100 stamina cost less than 2 gold each, though their scarcity rendered them virtually unattainable. Xingkai continued his search for the locations of the 3 types of flowers and soon discovered an abundance of level 30 maps. It seemed that only upon reaching level 30 would players significantly reduce the prices of these flowers. Glancing at the 50 gold coins in his backpack, he reasoned that if the forthcoming spoils were of exceptional quality, even if the combined cost amounted to 2 gold coins, he would not incur substantial losses. Consequently, he resolved to engage in a frenzied production of loot and stamina potions. 2 hours later, he surveyed his backpack, which now contained 20 pieces of loot. While his 50 gold coins had nearly vanished, the minimum increase in attack power was 14 points, with the maximum reaching 20 points. Averaging out, the 20 pieces yielded approximately 17 points of attack power, and among them, 7 possessed additional attributes. It appeared that fortune was smiling upon him. Pondering for a moment, Xingkai promptly contacted Huangfu Haoqi. Huangfu Haoqi, do you remember me? Of course, came the immediate response, along with an understanding of the situation as he continued. Do you have the loot crafted now? Xingkai replied, indeed, I have a total of 20 wild boar king's wooden pieces. What? 20 pieces? Upon hearing Xingkai's words, Huangfu Haoqi let out an astonishing roar that nearly rendered Xingkai's ears unresponsive. Apologies, I got a bit carried away. Each wild boar king's wooden piece requires 50 points of stamina. 20 pieces demand a staggering 1,000 points. I understand you must have utilized stamina potions. Huangfu Haoqi's comprehension was indeed impressive. I am currently unable to leave my post, but I will send one of my subordinates to purchase from you. As for the price, it is set at 250. However, if that is not acceptable, I will directly offer 300 gold coins for the entire lot. Xingkai felt immense joy as he exclaimed. Transaction. After a brief period of anticipation, a stunningly beautiful swordswoman appeared before him, instantly captivating the attention of numerous players. As Xingkai gazed upon her, he discovered her ID was Qifeng Huanshu, one of the subordinates introduced by Huangfu Haoqi. He had never anticipated that he would encounter yet another enchanting beauty. You must be the one summoned by Xingkai. I am here to collect 20 pieces of loot, Qifeng Huanshu said with a smile, eliciting a chorus of excited reactions from the surrounding male players. Let us commence the trade, Xingkai responded, seemingly unfazed by her beauty. Perhaps due to his previous encounters with many alluring women. As he sent the trade request and received her approval, the transaction began. Upon inspecting the 20 pieces of loot, Qifeng Huanshu's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The quality of these items was extraordinary, her luck seemingly equivalent to that of 10 players combined. Initially, she had wondered if 300 gold coins for 20 pieces of loot was too steep. However, it now appeared to be an incredible bargain. Xingkai, thrilled with his profit of 250 gold coins, envisioned recovering 1,000 gold coins within 5 days if this trend continued. Noticing Qifeng Huanshu's steady gaze upon him, he remarked, Why are you staring at me, beauty? Is there something on my face? No, Qifeng Huanshu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shall we add each other as friends to keep in touch? Absolutely, Shinkai affirmed. How could one possibly refuse the desire of a beautiful woman to become friends? Thus, another enchanting companion was added to the circle. Chi Feng Huandu remarked, "All right, I shall now distribute the spoils among our esteemed experts. Should there be any exceptional treasures in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Shinkai nodded in agreement. No problem. From now on, there will be over 20 wild boar kings with daily, each transaction yielding 15 gold coins for 20 pieces, with both good and bad items available. With that, they bid each other farewell, both looking forward to the morrow, one for wealth, the other for equipment, and perhaps something more. With newfound riches, Shinkai promptly visited the mount shop, spending 10 gold coins to acquire the swiftest steed available. Regrettably, the equipment in the store was rather lackluster. Though he managed to procure some commendable potions and various useful items, he converted a portion of his remaining funds into cash, reserving the rest for material purchases the following day. As he reflected on his expenditures, Shinkai lamented, "Indeed, this is a realm for the affluent. I have squandered so much gold already." He then contemplated challenging a dungeon once more to see if any treasures remained. After entering an expert-level dungeon, Shinkai bypassed the monsters and headed straight to the location of a discovered treasure chest, only to find nothing. In his quest for answers online, he found no discussions regarding the discovery of chests within the dungeon. The only explanation Shinkai could conceive was the existence of specific conditions for such occurrences. In certain single-player games, various endings emerge based on choices made, and unexpected items can manifest in places where they typically would not appear if certain criteria are met. Must one form a party of 4, eliminate all monsters and 2 bosses, while 3 teammates sacrifice themselves to distract the boss, allowing one to discover the location? This seems to hinge entirely on luck. Who could predict where I might end up? After searching in vain for valuable items, Shinkai reluctantly abandoned the dungeon, realizing he could not conquer the expert level alone. Upon returning to the dungeon, he opted for the normal level this time. For a player equipped with decent gear, the normal dungeon posed no challenge. After several successful solo runs, Shinkai's level ascended to 11. The following day, he began crafting loot and stamina potions, subsequently contacting Chi Feng Huanyan, which yielded him an additional 300 gold coins. The thought thrilled Shinkai, although he lamented the rapidly diminishing exchange rate for gold. "Shinkai, you are now an 11th level summoner. Do you have any pets?" After the trade concluded, Chi Feng Huanyan inquired. Shinkai promptly replied, "Not yet, but I plan to catch one today. If I fail to do so, my combat capabilities will be severely compromised." Upon hearing this, Chi Feng Huani produced an egg the size of a soccer ball and said, "This is a reward from a boss we defeated last night. Since our party lacked a summoner, we decided to roll for it. Fortune smiled upon me, and I emerged victorious. This pet is yours. Non-summoner players require level 30 to utilize pets. Is it acceptable for me to give it to you?" Shinkai felt that receiving a pet egg dropped from a boss would be exceptionally valuable. If sold, its worth would be immense. Chi Feng Huani immediately smiled and replied, "No worries. I am not in need of money, and considering you've sold us so many splendid spoils, consider this a gesture of goodwill. Thank you very much. By the way, how do I form the contract? You don't know? This is my first time playing a summoner." "Oh, I see. Simply click on the pet egg, select contract, and then drop your blood onto the egg. That will suffice. I understand now. Wait. Can other classes use pet eggs in the same manner? Oh, I see, a novice indeed. Advanced Summon, Sharp Wolf King, B-level skill. Skill level, 10, maximum 200, skill category, active summoning skill, skill effect. Summons a contracted creature, Sharp Wolf King, to participate, with an attack growth of 11 at level 10. 110 attack power plus 150 from equipment, no pressure, defense growth of 3, HP growth, 70, duration of 60 seconds or until defeated, MP cost, 100 points, cooldown, 5 seconds. Shinkai gazed at the newly acquired skill that rendered lower-level summons obsolete due to the acquisition of a pet. It appeared that his combat prowess had significantly enhanced. The information regarding the Sharp Wolf King was indeed formidable. Transitioning from the lowest tier to an advanced level was akin to adding a berserker player to his ranks. The efficacy was truly impressive, though it was unfortunate that the Sharp Wolf King's attack power had diminished to 300 points upon becoming a pet. Such a reduction was to be expected. Had it retained its formidable strength, it would have been nothing short of extraordinary. Chi Feng Wawu pondered for a moment before continuing. "After I distribute the spoils to my companions, shall we embark on a challenge of an adventure-level dungeon?" Without hesitation, Shinkai replied, "Absolutely." With the Sharp Wolf King, It will be a breeze. However, the expert level requires several players. Perhaps you could summon a few more? Too many players can complicate matters. Let us resolve to challenge the adventure level dungeon as just the two of us. Do you have any objections? Qi Fenghuawu suddenly exclaimed, prompting Xing Kai to perceive her as yet another exceptionally skilled female player. In this era, there were many experts, yet true mastery necessitated a combination of luck, skill, financial resources, and diligence. Without these, one could easily become cannon fodder, regardless of their level or equipment. Very well, let us complete all our attempts together. With the decision made, Qi Fenghuawu allocated the spoils to her subordinates, and together with Xing Kai, they set forth to challenge the adventure level dungeon. The disparity in difficulty among the 5 tiers of dungeons, ordinary, adventure, expert, king, and hell, was immense, and the rewards varied significantly. In the ordinary tier, possessing a full set of bronze equipment suffices for individual challenges. The adventurous tier demands a complete set of green bronze gear, in addition to either a duo or a full set of blue bronze for solo endeavors. The expert level requires a minimum of 5 diverse players to undertake a challenge, while the king tier necessitates at least 10 high-level green bronze players. The hell tier, however, calls for 50 players. It is said that a group of 50 level 10 players attempted to conquer the hell tier, but ultimately failed. An hour ago, they organized a team of 50 players, each above level 12 and equipped with exceptional gear, who successfully navigated the hell dungeon. As players reach level 15, the number required decreases significantly, naturally, during that time. Everyone strives to conquer the level 15 dungeon. Throughout the morning, they remained engrossed in the dungeon, proceeding from the adventurous level onward. Although the experience felt somewhat monotonous, the company of a beautiful companion rendered the tedium worthwhile, and the dungeon provided substantial experience points. After several runs, Xing Kai was nearly at level 12. One more challenge would assure his ascension, yet that seemed an unattainable feat. Glancing at the time, Xing Kai remarked, "The dungeon challenge is complete. In the afternoon, I shall explore other areas, and tomorrow we can resume our trading and dungeon endeavors." "No problem," Qi Fenghuawu readily agreed. With a boss-level pet at his side, Xing Kai faced the dungeon challenges with remarkably low pressure. Had they not been aware that the expert-level dungeons were beyond their reach, they would have already ventured forth into battle. After the gentle breeze danced away from his sight, Xing Kai decided it was time to dine. He was elated, having earned a substantial sum in the game, and headed to a restaurant to indulge in the exquisite, high-priced dishes he had longed to savor. However, he was prudent and refrained from overindulging. A meal sufficient for one was all he desired. Chapter 014. Are the black and white exploding bears and the thunder bamboo forest pandas? During a meal, Xing Kai suddenly spotted a beautiful woman, whose face seemed familiar. As he gazed at her, she quickly returned his glance. After a few seconds of mutual contemplation, they both recalled their connection. Xing Kai exclaimed, "Gentle Rain Dream. I never anticipated we would encounter each other here." In unison, they expressed their surprise. The character Gentle Rain Dream in the game selected several dishes and approached Xing Kai, saying, "I can't believe we're in the same city, let alone at the same restaurant." Xing Kai replied, "I also feel that our fate is quite remarkable. By the way, what are you up to now?" Gentle Rain Dream responded, "I'm still immersed in gaming. By the way, do you have any loot on you? My boss intends to purchase everything." After pondering, Xing Kai replied, "I do have some, but it's already been reserved. A businessman must uphold their credibility to earn a profit." Gentle Rain Dream seemed unfazed. "Oh, I see. However, it's not a problem. Our players have already acquired the level 10 loot recipes, including those for blue copper items." Xing Kai's interest piqued at this. "So the blue copper loot is already available? If that's the case, my business will be significantly impacted." Gentle Rain Dream chuckled, "Rest assured. Millions of players will keep you profitable. According to my calculations, the value of blue copper loot will drastically decrease in about 10 days. At that point, you can sell even better or superior equipment. I believe your luck is quite favorable. You will be just fine." Xing Kai nodded and remarked, "The game has only just commenced, yet I have already reaped numerous benefits. There will undoubtedly be more advantages in the future. Should something valuable arise, I will seek your collaboration, and naturally, providing the materials will enhance the success rate." When Ro Yumeng inquired, "Have you yet aligned yourself with any faction? Which one do you intend to join?" After a brief contemplation, Xing Kai replied, "At present, I have no intention of joining any faction. Being an ordinary player suffices for me. May I ask which faction you have joined?" "Wanling Bihue, a guild comprised entirely of female players. They do accept male players, but they are not regarded as the main force, when Ro Yumeng quickly elaborated. If you wish to join, I can certainly speak to my leader on your behalf. A guild exclusively for women seems quite impressive, though it does not concern me, Shinkai mused before continuing. If I decide to join a faction, I will consider my options carefully. In the meantime, I wish you success. If you become a formidable player, entering the main guild should pose no challenge. After their meal, Shinkai returned home to continue playing the game. This endeavor had seamlessly integrated into his daily routine. How could he possibly forsake a newfound avenue for income? Of course, enhancing his skills remained paramount. In the past, he would only confront monsters of equal level, but now, having acquired a formidable pet, he felt confident in tackling level 15 challenges, especially in areas with sparse player presence. Certainly, Shinkai recognized that venturing into ordinary maps would yield little effect. Thus, he rode to uncharted territories, often abundant in resources. After approximately an hour of travel, he found himself devoid of any players, surrounded instead by a multitude of creatures. However, these monsters proved to be a source of frustration for Shinkai, possessing formidable defenses yet lacking in offensive capabilities. Ding! You have discovered an unexplored map, Thunder Bamboo Forest. Reward, 100 reputation points. All internal monsters are 5 levels higher than you. Exercise caution in battle. Thunder Bamboo Forest, it surely doesn't often thunder here, Shinkai remarked. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding thunder echoed around him, despite the clear skies above, indicating it was not genuine thunder. Monsters detected. Shinkai summoned his now level 11 Sharp Wolf King, cautiously advancing towards the location of the monsters he had identified, scrutinizing their attributes. Thunderburst Bear, Common Wilderness Monster, level 18 attack, 180 defense, 20 HP, 500 skill, Thunderstrike. Compared to monsters in adventure-level dungeons, their disparity was negligible. They were indeed manageable. Shinkai locked onto a Thunderburst Bear, unleashing a magical attack, while directing the Sharp Wolf King to intercept the creature's assault. The ordinary magical attacks of Shinkai, combined with the sharp strikes of the Wolf King, quickly led him to realize that approximately 5 hits would suffice, all within a span of fewer than 10 seconds. However, the Thunderclap Bear, upon being struck, immediately erupted in rage, unleashing a bolt of lightning that inflicted nearly 300 points of damage to the Wolf King. To his astonishment, Shinkai was taken aback by the terrifying damage. Such high damage was not typical during dungeon raids. He soon grasped the situation and remarked, "Is this what a level disparity feels like? No wonder few players dare to engage when they are 3 levels higher." Nevertheless, he felt confident in his own attack capabilities. Once the Wolf King was vanquished, Shinkai promptly summoned it again. The 5-second cooldown appeared remarkably brief. Upon its resurrection, the Wolf King swiftly dispatched the Thunderclap Bear. Shinkai felt fortunate to possess such a formidable companion, recognizing that had it been any other familiar, it would have perished within 2 seconds, leaving him vulnerable to an instant demise. In truth, an exceptionally skilled summoner with a powerful pet is immensely advantageous, far superior to those who rely solely on ranged attacks to kite enemies. Alas, the poor summoned creatures are doomed to die countless times. After battling several Thunderclap Bears, Shinkai suddenly realized his mana points had been depleted. The 110 points consumed by his level 11 skills were indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had prepared ample potions. Being financially secure afforded him the luxury to single-handedly slay Thunderclap Bears for several hours. 3 hours later, Shinkai glanced at his current experience, which stood at 40 of level 12. It appeared that with an additional 5 hours of grinding, he could ascend to level 13. Moreover, the combat prowess of his Sharp Wolf King had significantly increased at level 12. However, the 120 MP cost for summoning was exceedingly high. To Shinkai's delight, he encountered a boss, as the likelihood of facing one in an uninhabited area was considerably heightened. The pressing question, however, was whether he could defeat it. Thunder Black Explosion Bear, Normal Wild Boss, level 18 attack, 250 defense, 40 HP, 5,000 skills, Thunder Strike, Black Thunder Explosion, Electric Surround. With an attack power of 250 combined with the level disparity, he felt instantly vulnerable to being annihilated. After a moment of contemplation, Shinkai resolved to summon his familiar to launch an assault, while he himself would evade, ensuring the Thunder Black Explosion Bear could not strike him. Once the Sharp Wolf King was vanquished in just 2 hits, Shinkai waited a few seconds for the skill cooldown to reach 0, promptly summoning the Sharp Wolf King once more to continue the battle. Due to the considerable distance between himself and the boss, it completely ignored him. Initially, he believed this method of combat to be remarkably effective. However, after 5 minutes of engagement, he realized that the boss's health remained intact. This was perplexing, as in 5 seconds of combat, it should have lost at least 100 HP. Now, after 5 minutes, it seemed as though he had dealt no damage at all, despite the expectation that it should have lost at least 600 HP, bringing it closer to defeat. Shinkai pondered for a moment before reaching out to Gentle Rain Dream, inquiring, I am positioned 20 meters from the boss, and my summoned creature continuously assaults it, yet the boss shows no signs of losing health. What could be the reason? Gentle Rain Dream replied, What level is your creature? Shinkai responded, Level 18. What? Level 18? You are impressive. I can only manage up to level 15. However, as you described, if your summoned creature is exceptionally strong and possesses plenty of blue potions, defeating a level 18 should not pose much of a challenge. Gentle Rain Dream quickly continued. As for why the boss's health remains intact, the only plausible explanation is regeneration. Once the boss exits combat mode, it rapidly restores health, potentially regaining full health within a second. This mechanism is designed to prevent players from employing your strategy to farm the boss. Upon hearing this, Shinkai felt it made perfect sense. So, what would be the best approach to engage it? Gentle Rain Dream replied, You should personally join the fight. Although I desire to engage, my level is too high. I will wait until I reach level 15 to challenge it alone. It is crucial to understand one's own capabilities. Avoiding recklessness is key to survival. If one seeks to perish, they must act foolishly. I understand now. I shall not disturb you further. Shinkai glanced at the black explosion bear, realizing that if he participated in the battle, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. The Sharp Wolf King would not survive beyond 5 seconds, with 2 seconds being its utmost limit, leaving the remaining 3 seconds for the black explosion bear to fully restore its health. The prospect of not engaging was deeply unsatisfying for Shinkai. Thus, he resolved to conquer the black explosion bear through alternative means. To be harmed, it is essential that the opponent strikes a part of the body. Even brushing against clothing can inflict injury. In such a scenario, avoiding contact altogether would suffice, yet I am uncertain how to evade the assaults. Shinkai surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed numerous thunderclap black exploding bears traversing the area, compelling him to circumvent the bamboo, as they were unable to penetrate it. Contemplating a strategy, Shinkai summoned his familiar to lure the thunderclap black exploding bears to a specific location. Subsequently, the Sharp Wolf King leapt into the dense thicket of bamboo, a space far too constricted for the massive bears to enter. However, the thunderclap black exploding bear unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the bamboo grove, allowing it to breach the area and annihilate the Sharp Wolf King in a single blow. Shinkai felt an immense sense of relief that he had not personally drawn the thunderclap black exploding bear's attention. Initially, he had intended to hide within the impenetrable bamboo, where he believed he could safely launch attacks against the bear. The outcome was utterly contrary to his expectations. Faced with this predicament, Shinkai made a decision. He would abandon the confrontation for now, vowing to return when his level was higher. He calculated that, given the current circumstances, it would be at least 2 days before any other players would arrive. After relinquishing his pursuit of the thunderclap black exploding bear, Shinkai continued to hunt the regular thunder bears, exploring the bamboo forest for any NPCs or valuable materials. Regrettably, after an entire afternoon and evening of searching, he found nothing of worth, only an abundance of mundane materials. Just as Shinkai was preparing to retire for the night, he suddenly encountered a most peculiar creature, a thunderous white explosive bear. It bore a striking resemblance to the black explosive bear, save for its distinctive alabaster hue. Thunderous white explosive bear, elite wilderness creature, level 18 attack, 200 defense, 30 HP, 2000 skills, thunderous strike, white lightning explosion. To his astonishment, this elite creature was akin to a boss monster, with a high probability of yielding valuable loot. Although Shinkai was a novice in this immersive game, he was well aware of the significance of such encounters. With the creature possessing nearly 200 attack power, he swiftly initiated his assault. As anticipated, the elite beast's hidden attributes were markedly deficient, and with the combat prowess of the Sharp Wolf King at his disposal, he could vanquish it in less than a minute. Chapter 15. The unexpected appearance of exceptional gear. After defeating the Thunder White Explosion Bear with a rather unscrupulous strategy, Shinkai was instantly filled with joy. He turned his gaze toward the spoils of battle, which revealed a recipe that appeared remarkably powerful. Thunder Battle Ring Recipe. requires the following materials: Ring Core X1, Bronze Alloy X10, Glimmering Bluestone X2, Thunder Spirit or X1, Thunder Energy Core X2, and it consumes 100 stamina. This recipe, demanding a significant 100 points of stamina and materials that are double the usual loot, raised a question in Shinkai's mind. What exactly is Thunder Spirit ore? Unsure of its nature, Shinkai immediately contemplated where to seek answers, ultimately determining that he must inquire at the Thunder Bamboo Forest, a location known for its obscurity. Having explored the Thunder Bamboo Forest for several hours without uncovering anything of value, it became evident that Thunder Spirit ore is an exceedingly rare material, especially scarce at this stage of the game. Given its limited availability, mass production seems implausible, and since Thunder Spirit ore is exclusively found in the Thunder Bamboo Forest, it is non-existent in the market. Shinkai resolved to investigate areas yet to be explored with diligence. Should he make a discovery, he would commence crafting the next day. After all, his current stamina had been depleted, but with the creation of 20 items the following day, he would regain over 100 stamina points to utilize. After searching for nearly an hour, Shinkai finally located his objective. During this hour, he had not encountered a single monster, and the time spent seeking the ore felt like a considerable waste. Upon discovering it, he promptly retrieved the high-grade mining tools he had meticulously prepared, which cost several gold coins. He understood that substantial returns necessitated significant investments. Golden Cross Pickaxe, grade, gold, mining skill level, 2, success rate, 10, 5 chance to acquire high-quality ore. Ding! You have successfully mined, obtaining Thunder Spirit or X1, quality, 150. 150. Is my luck truly that exceptional? Shinkai mused, filled with curiosity. In his understanding, ore rated at 100 was considered ordinary. 110 was already quite good. 120 was nearly perfect, while 150 was simply extraordinary, a stroke of remarkable fortune. The higher the quality of the ore, the better the equipment crafted from it. Quickly dismissing any concerns about luck, Shinkai stored the Thunder Spirit ore in his backpack and scanned his surroundings for more. However, despite his efforts, he could only find one piece. Reluctantly, he logged off to take a break. The following morning, Shinkai resumed his search for Thunder Spirit ore, but to no avail. Disheartened, he returned to town to commence the crafting of his spoils and the newly acquired recipe. While creating the core for the ring, fortune smiled upon him, granting an additional attribute boost. Thunder Battle Ring Copper Grade, Equipment Category, Accessories Rings Required Level, 10 Attack Power, 30 HP, 50 Bonus, increases Summon Beast Attack Power by 10 points bonus, increases Summon Beast Defense Power by 10 points. Additional, when attacking, there is a 100 chance to trigger a paralysis effect, reducing the target's base movement speed by 10. Purple Equipment Effect, if bound after selection. An additional skill level is granted. What? Purple. Copper. Weapon. Upon seeing the information about the equipment, Shinkai let out a roar that could shake the heavens and stir the spirits. After all, this was the first purple copper weapon he had ever crafted. And given that the value of blue copper weapons was already exceptionally high, the worth of a purple copper weapon was even greater. Fortunately, there were not many players around. As Chi Feng Huanyo was exceedingly beautiful, trading in a crowded area would have posed a significant risk, especially with the dangers posed by the F group. Ding! You are the first player to craft a purple copper weapon. Reward: 1 luck. Shinkai, momentarily taken aback, felt another wave of overwhelming impact. The first was the luck reward, and the second was being the first to create a purple copper weapon. There had been no luck reward when he crafted a blue copper weapon, indicating that others had already created blue copper weapons, considering there were billions of players currently. After several seconds of silence, Shinkai took a deep breath to compose himself and contacted Chi Feng Huanyo to procure goods, simultaneously equipping the Thunder Battle Ring. How could he neglect his own equipment? Although Shinkai was in dire need of money, the priority remained boosting his strength. Regarding the effect of the purple gear, Shinkai swiftly opted for the advanced summoning of the Sharp Wolf King at level 1. Consequently, the combat prowess of the Sharp Wolf King was significantly enhanced, and he discovered that his own battle strength could now be compared to that of an ordinary mage. With the addition of the Sharp Wolf King, he could effortlessly overpower all other players. When Chi Feng Huawu approached to retrieve an item, Shinkai promptly initiated a trade with her, simultaneously noticing that Chi Feng Huawu had reached level 14, whereas he remained at level 12. Although he was on the verge of achieving level 13 today, reaching level 14 might prove somewhat challenging. Upon completing the transaction, Qing Feng Huawu immediately suggested, Xingkai, shall we continue to farm dungeons? How about we tackle an expert-level dungeon this time? Xingkai pondered for a moment and inquired, are we capable of managing it with just the two of us? Qi Feng Huawu confidently showcased the brilliance of her gear, declaring, absolutely. My current equipment consists entirely of blue copper gear. It has been over 3 days since the emergence of level 10 players, resulting in a surge of players crafting green copper gear. While blue copper gear has almost reached 100, as a core member of the guild, the Reverse Snow Army Soul, coupled with my level, I have received a plethora of rewards. Xingkai gazed at the radiance of Qi Feng Huawu's equipment. Sensing that possessing only a single piece of purple gear would not suffice to contend with seasoned players, he also came to understand the formidable nature of a small faction's leader and their superior. Perhaps due to the overwhelming prowess of their adversaries, Xingkai, without much thought, inquired, by the way, may I ask what the strongest equipment currently is? Let me think, she replied, as the gentle breeze danced through the air. Qing Feng Huanyu contemplated and subsequently searched for information on a piece of equipment, which he then shared with Xingkai. The item in question was the Ice Blade, blue-silver. Classified as a weapon one-handed sword, requiring a level of 15. It boasted a physical attack power of 70, with additional attributes including a 10 growth in physical attack power, a 10 ability to ignore the target's defense, and a special skill, Ice Break, which inflicts 150 physical damage on up to 5 targets within a 3-meter range, adding a fixed damage of 100 points. This skill consumes 100 MP and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Upon reviewing the equipment details, Xingkai expressed his astonishment. An item with 70 points of attack power, and it's a blue-silver. Such items are now emerging. To which Qing Feng Huanyu promptly replied, this equipment drops from Hell-level dungeons. Both King-level and Hell-level dungeons can yield blue-silver items, although the probability is exceedingly low. For everyone, 000 teams that clear a Hell-level dungeon, only one blue-silver item appears. As for gold items, the official statement indicates they will not appear before level 30 under normal circumstances. Xingkai sighed, I now realize the significant disparity between those with influence and those without. With enthusiasm, Qi Feng Huanyu suggested, what do you think of joining the Reverse Snow Army? Rest assured, if you prefer to avoid constraints, that can be arranged. However, you may miss out on additional benefits. Xingkai replied, perhaps it's best to pass on that. You should deliver the item to your contact and proceed with dungeon runs. Qing Feng Huanyu's spirits were instantly lifted by Xingkai's words. In a venture into an expert-level dungeon, Xingkai glanced at the diminutive spider before commanding the Sharp Wolf King to unleash its attack. The formidable damage prompted Qing Feng Huanwu to exclaim. The combat prowess of the Sharp Wolf King has significantly improved since yesterday, with an increase of at least 30 points in its attack power. Xingkai promptly replied, I have also been upgrading my equipment. Oh, I see. As a summoner without a faction, your progress is truly commendable. Qing Feng Huanwu remarked as she brandished her sword, delivering a strike that inflicted 150 points of damage. Her formidable blue copper gear, combined with the assaults of the Sharp Wolf King and Xingkai himself, easily vanquished the level 10 monster. Upon witnessing the impressive damage dealt by Xingkai, Qing Feng Huanwu remained unfazed, already aware that it was a result of his equipment upgrades. She too had enhanced her combat strength through her own gear changes, including an exceptional piece with an attack power of 20 points. Under their well-coordinated assaults, the Spider Prince and Princess, once formidable bosses, had become far easier to defeat after 2 days of grinding. As players grew stronger, these bosses found themselves on the receiving end of relentless attacks. Unfortunately, the loot dropped was not suited for summoners. While there were pieces for swordsmen, the well-equipped Qing Feng Huanwu was unimpressed. Moreover, the equipment obtained within the dungeon could not be sold to other players, being strictly for personal use. In cases where the items were unsuitable, one could only sell them at a low price to NPCs or dismantle them for various materials. Upon defeating the Spider Matriarch, Xingkai gazed at its 300 points of attack power and inquired, how should we approach the defeat of this boss? The ethereal dance of the breeze responded promptly, the only option is a forceful kill. The Spider Matriarch can only summon formidable creatures. Otherwise, she poses no threat. Following the strategy from yesterday, if numerous summoned beasts appear, I will engage the boss while you distract those summoned entities. Xingkai immediately replied, I understand. The adventurer level only has 200 attack points, while the expert level reaches 300. Is the hell level truly 500? In that case, even with 50 individuals, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish her. Indeed, let us proceed. Qing Feng Huanwu approached the spider matriarch and unleashed 2 consecutive attacks, inflicting 90 points of damage each. At that moment, the sharp wolf king also dealt over 80 points of damage. As the combat prowess of these two increased, the formidable regeneration ability of the boss posed little challenge to them. With a range roar, the trio of 1 human and 1 beast could only strike 1 target amidst the boss's 3 directions, even in a group attack. Given Qing Feng Huanwu's exceptional equipment and formidable defense, a single area roar could not eliminate her. At most, it would reduce her health by 50. Easily recoverable with a potion. When the spider matriarch's health reached 90, a spider with 200 attack power emerged. The two ignored this lesser spider, realizing that attacking it would yield no experience and merely waste time, as it could resurrect. The spider matriarch's greatest strength lies in her ability to summon up to 10 spiders, illustrating the terrifying potential of numerous summoned entities. In later stages, multiple summoners can effortlessly bring down a single target. As the number of spiders surrounding her increased, Qing Feng Huani promptly consumed a vial of potion. Although her HP and MP did not visibly restore, the damage she sustained was significantly reduced. She swiftly explained, "This is a defensive potion. Once the formula is obtained, it can be crafted. Of course, as a gear maker, you cannot create it." Yet, Shinkai refrained from revealing that with the formula, she could fabricate any item. Though they were friends, there was no need to divulge everything. It added an air of mystique to her persona. The presence of the defensive potion alleviated some of Qing Feng Huani's burdens, yet the relentless swarm of spiders soon placed her in peril. At this juncture, Shinkai's formidable Wolf King, alongside Shinkai himself, diverted a portion of the spiders, greatly easing Qing Feng Huani's strain. To prevent the Wolf King from being overwhelmed by the horde, it remained in constant motion without attacking, leading the monsters in pursuit. With a highly skilled player equipped with exceptional gear, alongside 10 spider-drawing players, vanquishing the 300 attack power spider matriarch posed little challenge, showcasing the advantages of lower-level dungeons. Shinkai and the Wolf King each attracted 3 spiders, darting about, while Qing Feng Huani, equipped with top-tier gear, the now-scarce defensive potion that offered a slight boost to her defenses, and employing evasive maneuvers along with advanced potions, faced the spider matriarch with minimal pressure, albeit with a somewhat extended time expenditure. Chapter 016. It turns out that even in hellish dungeons, numbers alone can't ensure survival. Observing the once formidable Spider Queen, who had previously claimed his life, now rendered powerless and defeated by the well-equipped Qing Feng Huani, Shinkai felt a surge of elation. The primary reason for this victory lay in the fact that he had successfully lured away 6 spiders. Without this diversion, even the most skilled beauty would have struggled to prevail. Shinkai, lacking the exceptional skills required for such intense combat, found himself effortlessly leading a horde of monsters. As long as he maintained a careful balance in his pace, neither too fast nor too slow, the Spider Queen fell to the combined efforts of the two, yielding substantial experience points. With this new influx of experience, Shinkai had ascended to level 13, while Qing Feng Huani remained at level 14, poised to level up after a few more dungeon runs. Spider Queen's Silk, Blue Copper Artifact, Equipment Type, Unique Loot Required Level, 10 HP, 50 MP, 50 bonus, a 20 chance to summon an additional creature of equal strength when casting summoning skills lasting 30 seconds or less. The summoned creature persists for 60 seconds independently. Upon seeing the 20 chance to summon an additional creature of equal prowess, Shinkai was instantly filled with excitement. Previously, the Wild Boar King's Fong offered only a 10 chance, and the prospect of summoning 2 ferocious Wolf Kings with a mere 5 attempts was a formidable prospect indeed. "Here, take it. It's of no use to me," he said, recognizing that only participants in this dungeon could claim its equipment, rendering anything else useless except for decomposition into other materials. After clearing away some other items, Qing Feng Huanyu remarked, "We have 3 pieces of equipment left. 2 of them are green copper items, which we can each take to decompose, and the third is meant for a summoner. The Spider Matriarch's Bracelet, Blue Copper, Equipment Category, Accessories Bracelets Required Level, 10 Hit Rate, 3 Additional Effect, increases the hit rate of summoned beasts by 10. I shall bestow this equipment upon you. A player may utilize 1 Evasion Bracelet and 1 Hit Bracelet, and I presume you lack a hit bracelet." As Qi Feng Huanyu spoke, he handed the Spider Matriarch's bracelet to Shinkai. Upon receiving the equipment, Shinkai immediately equipped it and replied, "I possess some hit capabilities. albeit the effects of my current copper items pale in comparison to this. What tier would you say my combat prowess resides in now? Qingfeng Huanyu, reflecting on Shinkai's combat capabilities, promptly responded, in terms of attributes, you have already surpassed all summoners. The combination of a summoner and their summoned beast renders ordinary players utterly defenseless against two summoned beings. Even players equipped with 70 attack gear would find it challenging to defeat you. However, your execution is rather mediocre. Even an average skilled player could easily overcome you. The attack patterns of summoned beasts mirror those of monsters entirely. Adept players typically forego direct confrontation, evading their assault as they charge toward you, leaving you with no recourse but to flee. Regardless, I am merely an ordinary player and do not require overwhelming strength. Exceeding many in attributes is quite commendable, Shinkai stated, gazing at the loot dropped by the spider matriarch. Now, shall we continue our challenge against experts or venture into the realm of adventure? In the realm of adventure, my supply of potent potions has dwindled. As for the elite and hell levels, it is futile for the two of us to even contemplate venturing there. Surviving a hell-level dungeon at level 30 is exceedingly arduous. The phrase Clear Wind's dance is not to be taken lightly. Indeed, at level 30, survival is nearly impossible. A dungeon of hell level typically requires a minimum of 50 to a maximum of 100 participants for a successful challenge. How could one possibly undertake such an endeavor alone? Unless possessed of extraordinary strength? I have perused the online accounts of those dungeons, and they are truly terrifying. After Star Kai cleared the surroundings, he announced, in 10 seconds, we shall automatically exit the dungeon, at which point we will deplete all attempts at the adventure level. The dungeon system initiates a countdown, and upon reaching 0, all players within are forcibly ejected. In such circumstances, who could possibly linger within the dungeon for several minutes in search of valuable treasures? Upon exiting the dungeon, the two continued their challenges at the adventure level. After concluding their endeavors, they parted ways, both eagerly anticipating the morrow. According to Star Kai's calculations, the loot from the level 10 blue copper artifacts holds at least 2 weeks of high value. After 2 weeks, it may settle to a mere 2 gold coins, averaging around 15. Of course, by that time, only level 20 loot will attract buyers. During lunch, Star Kai returned to the same establishment as the previous day, harboring a small hope of encountering the first female player he had met. However, she did not appear. Upon entering the game, he discovered she was likely dining at home. The copy can no longer be refreshed. Subsequently, Shinkai continued towards the thunder bamboo forest discovered yesterday. Upon entering, he found himself alone, as few players would venture here given the high level of 18. Moreover, this area is quite distant from the usual maps, deterring any visitors. If not for his mount, Shinkai would hardly have traversed such a distance. He would not forget the Thunder Spirit Mine, a valuable resource. During battles, he constantly sought its location, for even the rarest of ores would not take several days to respawn. However, while he failed to locate the Thunder Spirit Mine, he did encounter an 18-level black boss. The difference in strength between Shinkai from yesterday to today was remarkable, having acquired purple gear that boosted his attack power by 25 points. His summoned beasts also gained strength, with a new loot drop rate allowing for the appearance of 2 at a time. Additionally, he obtained new blue gear that enhanced his accuracy and significantly reduced the occurrences of missing attacks against bosses. Thus, Shinkai began his preparations. After 5 summons, 2 14-level Sharp Wolf Kings emerged, each boasting an attack power nearing 200 and a health point of 1000, allowing them to endure approximately 5 seconds. With the duo lasting even longer, launch the attack, Shinkai commanded emphatically. The 2 Wolf Kings, responding to his orders, swiftly coordinated to assault the boss, each inflicting around 100 points of damage, culminating in a total of at least 250 damage when combined with Shinkai's own assault. Although the summoner himself was quite frail, his overall output rivaled that of any player, revealing an extraordinary potential for growth. Seeing the damage dealt by his 2 summoned beasts, Shinkai felt an increasing sense of delight. Although these creatures were swiftly vanquished, their revival cost merely a little over 100 MP, which posed no significant issue. However, the Thunder Black Explosive Bear had become quite formidable in this battle, surrounded by crackling lightning. The 2 Sharp Wolf Kings engaged in close combat suffered immense continuous damage, compounded by the Thunder Black Explosive Bear's own fierce attacks. In less than 2 seconds, both Sharp Wolf Kings met their demise. Is this the true combat prowess of a boss? Fleeing was the only option. Upon noticing the Thunder Black Explosive Bear pursuing him, Shinkai immediately took flight. ensuring to summon the sharp wolf kings every 5 seconds to absorb the boss's relentless assaults, preventing it from exiting combat mode and rapidly regenerating its health. With the boss close behind, as long as it remained engaged with the sharp wolf kings rather than pursuing him, Shinkai would join his summoned beasts in launching counterattacks. Ding! You have slain the boss, Thunder Black Explosive Bear. Reward, 18 reputation points. And just like that, it was over. After 10 minutes of frantic evasion, upon hearing the system notification, Shinkai momentarily froze. In his haste to escape, he had neglected to monitor the boss's health and had inadvertently extended the summoning interval from the intended 5 seconds to over 10 seconds for safety's sake. Thus, the boss, devoid of ranged attacks, was destined for tragedy. Defeated is defeated, he mused, wondering what treasures might await him. Upon witnessing a bounty of spoils scattered about, Shinkai swiftly commenced the process of sorting through them, only to discover that none of the equipment was suitable for his use, albeit many were worthy of sale. Particularly the level 15 gear, which held considerable value. It wasn't long before Shinkai stumbled upon an item that filled him with a sense of delight, a recipe. Specifically for a potion, the recipe for the lower-tier special health potion boasted the remarkable ability to instantly restore 300 HP. When used by targets below level 20, the potion bestowed an additional healing effect, restoring 5 HP per second for a duration of 10 seconds. The special potion had a cooldown of 10 seconds and required the following materials: 20 units of white spirit grass, 10 units of dwarf leaf, 1 10-year ginseng, and 10 lower-tier empty potion bottles, along with a stamina cost of 5. A single crafting session could yield 10 bottles. Upon reviewing the potion's details, Shinkai recalled that the best potions available had only reached a restorative effect of 300 HP. However, the additional continuous healing effect was yet to be seen, rendering it highly coveted, particularly among players with substantial health pools. The price was approximately merely a dozen silver coins per bottle. The Wild Boar King's spoils required 50 stamina, which could be employed in potion crafting to produce 100 bottles, amounting to a total value of around 15 gold coins, an impressive return. He resolved to craft some potions for himself, intending to utilize them once his health dipped to a certain threshold. He planned to allocate a few stamina points each day for potion production. Thus, his decision was made. With his resolution in place, Shinkai resumed his assault on the surrounding monsters. The fearsome output from 2 sharp wolf kings was exhilarating, coupled with his relentless efforts in battle. He anticipated reaching level 14 by nightfall, and, subsequently, level 15 the following day, allowing him to catch up to the current highest-level players. As for claiming the title of the first, he deemed himself still insufficiently prepared. An afternoon of combat left Shinkai feeling somewhat dazed. Over the past few days, having discovered a lucrative gaming opportunity, he had devoted nearly all his time to gaming, save for meals and sleep, neglecting proper rest. As a casual player, he soon found himself fatigued. Consequently, that evening, he decided to refrain from further gaming. With his subscription active and the television on, he sought something entertaining to watch. Before long, he stumbled upon a gaming channel broadcasting a hellish dungeon challenge, where 100 players had entered the game and commenced an onslaught against hundreds of small spiders. The first boss of this infernal dungeon was a prince, whose combat prowess was terrifying. With a single skill, several players were instantaneously eliminated, the high damage output instilling fear within Shinkai, preventing him from daring to engage. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the prince was soon vanquished. Many players perished in the battle against the princess, but ultimately, victory was achieved through sheer numbers. The final adversary, the queen, boasted an astounding 500 points of attack power, over 10,000 HP, and an exceptionally rapid recovery rate. Most formidable was her ability to summon 10 spiders, each possessing various skills and a formidable attack power of 400. Among them were area of effect spiders whose skills resulted in a staggering number of casualties. With numerous players battling, the abundance of monsters, and only a single boss, the chaotic slaughter escalated significantly. In this hellish dungeon, it was expected that at least 80 of the 100 players, averaging level 12, would be lost. Upon witnessing the queen's demise, a plethora of equipment, at least dozens of items, was dropped as loot. Shinkai nearly drooled at the sight. The drop rate was exorbitantly high, albeit the losses were even greater, and not all the equipment was of exceptional quality. Chapter 17. The Encounter of 7 Beauties and One Man Ding Dong. As Shinkai savored the captivating gameplay unfolding on the screen before him, an unexpected sound echoed through the air, The doorbell rang, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the television. He hurried to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Xiuli, resplendent in a stunning pink dress. Despite her striking figure, which boasted an impressive 32D bust, Xing Kai, accustomed to her presence over the years, remained unfazed. "Chili, what brings you to my home?" he inquired promptly. "My bathroom is experiencing some issues today. May I take a shower at your place?" Lin Xiuli replied, somewhat bashfully. As the daughter of a landlady, it was hard to believe she lacked a proper place to bathe. There must be some ulterior motive at play. However, Xing Kai, having encountered similar scenarios numerous times, often due to the landlady's disruptions of electricity and water, dismissed any overthinking. "Go ahead and wash up," he said, ushering the stunning beauty into his abode and directing her to the bathroom, a location she was already familiar with. Once their brief exchange concluded, Xing Kai resumed watching television while the enchanting figure indulged in her bath. After some time, Lin Xiuli emerged, draped in a towel, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, glistening with droplets of water. Her delicate, fair skin and alluring physique captivated Xing Kai, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Such temptation was overwhelming. He quickly realized that continuing to gaze would not bode well and attempted to divert his attention back to the television, inquiring, "Where are your clothes? I forgot to bring them. Do you happen to have any spare clothes?" Lin Xiuli shyly inquired, for this was her first experience engaging in such activities. Had it not been for some advice she received, she would not have ventured into this realm. "I only have men's clothes. I will fetch them for you immediately," Xing Kai exclaimed as he dashed towards his room. The exhilarating scene was one he had never encountered before, yet due to its novelty, it soon lost its initial thrill. Despite having explored numerous peculiar aspects of the digital world, he had never before experienced such a moment. In his room, he casually rummaged through a few garments he had not worn recently before returning to where Lin Xiuli was. Upon witnessing the thrilling scene once more, he felt a sense of impending danger and hurriedly handed the clothes to her. Lin Xiuli, upon seeing the men's attire, paid little heed and began changing right in front of Xing Kai. At that moment, Xing Kai recalled the allure of beauty. With little money and Lin Xiuli's extraordinary beauty becoming increasingly evident, he found himself yearning to distance himself from her. However, he was beginning to earn a living. With hundreds of players joining his business daily, and the prospect of an influx of new players, potentially up to 10,000 in a single day, loomed large. The challenge of maintaining a steady income made it difficult for him to foster any romantic feelings for Lin Xiuli, whom he had always regarded as a sister. As Lin Xiuli turned around after changing, a hint of disappointment in her voice, she said, "I have changed my clothes. Who did you learn this from?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Xing Kai swiftly turned around, well aware that the Lin Xiuli he had watched grow up would never engage in such behavior. "It was Anjia who told me," he replied. Lin Xiuli promptly replied, her mention of Anjia Xing Kai eliciting a sense of familiarity. Anjia, whose full name is Angel Hendrik, is a foreigner, and in this era, foreigners and locals have thoroughly integrated, with at least 10% of the population being foreign nationals. "So it is her. Please refrain from such antics in the future," Xing Kai quickly continued. "Let us not dwell on this matter. You should return and change your attire." Upon hearing this directive, Lin Xiuli eagerly exclaimed, "I have other matters to attend to first." "What is your game ID, Xing Kai brother? I would like to add you as a friend." After a moment of contemplation, Xing Kai decided to share this information, feeling that it was not something to be concealed. Xing Kai's summon. "Xing Kai's summon? You've directly used your name, just like mine. I am called Xiao Shui Li Ran, and my name also incorporates the characters Xiuli." Suddenly, Lin Xiuli recalled something and remarked, "Xing Kai's summon. Why does that sound familiar? You wouldn't happen to be a summoner, would you?" Xing Kai immediately responded, "Indeed, what of it? Can you craft loot?" Upon seeing Xing Kai nod, Lin Xiuli's mouth fell open in astonishment, her excitement causing her to lift Xing Kai into the air, exclaiming, "What a coincidence that we are in the same village. This is wonderful. Please let go." Xing Kai called out, as the overwhelming weight pressed against him made breathing difficult. Being in such close proximity to an exceptionally proactive beauty was undeniably perilous. "I apologize for my earlier enthusiasm, with hundreds of villages. I never anticipated we would be in the same one, thus my excitement." Lin Xiuli swiftly continued, "The guild I have joined is called Xianling Bishi. Would you like to join as well, Xing Kai? Although it is an all-female guild, we do accept male members, though they cannot participate in the main guild activities." Upon hearing the name of this female guild, Xing Kai felt an inexplicable connection to it, yet he had no intention of joining. "Never mind. I prefer to walk my own path for now. Guilds can wait for another day. Besides, it's quite late. You should return to your studies. Tomorrow, I will log into the game and add you as a friend. In an effort to avert any further stimulating occurrences, Shinkai spoke hastily. Understood. Lin Chili finally decided to take her leave, realizing that if she lingered any longer, she might not make it home that night. After watching the enchanting woman depart, Shinkai promptly headed to the bathroom to freshen up. However, he soon stumbled upon something intriguing, the clothes that the beautiful woman had discarded. Oh no, she forgot to take her clothes back. Shinkai exclaimed, gazing at the garments and adding, but they are indeed quite substantial. It's only natural considering her level of 98. The following morning, Shinkai commenced his daily routine of brushing his teeth, washing his face, eating breakfast, and doing laundry, all tasks that one must accomplish alone. The sun shone brightly that day. Finally, he logged into the game, and upon entering, he immediately sent a friend request to Kaya Schwillerin. Once the request was accepted, he quickly glanced at her profile. She was a level 13 priest, a healer. After they became friends, Kaya Schwillerin promptly sent a voice message. Is that you, Shinkai? Yes. Shinkai replied succinctly. Those are my clothes. I will return them to you at noon. Lin Xiuli, feeling somewhat bashful, mentioned that she had become so excited that she forgot such an important matter. I will return it to you later, by the way. I have already washed all your clothes, she added. Upon hearing Shinkai's words, the other party was momentarily taken aback. However, Shinkai was unaware that he was currently preoccupied with crafting items and would soon be engaging in dungeon runs. The moment Lin Xiuli heard about the dungeon runs, she immediately suggested, shall I join as well? I can also invite others to participate. We can tackle the expert level together. Although I would prefer it to be just the two of us, our combat capabilities are rather limited, restricting us to the adventure level at most. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinkai responded, I understand. We should be able to begin the dungeon run in approximately 30 minutes. Understood. I'll also have Gentle Raindream come over. By the way, you crafted an exquisite lute for her. Could you craft one for me as well? If not, that's all right, as the wooden trophy from the Wild Boar King is an offensive lute. I will do my best. Thank you, Brother Shinkai, she replied. When Qingfeng Huanyu arrived to collect the lute, Shinkai promptly informed her that his friends would be joining for the dungeon run. Hearing this, Qingfeng Huanyu reluctantly agreed to a group dungeon run. Once everyone arrived at the dungeon location, Shinkai glanced at the numerous female players present, feeling as though they were about to embark on a hell-level dungeon, although they still lacked sufficient numbers for that challenge. ID, Gentle Breeze Dance, Class, Swordsman. Level, 14 ID, Whisper of the Breeze, Class, Archer, Level, 14 ID, Autumn Water Beauty, Class, Priest, Level, 13 ID, Purple Star Mooncaller, Class, Oracle, Level, 13 ID, Frosty Night Rain, Class, Ice Mage, Level, 14 ID, Angelica, Class, Fire Mage, Level, 14 ID, Summon of Star Kai, Class, Summoner, Level, 13 ID, Gentle Rain Dream, Class, Warrior, Level, 15, leveling up so quickly. As Star Kai gazed upon the 7 enchanting ladies before him, he recognized all but Whisper of the Breeze. They were all friends of Lin Xiuli, and among them, Angelica was the one who had led Lin Xiuli astray. He noted the striking resemblance between Whisper of the Breeze and Gentle Breeze Dance, suggesting they might be sisters. Given their levels and prowess, an expert-level dungeon would be a walk in the park. Where shall we venture? Star Kai inquired, observing the ladies forming camaraderie. King's level. Gentle Rain Dream exclaimed promptly, as her level 15 status rendered expert-level experience somewhat meager. Isn't that a bit challenging? Lin Xiuli interjected. Gentle Breeze Dance immediately responded, I also sense some difficulty. Though I am aware of Star Kai's formidable summoned beasts, Lin Xiuli felt a tinge of apprehension, surrounded by unfamiliar beauties. Gentle Breeze Dance. What is your relationship with Brother Star Kai? Brother Star Kai? Are you siblings? Gentle Breeze Dance curiously retorted. They are lovers. Angelica promptly responded on Lin Xiuli's behalf. What? Shinkai, did you not claim you were without a girlfriend? Qingfeng Huanyu glanced at Lin Xiuli, took a deep breath, and declared, Indeed, the pastor has an abundance of milk, but I shall not concede. I have known Brother Shinkai for decades. I will not yield to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuli quickly confirmed her thoughts and roared. Is this the legendary battlefield of love? Zixing Huanyu inquired curiously, which sparked the interest of several ladies, leading to an escalating clamor among them. Enough of this. At that moment, Qi Fengzhiyu shouted, directing her gaze at Shinkai. Shinkai, I have endured your deception for days, hiding such a beautiful girlfriend from my sister. I challenge you to a duel. Enough already. Shinkai's outburst managed to silence all the ladies. We are not here to engage in meaningless chatter while clearing dungeons. Why does it seem you are destined to be alone forever? Zixing continued her inquiries, leaving Shinkai utterly exasperated. Are we going to battle the king-level boss or not? If not, I shall embark on a solo adventure at the adventure level. Chapter 018. The same instance. Different battles. Are you all going to challenge the king-level boss or not? If not, I shall bravely undertake the adventure-level challenge alone. Shinkai proclaimed loudly, seeking to divert the conversation before securing an item that would command the attention of all the ladies. It is not merely the king-level boss. It pertains to the king-level instance. Zixing corrected him. Shinkai retorted immediately, that is inconsequential. Shinzian, why are you so fond of making sarcastic remarks? Shinzian, known in the real world as Zixing, clearly had a reputation for being among the many beautiful women Shinkai was acquainted with. Regardless of that, the priority was to enhance their strength. Everyone, give it your all in this battle. When Ro Yumeng declared loudly, her tone betraying no hint of gentleness. Consequently, the group of ladies resolved to enter the instance for combat. They had witnessed the expert-level instance numerous times and had devised strategies to confront it. Moreover, each member was equipped with exceptional gear, ensuring that overcoming the instance should pose no significant challenge. Upon entering the instance, the 8 adventurers surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, Shinkai traded a 20-attack loot item meant for a priest to Lin Xioli, nearly eliciting a cheer from her. Of course, during the transaction, the others were oblivious to the exchange, unaware of the gifts bestowed upon one by another. Once the trade concluded, Shinkai focused ahead and summoned his formidable Wolf King, astonishingly calling forth 2 at once, which sparked a chorus of cheers from the ladies. Qing Feng Huanwu, however, remained unfazed, having witnessed such feats countless times before. That is a gift from me. The most powerful pet ought to be placed in the hands of the most potent summoner. The gentle breeze danced with pride, occasionally casting glances at Lin Xioli, as the 2 young ladies seemed ready to engage in a fierce exchange of glances. Observing this, the poised Rain Dream promptly declared, You lot have no intention of becoming formidable warriors, thus, you may simply watch. Zixing Yue, grant me a power enhancement. Zixing Yue, a class within the magical realm specializing in enhancements, possessed inherently low combat prowess, but offered numerous skills capable of significantly augmenting an individual's strength, effectively elevating one from level 15 to level 17. Empowered, Rain Dream swiftly unsheathed her katana and charged towards a spider, dispatching it with remarkable speed. Although this spider resided within a king-level dungeon, it posed little challenge to Rain Dream in her current state. The difficulty of king-level dungeons arises primarily from the superior attributes of the monsters compared to those in expert-level dungeons, compounded by their overwhelming numbers. A single spider's assault quickly attracted nearly 10 additional foes. At this juncture, Shinkai commanded his 2 sharp wolf kings to engage the smaller spiders, alleviating some of Rain Dream's burden. Despite her formidable abilities, she could easily succumb to a combined attack from 10 creatures. I shall not be defeated, declared Shinkai, invoking his summons. The swift and agile Qingfeng Jiyu grasped her longbow and initiated her assault with remarkable speed. Her superior equipment ensuring her strikes against the small spiders were executed with great efficiency. I shall not bicker with you. Let us engage in battle, announced Qifeng Huanwu, as she too unleashed her weapon against the swarm of small spiders, delivering equally devastating damage. In the realm of magic, both Han Bing and Angelica have chosen the path of single-attribute sorcerers, rather than embracing the versatility of multi-attribute magic. The advantage of specializing in a single attribute is the consistent enhancement of that particular power throughout their journey. However, a fire mage, for instance, may find themselves in dire straits when confronted by creatures with formidable fire resistance. Conversely, while multi-attribute mages may lack the sheer damage output of their single-attribute counterparts, they possess the adaptability to counter any foe, regardless of its elemental defenses. Among their party, Zixing Huanyu embodies the essence of enhancement, while Qiu Shui Liren specializes in healing. This ensemble of 8 boasts a balance of offensive prowess, supportive capabilities, and the formidable tank-like presence of the sharp Wolf King. Although the wolf cannot be rejuvenated by potions, it can be restored through the healing spells of a priest. After a fierce battle lasting several minutes, The seemingly feeble spiders fell to the combined might of the 8 adventurers. The next challenge that loomed ahead was the boss encounter. Spider Prince Tang Ku, level 10 dungeon boss, level 10 attack, 300 defense, 60 HP, 7,000 skills, spreading light circle, terrifying spider claw, wide-range silk spit. In comparison to the expert-level Spider Prince, this version boasts an attack increase of 50 points, a defense boost of 10 points, and most significantly, an additional 2,000 HP. The two enhanced skills present a considerable challenge. Do you have any strategies? Xing Kai inquired, looking to the array of skilled women surrounding him. Surely, among these gaming virtuosos, there existed a safe and effective method to vanquish this foe. With an attack power of 300, the Spider Prince could easily obliterate many in its vicinity. Certainly. The solution is straightforward: to strike directly. Gentle Rain Dream declared as she immediately charged towards the Spider Prince, only to be swiftly pulled back by Xing Kai. Despite his awareness of her formidable combat prowess capable of defeating the Spider Prince, he recognized that such reckless aggression was ill-advised. To his astonishment, a fourth party had emerged. Angelica, ever the instigator, remarked with delight, prompting Xing Kai to resolve that next time he would not bring a gaggle of girls along, for their incessant gossip proved overwhelming. Could you perhaps behave normally? Xing Kai implored, adding that if they could not, he would prefer to venture forth alone, even if it meant enduring a life of solitude. After a moment of reflection, he continued, on another note, I ought to find a girlfriend, at least someone aged 22, for I am already 25. His words struck a chord with the two young women, who now felt that mutual attacks were futile and that collaboration would yield far better results. At that moment, Purple Star Calling Moon interjected, let us return to discussing the game. Xing Kai, do not expect me to refer to you as brother. I have no such expectations. Xing Kai replied quickly, before recalling, I understand, such matters should not be vocalized. Upon hearing this, Zixing Huanyue smiled faintly and said, Xing Kai, you shall summon the formidable Wolf King to directly confront the Spider Prince. Xiaoli and I will provide healing and fortification for the Wolf King. Cici, Han Bingyu, and Anjia, as mages, you will launch your attacks from the farthest distance, positioning yourselves on either side of the boss. Remember, do not act too swiftly, as your damage output is substantial and may easily attract the boss's ire. Qing Fengjiu, you too shall attack from a distance, maintaining a slow pace and positioning yourself behind. Wenryum and Qi Feng Huanyu, you will attack from either side or behind the boss as well, ensuring your speed remains measured. The primary damage should be directed towards the Wolf King, who will be receiving continuous healing, ensuring a safety level of 100. Xing Kai immediately responded, this strategy is commendable. As the captain, I am in agreement. Let us commence our actions. Do not falter. Among our 8 members, 5 could be annihilated in an instant. For mages possess but a scant amount of health. Should anyone disobey, I shall not show leniency simply because of your beauty. How imposing. Such is the essence of manhood. Manage your roles well. Anjia smiled and promptly moved to her designated position, completely disregarding the exasperation of Xing Kai. Han Bingyu said nothing further and directly proceeded to her position, while the others gradually prepared, fully encircling the Spider Prince. Attack! As Xing Kai's words resonated, the two ferocious Wolf Kings immediately launched their assault. At this juncture, the 7 MMs commenced their individual combat strategies, and the Spider Prince, too, initiated his attack by unleashing a wave of dispersing light. The 2 MMs, Gentle Rain Dream and Clear Wind Illusion Dance, who were in close proximity, suffered at least 200 points of damage. However, both swiftly recovered using potions, while the Wolf King regained health thanks to Lin Xioli's remarkably potent healing spells, which had been enhanced by a previous healing bounty, increasing her healing output by 10 points. Purple Star Summoning Moon tirelessly bolstered the attack and defense of all allies. Although their individual stats were modest, their sheer numbers rendered them formidable. The output speed of the Wolf Kings, intentionally slowed, was still double that of the MMs, prompting the Spider Prince to persistently assault the nearest Wolf King. Frustrated by his inability to vanquish the Wolf King, the Spider Prince unleashed his terrifying Spider Claw, inflicting over 400 points of damage upon the Wolf King. In a sweeping motion, he released a torrent of silk, causing the 2 Wolf Kings to suffer more than 300 points of damage each. This not only expanded the attack's range, but also significantly augmented its power. It appeared that only a group of 100 players or a collective of 10 players, each at level 20, could hope to overcome this hellish challenge. While the Spider Prince's output was indeed fearsome, The total output from the 6 combatants was far more terrifying. They could defeat the Spider Prince in just 1 minute. Had the MMs not suffered a 50 reduction in attack speed, they would have accomplished this in a mere 30 seconds. Upon the defeat of the Spider Prince, a plethora of treasures emerged, eliciting jubilant cheers from the crowd of maidens. Shinkai promptly approached to discover what spoils had been yielded, only to find 3 pieces of equipment alongside a multitude of useful and trivial items. Among the treasures was a piece of blue copper gear. Spider Prince battlecloth shoes, blue copper, equipment category, footwear cloth armor required level, 10 physical defense, 7 additional, movement speed growth 5 additional, increases the defense of summoned beasts by 10 points. This is the equipment I shall utilize, so I shall take it. The rest is yours, declared Shinkai. As soon as his words fell, the remaining items were swiftly claimed by the eager maidens, leaving nothing behind for Shinkai. Nonetheless, acquiring a superior piece of blue copper was already a considerable boon. Once the spoils from the boss had been thoroughly distributed, the group resumed their combat. The level 11 monsters proved significantly stronger than their level 10 counterparts, compounded by the enhanced attributes of the king-level dungeon. However, for these 8 adventurers, it was still a manageable endeavor, albeit the second Spider Princess posed a more formidable challenge. Spider Princess Lingku, level 10 dungeon boss, level 11 attack, 350 defense, 50 HP, 8,000 skills, Hellfire Pillar, Hail Explosion, Magic Barrage. With a magical attack of 350 and 2 skills augmented, the ordinary magic projectile had transformed into an area attack. Shinkai turned to Zixing Huanyu and inquired, "Do you possess any strategies to counter this?" The Violet Star summoned the moon and promptly responded, "Strike directly." The magical barrage launches a 360-degree missile attack. Regardless of our positions, we shall be targeted unless we vacate the strike zone. Naturally, upon the activation of the Hellfire Pillars, a crimson hue will envelop the surroundings, and the hailstorm explosion follows suit. However, in the case of the Spider Princess in the King-level dungeon, the speed of these 2 abilities has significantly increased. Furthermore, the Spider Princess employs a random attack pattern, allowing us to maintain our pace and engage in combat with full force. This is precisely the effect I desire. Gentle Rain Dream, filled with elation, exclaimed and dashed towards the Spider Princess. Faced with this, Shinkai reluctantly called for the support of the Sharp Wolf Kings. The others unleashed their attacks in various directions, swiftly repositioning themselves afterward to evade the magical barrage. Should fortune not favor them, they could face instant annihilation. As for Shinkai, he had already taken refuge at a secure distance of 20 meters, relying on the offensive prowess of his 2 Sharp Wolf Kings. No further comments were made. Such is the advantage of a summoner. Chapter 019. Challenging the formidable boss. Death is inevitable through the battle with the Spider Princess. Shinkai swiftly realized that his current team was ill-equipped to continue their pursuit of the king-level challenge today, primarily due to a shortage of highly effective potions and defensive elixirs. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He possessed the ability to concoct potions, yet he was hindered by insufficient stamina, which prevented him from crafting continuously. Of course, once his level reached a certain threshold, he would be able to produce them indefinitely. The quantity of stamina potions one could utilize was contingent upon their level. However, the process of creation was time-consuming, with the complexity of the items directly impacting the duration required for their fabrication. Consequently, this would slow the pace of his advancement. The ladies utilized defensive and offensive potions, along with enhanced skills, significantly augmenting their prowess. With the aid of superior potions, they ultimately vanquished the Spider Princess. Despite some interpersonal discord among a few members, it did not detract from their combat effectiveness. Rather, it fostered an unexpected synergy. Upon the boss's defeat, Shinkai, as the captain, promptly approached to examine the loot. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered 2 pieces of blue copper equipment. Spider Princess Summoning Hat, blue copper equipment category. Hat cloth armor required level, 10 physical defense, 6 bonus, increases HP limit by 30 points. Bonus, grants 10 points of defense to summoned creatures. Spider Princess Battle Leather Armor, blue copper equipment category. Clothing leather armor required level, 10 physical defense, 13 bonus, increases physical defense growth by 5. Shinkai promptly remarked, "The hat belongs to me, while the clothing is surplus from Qing Feng Jiyu. The remainder can be distributed as one pleases." She pondered the peculiar singularity of the clothing's additional attribute in contrast to the hat's dual enhancements. Although Qing Feng Jiu voiced her dissatisfaction, she ultimately donned the garment, recognizing its superiority over her current attire. Once the spoils had been adequately apportioned, Xing Huanyu interjected, "Next, we face the Spider Queen. The strength of the ordinary adventure and expert tiers is relatively uniform, with each yielding 10 spiders. However, the King level boasts 20, and the Hell level escalates to 50. Thus, we require a substantial and formidable contingent." Xing Kai quickly responded, 20 spiders, possessing attributes surpassing those of the expert level. With our numbers, if each of us attracts 3, it should pose no significant challenge. Xing Huanyu immediately grasped the implication and remarked, "Your strategy is indeed sound. However, the speed of the King-level monsters exceeds that of the expert tier significantly. Maintaining the attention of 3 spiders over an extended period, even without engaging them, presents a formidable challenge." Qing Feng Huanwu interjected, "The boss will summon the 20 spiders only when its health reaches a certain threshold. At that juncture, it will have diminished health, allowing us to vanquish it swiftly. The more skilled among us could evade the 3 spiders while simultaneously launching attacks on the queen, thus enhancing our efficiency. In summary, we shall first eradicate the 3rd wave of monsters before deliberating further, as the experience garnered will undoubtedly be substantial." Upon receiving agreement from the 7 female members, Xing Kai promptly advanced, noting that should they find themselves unable to prevail, they could opt to retreat. 4 King-level dungeons typically require a party of 15 or even 25 to conquer. After a period of time, having eliminated all the minor creatures on the light map, only a colossal spider queen remained, towering above, approximately 50 larger than an expert-level foe. The boss's size and attributes had significantly increased. Spider Queen Divine Mark, level 12 attack, 400 defense, 80 HP, 10,000 skills, Summon Spider Swarm, Regeneration, Wide Range Roar. With an attack power of 400, defense of 80, and a health pool of 10,000, augmented by 20 spiders, each possessing an attack power of 300, this boss proved to be a formidable adversary. Angelica turned to Xing Huanyue and inquired, "Do you have any strategies?" Xing Huanyue replied, "The boss's wide-range roar is an area attack. If we separate and maintain our distance while utilizing defensive potions, we should be fine. However, the 20 spiders pose a significant challenge for us, unless we possess sufficient potions that restore 400 HP. Upon hearing this, Xing Kai pondered for a moment and remarked, "I have a special life potion that instantly restores 300 HP and continues to restore 5 HP for 10 seconds. This is the potion." Xing Huanyue glanced at the potion and exclaimed, "What a remarkable item, especially since you crafted it. Wait, weren't you focused on crafting equipment? He seems capable of creating anything." Wen Yuanyum immediately assisted Xing Kai in responding, as she was present when he acquired the title of Universal Engineer. "What?" Upon hearing the words of Gentle Rain Dream, 6 out of the 7 girls erupted in a collective roar. Even the usually silent Frosty Night Rain joined in. For the casual players, the ability to craft various items was not particularly impressive, yet it was only feasible in the later stages. In the early game, one could manage only a single crafting or gathering action. "How splendid! I have conceived a method," exclaimed Purple Star Summoning Moon, her expression brimming with delight. She continued, "The advantages of the special effect life potion are manifold. It possesses an independent cooldown, allowing one to consume this potion while still utilizing a standard potion with a 5-second cooldown. Furthermore, it restores 5% of health continuously. While 5% may seem modest, both Qingfeng Illusory Dance and Gentle Rain Dream belong to the physical class, which inherently boasts higher HP growth. Coupled with their equipment that enhances HP, their health could easily reach around 600 points, recovering an additional 30 points every second, as long as they remain unscathed for a few seconds. Combined with other potions and the healing from a priest, the amount restored would be substantial. The others could distract 2 or 3 spiders, and even if a few remained, their remarkable recovery rate and formidable evasion abilities would render the situation entirely manageable. Thus, it is decided, declared Gentle Rain Dream, who immediately concurred. It was time to challenge their limits. Despite the considerable risks involved, they were determined to fight with unwavering resolve. Although the Universal Engineer was formidable, the potion recipe held paramount importance. Suddenly, Xing Kai recalled something and stated, "By the way, let us first visit a certain location." Qingfeng Illusory Dance promptly inquired, "Where are we going? To a dungeon?" While the dungeons are expansive, there is little of value elsewhere, as all major factions have thoroughly explored the entire map. Upon arriving, you shall soon comprehend. Follow me, everyone. As Xing Kai's words resonated, he swiftly made his way to the location where he previously acquired the recipe for the stamina potion. Upon arrival, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous little tree hollow, where he successfully uncovered a peculiar chest. Just as he suspected, filled with joy, Xing Kai lifted the chest. And as soon as it emerged, all the ladies erupted in a cacophony of exclamations, utterly astonished by the unexpected discovery. When they inquired why Xing Kai had anticipated something to be here, he promptly recounted the earlier incident involving the stamina potion, prompting a variety of contemplations among the group. The astute Zi Xinghuanyu immediately proposed, could it be that the chest only appears after the final boss has been vanquished? A hidden mechanism that necessitates an expert-level challenge, or rather, an exceedingly daunting trial for us? Xing Kai nodded in agreement. I believe that to be the case. During a previous adventure with Qing Feng Huanwu, after defeating the final boss, we rested nearby and found nothing. Perhaps only the most formidable challenges yield such rewards. Qing Feng Huanwu then recalled, no wonder you were scanning the area so thoroughly. Why didn't you inform me? I thought our previous success in finding a chest was merely due to luck. Xing Kai continued, regardless of how it came to be, it has manifested. And that is what matters. Let us see what treasures lie within. However, as he prepared to open the chest, he discovered it was locked, as if sealed shut. Ding! In the dungeon, the chest cannot be opened until the boss is vanquished, and there must be no other players present. Or one must defeat the boss and exit the dungeon to carry it out. This is utterly absurd. Xing Kai immediately roared and conveyed the information to the group of ladies. This meant that one of us must perish to retrieve the chest or conquer the boss. What will you choose? Qi Fenghuawu suddenly heard something and turned to see the fearsome spider queen charging toward them, leaving them bewildered as to what had provoked her wrath. Ding! Due to your party exceeding 2 members and having seized the hidden chest without relinquishing it immediately, the base attributes and skill effects of the Spider Queen have been enhanced by 8, and you are unable to abandon the dungeon. Curse it! The collective exclamations of 8 players echoed in unison, all in perfect harmony, having received this disheartening news. The Spider Queen, with an attack power of 400, was already formidable. Now, bolstered, she would be even more fearsome. Could there be 22 spiders? The skilled player, Gentle Rain Dream, promptly inquired. The others remained silent. Yet they all shared the certainty that 2 additional spiders would indeed emerge. The regeneration of their HP would also escalate, and the wide-ranging roar would either extend its reach or amplify its potency. With one roar, all magic users would fall, and even 2 warriors would struggle to survive. This is outrageous. Gentle Rain Dream swiftly equipped herself with an entire set of attack-enhancing gear, sacrificing her defenses. In this state, her output potential would reach terrifying heights, provided she could evade a single fatal blow from the Spider Queen. Xing Kai promptly summoned 2 Sharp Wolf Kings, and fortune favored him as they appeared immediately, launching a fierce assault on the boss while the others unleashed their firepower. At that moment, the boss conjured 3 spiders, which Xing Kai swiftly diverted away. Though the spiders were swift, his running mode consumed hidden stamina, rendering the defeat of these summoned creatures futile, as they would resurrect shortly after demise. The 3 spiders were merely the beginning. Soon, 2 more emerged. Han Bingyu skillfully attracted them, leveraging her Mage's advantage to attack the spider matriarch while on the run, showcasing her expertise. Angelica, mirroring Han Bingyu's strategy, drew the physically aggressive spiders while simultaneously launching attacks on the boss. Qing Fengjiu adopted a similar approach. However, the 3 ranged fighters struggled to engage effectively, as their own combat prowess was insufficient, rendering them better suited to diverting the monsters instead. In this scenario, Wen Royumeng faced minimal pressure with all the spiders drawn away, allowing her to unleash formidable power that astonished Qing Feng Huanwu. The boss's ordinary attacks failed to reach Wen Royumeng, and during a wide-area roar, Qing Feng Huanwu swiftly maneuvered behind the boss, avoiding damage while dealing exceptionally high output, causing the boss to focus its aggression solely on her. However, when 22 spiders appeared, the situation shifted dramatically. Several spiders, ignoring their assailants, collectively targeted Wen Royumeng, rendering the team's diversion efforts ineffective. Such a battle was indeed exhilarating. Gentle Rain Dream expressed her excitement as she deftly maneuvered amidst the relentless assaults of several spider bosses, knowing that with sufficient time, she could vanquish the spider matriarch. Despite her evasive tactics, the spider matriarch eventually redirected her wrath towards others. With a thunderous roar, she obliterated the nearby players, Qingfeng Jiyu and Angelica, who had unwittingly clustered together. Their demise prompted the pursuing spiders to immediately target the remaining players. The spider matriarch unleashed her fury on others, striking Qingfeng Huanyue and leaving her severely wounded. Not every player possessed the extraordinary skills of Gentle Rain Dream. In reality, she must have trained in martial arts. One by one, players fell, and the number of spiders attacking Gentle Rain Dream increased significantly. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of adversaries, she succumbed. Everyone promptly returned to the city. The supposed 8 boost in effectiveness had little bearing on the group's ability to defeat the Spider Matriarch. Even with the Spider Matriarch's 400 attack power, low defense players, aided by the ordinary spiders, would render the 8-member team incapable of triumph, hence the appearance of the treasure chest. Chapter 020. It turns out that collecting sisters is so effortless I apologize. Had it not been for my curiosity to ascertain whether there were any valuable items, we would not have faced total annihilation. Observing the 7 members of our team returning to the city, despite the minimal penalties for dying in the dungeon, I, Shinkai, felt a twinge of guilt. It is not your fault. You are already quite formidable. The blame lies with them, when Ro Yumeng exclaimed, pointing at the group of girls, though her tone was anything but gentle. The pointed members did not protest, for they were well aware of Ro Yumeng's exceptional prowess. After all, they were merely average players, unlike her, who was a truly extraordinary talent. As the situation appeared to deteriorate further, I promptly suggested, let us examine what treasures await us in the chest. Last time, we acquired a recipe for stamina potions. What might this time yield? A stamina potion recipe. No wonder you produce so many spoils each day. I had assumed they were purchased, Qingfeng Huanwu remarked, immediately turning her gaze to the item sent by Shinkai, which was yet another recipe. Spider Venom Wind Recipe. Required materials. Level 20 Cloak Core X1, Steel Alloy X5, Glimmering Purple Stone X1, Spider Venom Silk X10, Poison Energy Core X2. Stamina cost, 200. 200 stamina, I exclaimed, recalling that the previous Thunder Battle Ring required merely 100. This time, the significant consumption indicated that it was undoubtedly a powerful equipment recipe. However, the question of where to procure the necessary materials loomed large. The core of the level 20 cloak must surely pertain to equipment of the same level. Qingfeng Huani swiftly continued, stating that the transition from level 10 to level 20 does not require an extensive duration if we prepare hundreds of items before reaching level 20. Our combat prowess will be significantly enhanced. Wenru Yumeng immediately exclaimed, I want that equipment too. We can assist Shinkai in gathering materials. Qingfeng Huani promptly responded, we can also contribute, and it will be at no cost. If crafted well, we might even earn some profit. Zixing Huanyue glanced at Lin Xiuli before addressing Qingfeng Huani. Among our 8 members, Shinkai lacks any alliance. You 2 sisters belong to one faction, while the remaining 5 are part of the same group. Given that we are concurrently tackling this dungeon, we possess a 62.5 probability of acquiring the Spider Venom Wind recipe. Additionally, the treasure chest was discovered solely by Shinkai, which means that over half of the rewards will go to him. Thus, Shinkai, the decision rests with you. Will you choose Lin Xiuli or the sister whose name you do not even know? Qingfeng Huani? Qingfeng Huani exclaimed, I am Su Mingmei. Your suggestion is quite astute. I trust that Shinkai will undoubtedly choose me, as we have engaged in trade for several days. Upon receiving a message from Angelica, Lin Xiuli immediately declared, what does a few days signify? I have known brother Shinkai for over a decade. He will certainly choose me. With a light laugh, Qingfeng Huani replied, you are mistaken. Love is such that one must grow to experience an instantaneous attraction to a stranger, which is truly the epitome of romance. Oh, I see now. You are infatuated with Shinkai at first sight. Angelica beamed with a smile and continued, however. It is quite natural for professional players to be elated when they quickly amass such an abundance of spoils. Excessive joy can lead to unforeseen consequences. Do you have any objections? I cherish Shinkai, and I shall not be outdone by any of you. Qifeng Wanwu asserted with formidable confidence. Meanwhile, Shinkai, who was observing the spectacle, sensed that voicing any further opinions might invite considerable trouble. Suddenly, Qingfeng Jiyu's expression darkened as he turned to Shinkai and shouted, Shinkai, I will kill you. You have stolen my sister from me. Quickly, take up your weapon and face me in battle. While the allure of competition is undeniable, could you not maintain a sense of calm? Your antics are wholly unappealing to me. As for the equipment, I shall seek out other vendors, Shinkai finally interjected. His words silenced the crowd, the impact of his statement resonating profoundly. With the audience now hushed, Shinkai continued, the materials required are as follows. Level 20 Cloak Core X1. Steel alloy, glimmering purple stone, and poison energy core. These components are rather easy to procure, provided one has sufficient funds. However, the spider venom thread appears to be an exceptionally rare item. During your quarrel, I took the liberty of researching it online and discovered that it can only be dropped by spiders of level 20 or higher with an exceedingly low drop rate. Thus, crafting a piece of equipment presents a considerable challenge. Shinkai turned to the group of ladies and said, let us continue our challenge in the King's dungeon. When we reach the final boss, I shall take the treasure chest alone while you all return to town. The bosses within the King's dungeon are far superior to the 3 expert-level bosses, and of course, having more potions and equipment will aid us in our continued endeavors. But what shall we do about the spider's poison wind? It seems that Gentle Rain Dream still desires the cloak, and naturally, everyone present wishes for it, especially if it proves to be a remarkable piece of equipment. We shall discuss it further once it is crafted, Shinkai promptly replied. Zixing Huanyue then looked at Qin Feng Wanwu and continued. Your name is Su Mingmei, is it not? You just revealed your name. Therefore, I extend an invitation for you to join the Xianling Bihue. This way, the spider's poison wind will truly belong to our group of 8. Qin Feng Wanwu felt somewhat helpless, though she recognized the merit in Zixing Huanyue's proposition. Zixing Huanyue immediately added, everyone associated with Shinkai is part of Xianling Bihue. As you understand, please allow me to join. Qi Feng Wanwu excitedly exclaimed, while the others were left in disbelief, clearly seeing the extent of her infatuation with her boyfriend. What about us? Let us not forget that we are the small leaders of our own faction, Qi Fengzhiyu cried out, not wanting her dear sister to be swayed so easily. Fear not, I will have my leader send an alliance invitation to your leader, and all will be resolved. Zixing Huanyue cast a peculiar glance at Qi Fengzhiyu, and, with a smile, remarked, so, Qi Fengzhiyu, why not join me? I believe you wouldn't wish to be pursued by a throng of male players. In the Xianling Bihue Guild, all you will encounter are female players. With nary a male in sight. Wouldn't that be delightful? Furthermore, I will ensure both you and your sister are assigned excellent roles, and even provide you with a shared room, if you grasp my intent. Upon hearing Zixing Huanyue's final words, Qin Fengzhiyu immediately understood and was filled with joy, exclaiming, please, do include me in the guild? The game has only just commenced, switching factions is no great matter. Zixing Huanyue, elated, began to recruit members and reached out to Huangfu Haoqi, the leader known for sending female players to their guild. It was evident that if he did not facilitate a meeting between Qin Feng Huanyue and Shinkai, the situation involving the female recruits would not have arisen. One could easily surmise that Huangfu Haoqi was now caught in a mix of elation and frustration, thrilled to gain a formidable ally, yet dismayed to lose 2 skilled players. Moreover, these 2 sisters were entirely unyielding to Huangfu Haoqi's commands and departed without hesitation. If he were to lay eyes on them now, he would certainly be left in a state of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Shinkai, who had been observing this unfolding scenario, concluded that he should minimize his encounters with Zixing Huanyue in the future, as this individual was perilously adept at attracting female players with remarkable ease. Yet, the crux of the matter was not merely the recruitment of 2 women, but rather Zixing Huanyue's demeanor, reminiscent of a shrewd merchant, as he proclaimed, now, among our 8 members, those with influence reside solely within Xianling Bihue. Thus, regarding the issues of spider venom and dungeon treasure chests, is it not true that only the members of Xianling Bihue possess this knowledge? The 7 others present could only respond with silence, acknowledging the undeniable truth that those of exceptional intellect are indeed formidable. As the captain, Shinkai immediately stated, let us prepare some potions and then continue our challenge in the King's dungeon. Moreover, what shall we do with my level 10 loot? Abandon the crafting. The number of players with level 10 loot is steadily increasing. Your current objective should be the level 20 loot and the previously effective potions. Also, remember to procure the fairy water. The price is negotiable. With skilled players like Zixing Huanyue engaging in shady dealings, can we still be concerned about the development of our guild? Qi Feng Huanyue promptly responded, I will contact the new leader and take charge of potion procurement, ensuring not a single copper coin is misappropriated. I am more than capable of managing this task. That task should fall to me, Lin Shili interjected immediately. As the 2 girls began their usual banter once more, Kai quickly interjected, since I possess stamina potions, my goal is to achieve a total of 500 stamina points in one day, which means I can produce 3,000 bottles daily. You two can each purchase 15 sets from me daily, at a price of 10 gold coins per set, totaling 300 gold coins per day. Of course, if I have the materials for Spider-S Venom Wind, I will produce them immediately, with the price to be determined separately. Gentle Rain Dream promptly said, Kai, could you reserve a piece of Spider-S Venom Wind for me in advance? Certainly, Kai agreed without hesitation, just like the loot. I will provide it to you right away. After all, you have been immensely helpful in this dungeon run. Upon hearing this, Gentle Rain Dream displayed a beaming smile and said, Kai, thank you for gifting me equipment. Lin Shili glanced at Qing Feng Huanyue and remarked, does it not seem like these two are the greatest threat here? Do you think you can defeat them? The gentle breeze swayed, and Huani shook her head, saying, I cannot defeat her. She is far too formidable. Lin Shili replied, then let us join forces, with a healer and a warrior. We can surely overcome a warrior without healing. It is not a problem. Their swift reconciliation brought amusement to the surrounding girls, who, being of the same gender, instantly comprehended the situation. Once the dungeon was completed, Kai glanced at himself, realizing that every time he opened a chest, it was he alone who had caused his experience to stagnate, as he was the only male among them. After opening his backpack, he remarked, the chests are filled with various recipes. However, these past few times, they have all been ordinary level 10 recipes. It seems the treasure chests are not particularly exceptional, though if fortune favors me, I might acquire a level 20 recipe. Obtaining a single recipe is akin to acquiring several pieces of equipment. Huani looked at Kai with growing joy and said, for you, it is as if you possess hundreds of pieces of equipment. The versatile engineer is indeed quite powerful. Kai then glanced at the time and stated, the dungeon runs have concluded, so I shall go solo to hunt monsters. Please do not follow. Soloing yields higher experience. As you are aware, Zixing Huanyue chuckled, I am unsure how to manage two mutually antagonistic sisters. Hence I have decided to go solo. We understand that. Is it permissible for you to speak such things in front of one another? Indeed, it is, as it only serves to stoke the flames. And thus, they proceeded to dine. Chapter 21. The success or failure of confessing to a girl in the heat of battle alongside the enchanting beauty, Kai often yearned for solitude. Too many complications arose when others were involved, and a lack of companions could lead to vulnerabilities. Thus, he concluded that isolation was indeed the wisest course of action. Furthermore, given Kai's current output capabilities, soloing proved far more effective than engaging in group efforts. The chosen battleground for slaying monsters was none other than the Thunder Bamboo Grove. Such a splendid locale was certainly not to be squandered. Under the combined assault of two sharp wolf kings, the Thunder Bears found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, what Kai truly coveted was the Thunder Spirit Ore, which would enable him to forge exceptional equipment. Regrettably, despite his relentless searches, it remained elusive. As the afternoon elapsed, Kai's level ascended to 14. The combat prowess of the sharp wolf kings increased, making the extermination of surrounding monsters considerably easier. Even when faced with formidable boss creatures, victory felt more attainable. Just as he was preparing to dine, Kai unexpectedly encountered the Thunder Black Blast Bear, a foe he had previously vanquished. Its attributes remained unchanged at level 18 with an attack power of 250. Last time, he had triumphed through the might of the Sharp Wolf King, and this time, the enhanced strength of his companion rendered the encounter even less arduous. However, without the healing support of a priest, Kai found himself in a precarious situation when he realized his wolf had fallen in battle. He hastily retreated, only to summon his loyal companion back into the fray. The inability of pets to utilize potions for healing proved to be quite a vexing limitation. After successfully dispatching the Thunder Black Blast Bear once more, Kai's spirits soared as he began to sift through the spoils of victory. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon an item perfectly suited for his needs, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Thunder Earrings, Bronze Artifact, Equipment Category, Accessories. Earrings required level 15 magical defense, 18 bonus, increases summoned creatures' attack power by 10 points. Special effect, summoning class professions can equip it 3 levels earlier. Currently, Kai is at level 14, thus, he cannot equip level 15 gear. However, due to the special effect, he is able to wear it now, which he understands well. After adorning the earrings, all of Kai's gear, excluding his weapon, armor, and cloak, is above level 10. He firmly believes that with a stroke of luck, he will acquire all of this equipment. Additionally, it would be splendid if he could obtain the exceedingly rare shield usable by magical players. Once everything is organized, Shinkai feels elated and indulges in a sumptuous meal before entering the game, aiming to reach the brink of level 15. By tomorrow, he anticipates achieving level 15, enabling him to tackle level 15 dungeons. However, upon entering the game, Shinkai is startled by the sounds of battle, indicating that someone has discovered the Thunder Bamboo Grove ahead of schedule. Intrigued, he approaches the source and discovers it is a male player. Upon seeing the ID above the player's head, he exclaims, "I am not a master. How could it be you?" Since their last encounter in the dungeon a few days prior, Shinkai had not crossed paths with Qinfeng again. Although they had added each other as friends, their communication was sparse. He had presumed they would not meet again, yet fate had other plans. Qinfeng immediately recognized the person who called his name and said, "I am Qinfeng. Captain Shinkai, please remember this and do not claim to have forgotten." Of course, Shinkai would not reveal to Qinfeng that the username "Not a Master" was far more memorable than the two characters of Qinfeng. Setting that aside, Shinkai swiftly redirected the conversation, noting that Qinfeng had already reached level 15, even as level 16 had recently emerged, with numerous players fervently grinding for experience. "You arrived here due to a quest, and it seems you have discovered this place for several days now." Qinfeng approached Shinkai and inquired, "So you must know where the Thunder Black explosive bear can be found?" "I killed it over an hour ago," Shinkai promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng's mouth twitched several times. No wonder he had spent over 30 minutes searching without success. Shinkai continued, "Additionally, I have defeated it twice already. You can continue your hunt tomorrow. There are no opportunities today." "Very well." Qinfeng resigned himself to the situation and quickly added, "Has Lian Xingxiao been in touch with you? This girl is quite attached to her brother. I cannot let her fall into despair." "That is not my concern. We have not been in contact for a long time," Shinkai promptly responded. With the increasing number of beautiful women, he preferred to avoid entanglements with certain ladies, as even friendship could be quite troublesome. "Well then, I will continue my search for any lovely ladies who might become my girlfriend." "Brother, do you want me to help you find one?" With a hint of mischief in his tone, Qinfeng spoke. Although Shinkai would never reveal that he had already attracted the attention of several lovely ladies. "No need for that. I can devise my own methods. Now, let us dispense with the idle chatter and focus on leveling up." As Shinkai's words echoed, he summoned the Sharp Wolf King, and fortune smiled upon him as two appeared simultaneously. Naturally, Qinfeng was aware that Shinkai had the ability to summon two creatures, considering he could summon 10. However, upon inspecting the attributes of the Sharp Wolf King, he exclaimed, "This is a boss-level summoned creature. Though it may be the lowest tier, its power is still formidable. How on earth did you manage to capture it?" "Wait a moment. I recall that the Sharp Wolf King, a level 13 boss, was discovered long before you reached level 10. You had no opportunity. Could it possibly have been purchased?" "It must have been, given that your spoils a few days ago were quite valuable." Of course, Shinkai would not divulge that it was a gift from a powerful and alluring woman. In this village, only summoners could wield pets, and their numbers amounted to a mere 0.5 of the total player base. Without good equipment in the early stages, rapid advancement was nearly impossible. I believe I am currently the highest level summoner at level 14, which makes the summoner's items exceedingly affordable. As a merchant, Shinkai was well aware of market prices and intentionally encouraged Qinfeng not to overthink things. Two individuals formed a team, swiftly vanquishing the surrounding bears. Qinfeng, bearing the ID, "I am not a master," surpassed even the most skilled players, adorned with exceptionally fine equipment, suggesting that he had defeated a multitude of bosses. Despite his formidable prowess, he had yet to amass many friends. After 4 hours of relentless battle, Shinkai prepared to log off and rest, when he received a friend request from Gentle Rain Dream, inviting him to the village. Without hesitation, Shinkai agreed and informed Qinfeng that he would return to replenish his potions. Qinfeng, unconcerned, continued to slay monsters, relishing the high experience gained from solo battles. Upon returning to the village, guided by the location provided by Gentle Rain Dream, Shinkai soon encountered a formidable beauty with exceptional combat prowess. Meeting two players whose IDs were starkly contrasting left him uncertain whether it was a fortuitous encounter or not. Upon seeing Shinkai, Gentle Rain Dream promptly initiated a trade. Shocked by the trade request, Shinkai realized it contained all the materials for the Spider Venom Wind, he simply needed to craft it. Although it required 200 stamina, the day's recovery would easily replenish that amount. Recalling the spoils from earlier encounters, Shinkai noted that Gentle Rain Dream had collected numerous items, and with her recent acquisitions, along with his limited understanding of her, he surmised that she aspired to become an exceptionally skilled player, though the reasons behind this ambition remained unclear. Furthermore, the materials required could only be obtained by defeating monsters of level 20 or higher, and even with his level at 15, the challenge remained formidable. It might take him as long as 6 hours to gather the necessary materials. Upon obtaining the materials, Shinkai immediately commenced the crafting process. Approximately 10 minutes later, he successfully produced the spider venom cloak. The extensive refinement of the materials proved to be quite time-consuming, and during the creation of the core, a unique effect elicited immense excitement in both individuals. Simple spider venom cloak, blue-silver equipment category, cloak required level, 20 physical defense, 25 additional effect, 7 increase in physical defense growth additional effect, 6 increase in HP growth additional effect. Select a level 2 passive skill from the warrior class. Special effect, reduces usage requirement by 5 levels. Upon discovering that it was blue-silver equipment, both were filled with elation, as they had initially anticipated it to be merely copper equipment. Even if it had been purple copper, its effects could not possibly rival those of blue-silver, which boasted an additional attribute with superior efficacy. Shinkai promptly declared, "Wenro, this equipment is for you. With it, your defense will significantly improve. And I recall that the warrior class has a passive skill that enhances attack power by level 2. While seemingly modest, it is quite beneficial at this stage." Wenro, grateful, replied, "Thank you, Shinkai, for bestowing upon me such a remarkable piece of equipment. The previous loot with 20 attack power has been immensely helpful to me." After a moment of contemplation, Wenro continued, "How do you wish for me to repay you? However, I must confess, I do not possess any money, as this was a personal request, and my boss would not reimburse me." Shinkai gazed at Wenro and suggested, "What if you become my girlfriend? To be honest, I am rather eager for a girlfriend at this moment." Upon hearing the declaration of affection, she momentarily froze, but soon dismissed it with indifference. Inquiring about Lin Xioli and the others, "I have always regarded Lin Xioli as a younger sister. I have never entertained any romantic feelings towards her." Shinkai, recalling events from a few days prior, continued, "I find myself somewhat attracted to you, perhaps due to that unexpected embrace the other day. Of course, if you choose to decline, we can simply remain friends, and the notion of a girlfriend can be discussed later." Wen Yumeng pondered for a moment and replied, "You hardly know me, nor do you even know my name." Shinkai promptly responded, "That is of little consequence. Should you agree, I shall learn it. I will make an effort to understand you." Wen Yumeng said, "Very well, but I require a substantial amount of money. Fear not, I will strive to earn it. A level 20 blue-silver cloak holds considerable value. You understand that I will seek to acquire level 30 and 40 items ahead of time, amassing a fortune of hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions," she interjected. "Could you possibly settle for a lesser amount? I have a preference for those of exceptional strength." Shinkai felt his confidence wane considerably, realizing he was akin to a novice in the game, burdened by the desire to be remarkably powerful. Moreover, there was the matter of Qiu Shui Li and the others, who were vital members of the Xianling Bai Shui. If they were to depart, it would spell trouble. Given their personalities, even if you developed feelings for me, they would not relent. The potential for rivals, perhaps even numerous ones, loomed large. Are there really that many? Shinkai felt utterly helpless. Gentle Rain Dream promptly remarked, "Being with you pales in comparison to being with Lin Xioli. By the way, my real name is Sunny Rain Day. What I currently need most is money, at least 10 million. The quickest way to accumulate wealth in the gaming world is through strength. Once I reach the top 10 rankings and all players surpass level 50, my opportunities for earning will arise. The high-tier bosses beyond level 50 are incredibly lucrative." You are indeed correct. The means of earning through life professions is merely a fleeting moment. Initially, 300 gold could be exchanged for 30,000. But now even 10,000 seems impossible. The exchange rate for gold has been steadily declining, and the official currency exchange has also emerged. However, if a premier weapon were to drop, considering the current abundance of wealthy players, a price of 1 million for an item would be quite reasonable. Shinkai turned towards Gentle Rain Dream and continued, "Very well, let us postpone discussions about relationships for now. Let today's matters be forgotten. It is quite late. You should rest early. Until we meet again, if it weren't for the 10 million, being together wouldn't be so bad." With those words, Gentle Rain Dream logged off. Shinkai gazed at the spot where she had vanished and said, 10 million. If only I possessed such an amount, it would completely transform my worldview. Perhaps I should learn more about your situation. Chapter 022. Battling the mighty boss with 500 beauties. Time swiftly passed, and the following day arrived. Much like the ones before it, Shinkai promptly commenced the creation of potions. However, this time, he focused on concocting elixirs. After producing 20 sets of special potions, 2 enchanting maidens soon approached to collect them. It was precisely due to the presence of these 2 captivating girls that Shinkai felt compelled to confess his feelings to Wen Ryum, despite the near certainty of failure. Upon completing the transaction, they resumed their dungeon foray, this time as a trio tackling an expert-level instance. There was no longer a need for Shinkai to face demise, as the treasures within the dungeon chests were scarcely remarkable. A multitude of beauties confirmed this, indicating that only extraordinary luck would yield a level 20 recipe. Does anyone know about Wen Ryum? Although Shinkai understood that inquiring about the 2 alluring maidens was a perilous endeavor, he felt it was the only way to dissuade them. At present, he had neither aspirations for a harem nor the confidence for assured success. Lin Xiuli immediately interjected. Shinkai, do you no longer desire me? If so, I have resolved that even if you marry, I will still wish to be with you. It is perfectly acceptable for a sister and brother to reside together. Shinkai quickly retorted, do not shift the topic. I regard you solely as my sister, and I am not one to indulge in sisterly affection. Sisterly affection, is that so? Qingfeng Huanyu mused, as if struck by inspiration, and continued. My sister is indeed one who indulges in such affections. Therefore, I shall acknowledge Wen Ryum as my sister, which will allow me to embrace my admiration for her while also cherishing my bond with you. What a splendid notion. Hey, must you be so formidable? Even the gentle breeze would weep at your prowess. I fear she may challenge me to a duel of life and death. Lin Xiuli chuckled lightly and remarked, Brother Shinkai, until you are wed, I shall not relent. As for Gentle Rain Dream, I can reveal to you that her true name is Kinji Yushin. Shinkai pondered for a few moments before responding, I am aware of this. Just yesterday, I professed my feelings to her using a level 20 spider venom wind, naturally. The materials were provided by her. What? The 2 stunning beauties erupted in unison, relieved that they were not amidst a battle. What was the outcome? If I had 10 million, success would be assured. Lacking it, I would surely fail. Shinkai's reply caused the 2 ladies to exhale in relief. How could he possibly accumulate 10 million without even having 100,000? Lin Xiuli contemplated for a moment and said, Actually, I have heard my superior speak of her. Gentle Rain Dream is the daughter of a family with assets in the millions. However, a year ago, her parents suffered a catastrophic incident that resulted in immense financial losses for their company, severely affecting subsequent business operations, bringing the company close to collapse. Shinkai interjected, So, the need for 10 million arises. However, if there are a few 100,000, that should suffice to restart, unless extraordinary circumstances have arisen. Lin Xiuli affirmed, Indeed, extraordinary circumstances have emerged. The owner of a company worth billions has offered 10 million to assist Gentle Rain Dream's company, thereby averting its impending demise. Thus, several months later, her company has been entirely taken over by the billionaire, who even declared his affections for her with a sum of 50 million. Upon hearing this, Shinkai contemplated for a moment and quickly realized, so that is the case. When Ro Yumeng is determined not to run away from home, but instead aims to earn her own living to escape control. No wonder she requires such a substantial amount of money. Would her parents truly acquiesce to this? Even if they disagree, they must comply. Transitioning from immense wealth to being destitute is indeed a painful ordeal. The complexities of those from commercial aristocracy are evidently troublesome. While thousands of companies are established, numerous others simultaneously meet their demise. Qingfeng Huanwu gazed at Shinkai and replied, Then allow me to assist you in earning money. But you must cherish me dearly. I shall earn my own money. No, it shall be a joint effort with Wen Ryumeng. You all should abandon this notion. Then I shall take on the role of the third party. After all, Wen Ryumeng would not mind. The gentleness embodied by her name signifies everything. Should I inform you of her ferocity? Gentleness is merely a fade, and I happen to know someone who goes by the moniker I am not an expert, yet is, in truth, an extraordinarily formidable master beyond comparison. If you wish to avoid the emergence of domestic turmoil, then be with me. Let us engage in battle. Other matters can be addressed at a later time. After the trio spent an entire morning tackling dungeons, Shinkai's level ascended to 15. It was entirely reasonable, considering he had battled 18-level monsters for over 4 hours yesterday, coupled with the morning's endeavors, to achieve level 15. Regrettably, level 17 players had also begun to appear today, albeit only a handful thus far. In the afternoon, Shinkai contemplated briefly before sending a voice message to his friend, when Ro Yuming, who promptly agreed to converse. He inquired, "Where are you? Are you battling the level 20 spiders?" When Ro Yuming instantly replied, "You guessed it. So, what brings you here? By the way, I will continue to gather materials as a side task." Shinkai responded without hesitation, "I'll join you to farm. The level 18 monsters are no longer suitable for me, and that area has already been discovered by others." "Ah, so you have been challenging higher-level monsters. It makes sense. Acquiring such excellent pets at the same level would be a sheer waste. I am currently at XXXX, XXXXX, XXXXXX. Upon hearing when Ro Yuming's location, Shinkai swiftly mounted his steed and set off towards that direction. Upon his arrival, he discovered a group of female players, among whom was Lin Qiuli, evidently invited by Wen Ro Yuming while Shinkai was dining. He also noticed many unfamiliar female players, all members of the Xianling by Shui Guild. As everyone gathered, the call to prepare for the battle against the strongest boss at present was issued. One female player, upon spotting Shinkai, exclaimed loudly, capturing his attention. He quickly glanced over to see that it was none other than the leader of Xianling by Shui, with the ID, Luo Yuqing Xian, a slender sword wielder at level 17. What? Level 17? And a slender sword wielder? Isn't that a hidden profession? Shinkai was taken aback, realizing that while there are 30 professions, the slender sword wielder is not classified among the ordinary ones. As the sole male player, what words do you have to share? Star Kai? Liu Yuqingxin approached swiftly, her presence captivating. Gazing closely at her, Star Kai mused internally, yet another enchanting beauty. What manner of boss is this? Liu Yuqingxin promptly replied, "This is a level 20+ spider boss discovered by Gentle Rain Dream, and it can be said to be the most formidable boss currently. I am the leader of the fairy spirit Azure Waters, and should you wish to partake in the battle, you are welcome to join. However, we shall bear no responsibility for your survival." Star Kai responded without hesitation, "No worries. I am a summoner. As long as you remain unharmed, all is well." Liu Yuqingxin immediately countered, "Can you truly bear to witness our demise?" Star Kai chuckled lightly. Having chosen an all-female guild, one must possess the resolve. While relying on men for protection is perfectly natural, it does not foster your growth. The absence of any male players signifies that you are entirely capable of safeguarding yourselves. In this game, gender is irrelevant, only prowess matters. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuqingxin expressed her delight, "Well said. Would you be interested in joining us? I assure you entry into the main guild, and should you perform admirably, I shall grant you the status of a junior leader, allowing you to command thousands of female players." Star Kai, however, politely declined, "I appreciate the offer, but I am not suited for leadership. Let us instead proceed to observe the boss." The allure was tempting, yet Star Kai remained undistracted, preferring to avoid further discussion on the subject. Thus, all the ladies began their journey towards the location of the boss. Surrounded by an abundance of enchanting women, Shinkai found himself unable to count them all. However, within the realm of the game, numerous tools existed that could instantly ascertain the number of players present. Bored, Shinkai had discovered these tools during his leisure time, revealing a staggering count of 500 individuals, capable of challenging 5 hell-level dungeons. The presence of such a multitude indicated that this particular boss was even more formidable than those encountered in hell-level dungeons. It was anticipated that at least half of the 500 beautiful players would perish, and the possibility of total annihilation loomed large. Nevertheless, even under such dire circumstances, the group managed to vanquish the boss, with the diverse array of 30 classes among the 500 players ensuring that the pressure was manageable. Upon laying eyes on the boss, Shinkai was instantly reminded of the spider matriarch from a previous dungeon, yet this particular matriarch was significantly larger and possessed far superior attributes. Spider Queen Silver Star, Lord level boss, level 20 attack, 600 defense, 100 HP, 50,000 skills, Web of Spiders, Earthbound Web, Web Capture. Description: Silver Star is the mightiest among all low-level spiders, earning the title of Spider Queen due to her ability to command all lesser spiders. Her webs are laced with potent venom, rendering foes immobile. One must exercise caution against her webs during battle. With an attack power of 600, It seems prudent for me to take cover, Shinkai remarked upon reviewing the boss's information. Although looking heard Shinkai's words, she remained unfazed and inquired, Purple Star, do you have a strategy? The Purple Star summoned the moon and promptly responded, bosses are categorized into ordinary, enhanced, elite, and lord levels, with each tier exhibiting significant disparities. This time, the boss's attack power is exceedingly high. Its skills can easily obliterate non-defensive players due to the vast difference in levels and the suppression that amplifies damage. However, those with high defense should remain unscathed, especially if they have fully allocated points and rely on restorative potions. Upon hearing this, Luoyu Qingxin immediately exclaimed, Huan Yi Shuiyu, please test the boss's damage. Of course, replied the girl addressed as Huan Yi Shuiyu, who readily accepted the task. Shinkai observed her. Noting her clad in heavy armor and wielding a colossal shield over a meter in height, Huan Yi Shuiyu was a heavy shield knight, the class with the highest defense, albeit with correspondingly low attack power. Due to her class, she bore the weight of the shield with ease. Although her movement speed was slightly hampered, after a span of several seconds, she managed to traverse 30 meters and stood before the Spider Queen, striking with her weapon, only to inflict a meager damage of 1 point. Incensed by this attack, the Spider Queen retaliated, one of its many legs lunging at the heavy shield knight. In full view of all, Huan Yi Shuiyu sustained an astonishing 700 points of damage. The sheer magnitude of damage stemmed from the level disparity. To Shinkai's astonishment, Huan Yi Shuiyu, despite enduring such a colossal blow, remained alive, her health bar still displaying around 40. It appeared she possessed at least 1,000 health points, a stark contrast to Shinkai's mere 300, rendering her akin to a robust tank, albeit regrettably lacking in offensive capabilities. 15th level x6, first level 1. 5 attributes 5 points freely allocated 6, 90 by 11, heavy shield knight HP growth, 990, combined with exquisite equipment and skills, you understand. Upon sustaining significant damage, Huan Yi Shuiyu promptly consumed a special potion obtained from Shinkai, instantly restoring 300 health points and regenerating 60 health points per second. As the cooldown of the special potion did not affect that of ordinary potions, Huan Yi Shuiyu also drank a standard potion, recovering another 300 HP over a span of 10 seconds rather than instantaneously. Observing this, Shinkai recognized the extraordinary value of the special potion. Several priests and healers rushed to provide assistance. Zixing Huan Yue commanded, as several formidable priests, positioned 10 meters from Huan Yi Shuiyu, immediately began their healing efforts, swiftly bringing Huan Yi Shuiyu's health back to full capacity. Approximately 10 seconds later, Zixing Huan Yue promptly instructed Angelica, Han Bingyu, unleash ranged magical attacks. The two sorcerers, one wielding ice and the other fire, promptly targeted the colossal Spider Queen. Their combined formidable magical prowess dealt a total of 100 damage. However, engaging a boss with 50,000 health points proved to be a daunting task. 5 seconds later, as the Spider Queen shifted her focus from Huan Yi Shuiyu to other targets, Zixing Huan Yue urgently declared, all high defense fighters, charge forward. Intercept the boss's attacks directed at those with lower defenses. The remaining individuals should engage in a 360-degree encirclement, following the pre-established team assignments. Gazing at the command of the Purple Star Summoning Moon, Shinkai comprehended the strategy and remarked, relying on high defense players to test firepower. Several priests would ascertain whether the boss would target them, followed by assessing the damage output. The results indicated that excessive damage led to a shift in aggro, transforming the encounter into a sea of players obstructing the boss's advance. Within each group of 50, there was an abundance of healers, buffers, and defenders, allowing the healers and buffers to focus solely on their own knights, thereby minimizing chaos and significantly enhancing the success rate of the kill. The remaining concern was whether the boss's abilities could eliminate a player with 1,000 health points. Thus, I shall merely partake in a supporting role. The emergence of two sharp wolf kings immediately instilled a sense of increased success among the crowd, for the prowess of these two formidable creatures rivaled that of a singular magical player. Chapter 023. Forced to join the guild to acquire the ultimate weapon when confronted by an onslaught of 500 attackers, the actual damage output is only about 300 individuals. However, the cumulative damage inflicted per second can reach a minimum of 2,000 points, allowing the Queen Spider to be vanquished in less than 30 seconds. The sheer power of numbers is indeed formidable, though one must acknowledge the potential for extraordinary circumstances to arise. The queen spider, not one to be easily subdued, swiftly unleashed her formidable skill, enveloping a radius of nearly 20 meters in a torrent of webbing. This sudden assault resulted in the demise of over 20 members from a team of 50, each suffering in excess of 800 points of damage, particularly those with low defenses. The loss of 20 players did not deter the remaining combatants. Instead, they persisted in their assault. Skills are subject to cooldowns, rendering continuous casting impossible. They could only sporadically deploy the webbing skill, which serves both as a control and damage mechanism. The webbing skill is exceptionally potent, instantly covering an area of at least 1,000 square meters around the queen spider. Those ensnared in the webbing are rendered immobile, making it nearly impossible to evade the boss's attacks. Thus, any attempt to challenge the queen spider without reaching level 40 is futile. Even the most skilled players would find themselves at a disadvantage, transformed from seasoned veterans into novices, engaging in a futile battle against the boss. Observing the webbing's effect, which drains nearly 2,000 HP per second, Shinkai felt that his concerns were unwarranted. The collective strength of the group made the extermination of this low-level boss a trivial endeavor, unless faced with later adversaries who boast staggering health and defense, requiring the defeat of 1,000 foes at a time. After 20 seconds, the Spider Queen had already lost 60% of her health, while the players, numbering just over 100, had succumbed to the devastating effects of a nearly 10-second cooldown area of effect skill. With 2 skills at a 10-second interval, that translates to an average of 1 every 5 seconds. Were it not for the considerable level disparity leading to numerous misses, the Spider Queen would have been on the brink of death. Everyone was striving for victory. If the boss were to fall, fortune might bestow upon us exquisite equipment awaiting our claim. Liu Kingson called out loudly, urging her fellow female players to intensify their efforts, even though they knew that, due to their overwhelming numbers, many would not secure a single piece of loot. Their dedication to the guild as prosperity compelled them to contribute. Once people become earnest, it is challenging for them to relent. With the boss's health dwindling, the third skill, Silk Capture, was unleashed, causing the webs on the ground to writhe and ensnare several female players, turning them against their comrades. Zixing Huanyu immediately shouted, Chaos Skill. The non-tank warriors in the vicinity promptly defended against the attacks of their afflicted peers. I surmised that even if they endured some damage while adopting a defensive stance, it would be minimal, given the vast difference in attack power between the players and the boss. As soon as Zixing Huanyu's words fell, the surrounding warriors sprang into action. The efficacy of the control skills was woefully inadequate. They were less effective than unleashing 2 instant kill skills on the players. Naturally, if every player around were exceptionally skilled and few in number, the control skills would indeed be formidable. Upon the activation of the control skill, the afflicted female character immediately erupted in fury, launching a ferocious assault on the boss, her reckless bravery instilling a sense of dread. As the boss's health dwindled, looking resolved to engage with full intensity, under the watchful gaze of Shinkai, she unleashed a flurry of strikes at an astonishing speed, landing 5 significant hits within a single second. This was the hallmark of a speed-type hidden class, a pace so swift that even a heavily armored knight would find it challenging to withstand. Shinkai, overwhelmed with astonishment, observed as the boss's health plummeted to below 10,000, prompting him to intensify his efforts, though regrettably, his own damage output was rather meager. However, when the boss's health reached a mere 5,000, it let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a simultaneous attack from its multiple appendages, annihilating all nearby health-donating creatures with a staggering 1,500 points of damage. Zixing Huanyue urgently called out, Everyone, continue to unleash your full power. The boss is on the brink of defeat. This is merely its hidden attack mechanism as it nears demise. The lower the boss's health sank, the more terrifying its combat prowess became. In the final seconds, a staggering 100 players perished, leaving the ground littered with the spoils of their demise. Yet, as all were members of a single guild, none dared to claim the fallen items. Ultimately, the remaining players triumphed over the boss. Had the skill Silken Capture been transformed into a summoning ability for 100 spiders, even a force of 500 players would have struggled to claim victory. The demise of the Lord Boss yielded an abundance of spoils, bringing immense joy to countless female players, yet none of them rushed to collect the items, awaiting their leader's distribution. After several minutes of sifting through the loot, Liu Kingson spoke up. This encounter with the Lord Boss cost us the lives of 300 sisters. Yet it has gifted us with 100 pieces of equipment and a multitude of items. Among these, there are 20 blue items and 5 purple ones. including a coveted purple-silver item. This truly constitutes a bountiful harvest. Upon hearing the news of the purple-silver item, a wave of excitement surged among the female players. Liu Kingson promptly elucidated the reason for their exhilaration. Since the game's inception, thousands of purple copper items have emerged in the Chinese server, yet the pink copper items remain elusive. To date, there have been fewer than 10 purple copper items at level 20, but this purple-silver item is arguably the first of its kind among all players nationwide. It appears the sacrifice of our 300 sisters was not in vain. The level of excitement among the female players escalated further, their exuberant cheers leaving Xingkai somewhat dazed, as the collective voices of women wielded an astonishingly powerful impact. Zixing Huanyu continued, according to official statements, the drop rates for white, green, and blue items are exceedingly high. Strengthening the boss can easily yield blue items, while purple items typically require at least a king-level dungeon or an elite boss, with a stroke of good luck. However, the likelihood of obtaining a purple item from a lord-level boss is significantly higher, and acquiring a purple-silver item is indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Let us set aside concerns regarding the drop rate and instead examine the effects of the equipment. The first piece, a level 20 purple-silver item, should possess formidable capabilities. Angelica's words resonate with every female player's desires, and looking promptly shared the equipment with everyone. Spider Queen's Star Staff, purple-silver item, equipment category, weapon staff required level, 20 magical attack power, 100 additional effects. Increases the attack power of summoned creatures by 20 points. Additional effect. Increases the critical hit rate of summoned creatures by 2. Additional effect. Grants a 50 chance to summon an additional creature of equal strength when casting summoning skills with a duration of 30 seconds or less. This summoned creature lasts for 60 seconds independently. Note, only one summoned creature can be equipped at a time, except under special circumstances. Additional skill, Star Spirit Summon. An active summoning skill that calls forth a spider to join the battle. This summoned creature has an attack power of 200, defense of 50, and HP of 1000. Lasting for 60 seconds, consuming 500 MP, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Note, only one summoned creature can be equipped at a time, except under special circumstances. Purple item effect. If the equipment is bound upon selection, it can be equipped 5 levels in advance. This is my equipment, Xingkai immediately exclaimed, capturing the attention of numerous maidens around him. It is worth noting that he was the only summoner present, ordinarily. The time required for an average summoner to progress from level 1 to 10 is considerable. Were it not for Xingkai's willingness to forsake his pride and engage in cleaning duties, he would not have advanced so rapidly at level 1. Furthermore, he had occasionally gained minuscule amounts of experience from tidying up while crafting items. Zixing Huanyue turned to Xingkai and pondered for a moment before speaking. This equipment was acquired at the expense of 300 of our sisters. You are merely a bystander. While it may be summoner equipment, it also possesses attributes of magical gear, and the Star Spirit Summon can fully utilize these properties. Thus, unless you join the Xianling Bihui faction. Upon hearing this, Xingkai interjected, "Are you coercing me? You intend to burden me with daily tasks, leaving me exhausted. Yet you expect me to believe that you will provide such fine equipment without any further obligations? You are overthinking this. If you do not desire it, you may give it to me. We can sell it and share the proceeds with you, should you wish." Zixing Huanyue continued to press him, while the surrounding maidens, intrigued by the unfolding drama, began to speculate amongst themselves. After a moment's contemplation, Xingkai responded, "Very well, I shall accept the weapon. Provided that the price of potions is reduced by 50%, and I am granted membership in the Xianling Bihui. With this weapon, my chances of summoning 2 Wolf Kings will be nearly 100%. Then it is settled. Just now, during the boss battle, your damage output was the highest, and the equipment is exceptionally suited for you." As the words of Luoyu Qingxin fell, a group of female players was immediately taken aback, astonished to discover that the summoner's output surpassed all others. This remarkable feat was attributed to the combined assault of 2 Wolf Kings alongside Star Kai himself. One individual accounted for the power of 3. Upon entering the all-female guild, Star Kai accessed the guild interface, observing that every player was female. Even after searching for an entire afternoon, he could not find a single male player. Save for the rare occasion when a second guild was entered, usually during perilous times when a group of men would come to provide assistance. Having acquired and equipped the Spider Queen's staff, Star Kai's attack power surged to over 200 points, transforming him into an ordinary mage. Albeit lacking the skills that enhance attack power, and the active offensive abilities typical of mages. Now, let us examine the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. The weapon, a sword, is mine. Spider S-Blade, bronze artifact. Equipment category, weapon staff required level, 20 physical attack power, 50 additional. Physical attack power growth increased by 8 additional. Ignores target S defense by 6 purple equipment effect. If bound upon selection, it can be equipped 3 levels in advance. Given that all are purple grade items, why is there such a disparity, with a difference of 50 and 100? Liu Qingxin expressed a hint of disappointment, acknowledging that while the attributes are indeed quite impressive, which is certainly a cause for celebration, the enhancement of 8 for a hidden class is akin to a 10 increase for an ordinary class. Let us continue to examine the other equipment. Oh. Purple Star Summoning Moon presented some items to Star Kai, saying, "Here are the spider venoms. Continue crafting the equipment." No problem. Additionally, the prices for the equipment are reasonable, and I am in dire need of funds. Liu Qingxin promptly remarked, "Let's see the results of your craftsmanship. If it turns out to be subpar, you'll have to deal with it yourself. I assure you, you shall be satisfied." Xing Kai recalled the triumph of his first successful cloak and the previous success rates of his spoils, which instilled him with immense confidence. Level 15 Protagonist Information, ID, Star Kai's Light Summon level, 15 Magical Attack Power, 214 Physical Defense, 39 Magical Defense, 129 HP, 235 MP, 950. Summoned Beasts Attack Power, 45 Summoned Beasts Defense, 55 Chapter 024, The Broom of the Environmental Guardian upon acquiring formidable equipment. Xing Kai's subsequent battles transformed into a spectacle of his own high output, complemented by the exceptional performance of his 2 pets. Together, their combined output utterly overwhelmed the hidden class player, Luo Yuqing, captivating the attention of all the onlookers. The attributes of the equipment are fixed, thus, the disparity in attributes among all classes diminishes significantly in the later stages. The only substantial difference lies in the skills, resulting in a relatively similar combat power across classes. Of course, those who can level up expeditiously have a distinct advantage. Not every summoner contemplates the prospect of gaining experience by tidying up during their novice phase to restore MP and continue fighting, while also acquiring excellent gear. At the 10th level, obtaining a powerful pet that can summon 2 additional formidable companions creates a significant lead that only widens as the game progresses. However, when not compared to higher-level players or those of equal rank, summoners exhibit remarkable prowess. Xing Kai, gazing upon his terrifying output, promptly resolved to become an extraordinary master, not merely in combat experience, but as a master of attributes. Combat experience can be cultivated over time. With 2 formidable pets and an exceptional weapon, becoming a master is indeed a tangible dream for Xing Kai. With unwavering dedication, success is assured. Although level 20 monsters pose a challenge, the experience they yield is substantial. It is conceivable that by the end of today, Xing Kai may reach level 16, potentially positioning himself among the top 100, a feat achievable only by those players equipped with weaponry boasting over 70 attack power. Players whom Xing Kai may find difficult to surpass. In the span of an afternoon, accompanied by 500 fellow adventurers, a plethora of materials were amassed while hunting spiders. Tomorrow promises the acquisition of several exquisite cloaks. As night fell, Xing Kai departed from the group of enchanting women, driven by a desire to solo a standard boss. Obtaining such fine weaponry from ordinary monsters would indeed be a waste. Naturally, he opted not to challenge excessively formidable foes, settling on creatures around level 20. To ensure that all rewards from the boss would be his alone, Xing Kai ventured into the unknown realms without the company of a single beauty. Lacking knowledge of which maps would suit him best, he mounted his steed and set forth, hoping fortune would favor his exploration. Perhaps luck was indeed on his side, for he soon arrived at a dusty woodland, clearly neglected by countless others. The state of disarray suggested that no one had tended to this place for quite some time. However, being an outdoor area, rain would periodically wash away the dust every few weeks. The abundance of dust here was perplexing, a fitting reflection of the peculiarities inherent in the gaming world. As he treaded through the dust-laden terrain, Xing Kai suddenly spotted an elderly man engaged in cleaning. Upon closer inspection, he noted a striking resemblance between this man and someone he knew from the novice village. Considering the limitless possibilities within the game world, Xing Kai approached and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" The elderly cleaner glanced at Xing Kai and replied, "Guardians of the environment. There are few adventurers with such a title. Thus, You must be aware that helping us yields little in the way of rewards. Shinkai immediately discerned that the individual before him was not an NPC he recognized. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to such trivialities. It's all right. The environmental guardian has been immensely helpful to me, although the effectiveness of this title has significantly diminished. The elderly custodian replied, then I shall assist you in your evolution. But I require your aid in a task. You mean tidying up the surroundings? Shinkai promptly retrieved his cleaning tools, which he had yet to discard. With these in hand, he was assured that he would not have to fret over a lack of experience points, albeit only a single point. Not tidying up. You cannot sweep away the dust surrounding you. The custodian picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at a pile of dust. Under normal circumstances, the dust would scatter upon impact, as it was exceedingly light. However, the reality was quite different when the stone collided with the dust. It was as if it had met with a soft object and was repelled. The dust pile stirred from the custodian's assault, morphing into a charming white creature. Yet, disturbed from its slumber, it quickly transformed into a fearsome visage. White Dust Demon, Special Wilderness Monster, Level, 21 Attack, 100 Defense, 300 HP, 1000 Skill, Cloud of Dust, 300 Defense. Shinkai exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the encounter with such a formidable creature. Such an elevated defense coupled with 1,000 hit points posed a significant threat. It is precisely due to the countless dust spirits inhabiting this forest that the dust is omnipresent. Even during torrential storms, as long as they linger, the dust cannot dissipate. Therefore, you must vanquish a total of 700 dust spirits of various hues: white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, and gold, with 100 of each color. Listening to the words of the elderly man tasked with cleaning, Shinkai felt an immense weight upon him. If the adversaries were merely high-attack but low-defense creatures, he would have readily agreed to face 1,000 of them. However, who would dare engage with foes that possess both high defense and substantial health? It was precisely because of the absence of action that a rather unique reward was at stake. Thus, Shinkai resolved, I accept this challenge and shall engage in battle. Wait a moment. Hand over your cleaning tools. I shall provide you with something far superior. Upon hearing this, Shinkai immediately acquiesced, enticed by the promise of something better. After acquiring the new, albeit seemingly inconsequential, equipment, he glanced at it once more, only to find it was still a broom, albeit with an entirely different effect that had not been previously disclosed. Environment Guardian's Broom, a quest item. Wielding this broom to combat environmental task-related monsters will yield additional effects. When targeting foes with high defense, the damage inflicted will significantly increase, while against adversaries with elevated attack power, the damage sustained by the wielder will be considerably reduced. Furthermore, utilizing this broom for cleaning will grant additional experience based on the nature of the items cleaned, as well as the duration and speed of the task. Upon acquiring the task and receiving new equipment, Starkai immediately equipped a rather peculiar broom. He launched an assault on the Dust Demon, inflicting over 200 points of damage against its 300 defense. Remarkably, he dealt more than 100 points of damage, as typically, one would expect a maximum of 20 points. It appears the broom's effect significantly enhanced his attack. Noticing the effectiveness of his strike, he promptly summoned a Wolf King with an attack power of 220 and a Spider with an attack power of 250. The combined efforts of these two companions and himself swiftly depleted the Dust Demon's health by over 500 points. The speed of output was impressive, undoubtedly aided by the quest he had undertaken. If other players were to witness such a formidable monster with high defense and no rewards, who would dare to engage? Only those with an abundance of boredom would indulge in such dreary tasks. With the ability to eliminate one monster every 2 seconds, and accounting for the time needed to locate them, he could vanquish 100 dust demons in just 1 hour. The experience garnered was significantly higher, nearly double that of the ordinary spider. However, the pervasive skill of Cloud of Dust proved to be quite detrimental. While it lacked any combat efficacy, it enveloped the surroundings in dust, hampering visibility and making breathing difficult. Had he not procured cloth and goggles from an NPC, Starkai might have been disinclined to continue the battle. Next, Shinkai faced the Green Dust Demon, which possessed attributes of 100 attack and 300 defense, along with the skill Cloud of Dust. Unlike the White Dust Demon, whose cloud merely caused difficulty in breathing without inflicting damage, the Green Dust poisoned Shinkai, inflicting a staggering 50 points of damage per second. It appeared that an ample supply of potions would be required, as the poison affected him and his 2 pets. causing them to lose health at a rate of 1 point every 50 seconds. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Shinkai promptly assessed his potion supply and calculated that he had enough to vanquish 100 dust demons. Thus, he engaged in a frenzied battle for an additional hour, depleting his potions nearly to the last drop, necessitating their recreation and replenishment. Fortunately, he had concocted the potions himself. Otherwise, the financial toll would have been exorbitant. The standard potions available at NPC shops offered inadequate recovery, as the system was designed to ensure players could earn money. These potions could restore a maximum of 200 points, and only 10,000 bottles would respawn every hour, insufficient for the vast number of players, some of whom sought hundreds of bottles. Consequently, players focused on crafting were unable to generate income. As the clock approached 10 p.m., Shinkai pondered whether to summon allies for the next day's endeavors. However, he quickly resolved against it, acknowledging that alluring companions would not venture into such a place. Though they enjoyed tidying up, they would have completed their tasks well in advance. And without the necessary quest items, engaging in combat would prove exceedingly challenging. After logging off, Shinkai immediately began his nightly bathing routine in preparation for sleep. As he was settling down, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Lin Xiuli, who was clutching some clothing, evidently well prepared this time. The bathroom at home is broken, and with the rain, my room is leaking. May I sleep with you? Lin Xiuli quickly inquired. Shinkai pondered for a moment before responding. How about we switch rooms instead? Please hand me your house key. Switching rooms is one thing, but can't we just sleep together? Lin Xiuli pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. Goodbye. Shinkai promptly shut the door, undeterred. Despite the rain, the community had implemented robust rainproof measures, ensuring that not a single droplet could intrude upon the premises. Hey, don't be so harsh, Lin Xiuli called out loudly. But upon receiving no reply, she continued, tomorrow we will be challenging the level 15 hellish dungeon, with a full roster of 100 participants. The leader asked me to inform you. I understand, Shinkai finally replied, but quickly added, furthermore, please disregard any messages from Njia in the future. Lin Xiuli, feeling somewhat resigned, responded, all right then, good night. Good night, and be cautious on your way back, even though the distance between our rooms is merely a few meters. Shinkai was acutely aware of why that distance was so minimal, attributing it to the privileges afforded by the landlady's daughter status. Upon returning to his room, Shinkai promptly unlocked his mobile phone. Though it was rather inexpensive, it still served its purpose for information retrieval. An increasing number of players had now attained level 15, and the details regarding the level 15 dungeon had been disclosed. The Spider Dungeon was notorious for its final boss's ability to summon minions infinitely. Conversely, level 15 introduced alternative combat strategies, which remained ordinary in nature. Engaging in adventures posed little challenge, and the expert group faced minimal pressure. However, even with a full party, the realms of kings and hell proved to be exceedingly perilous. Chapter 025. Is this a siege battle that only occurs later? Having completed the potion crafting and equipment preparation, Shinkai promptly set off towards the location of the level 15 dungeon. The locales for the level 10 and level 15 dungeons were distinctly different. Upon arrival, Shinkai was immediately struck by the sight of countless players, including a substantial group composed solely of female players. However, Shinkai refrained from approaching them. Aware that numerous male players were observing from the periphery, I have arrived at my destination. It is time to commence, Shinkai declared. No sooner had his words left his lips than he received a party invitation, which he readily accepted. Upon joining the group, he encountered a mix of familiar and unfamiliar female players, notably with the absence of any other male participants, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish many. As the leader of the group, the enchanting Luo Yuqing wasted no time and promptly entered the dungeon, followed by 99 female players and Shinkai, the solitary male. Naturally, no one questioned Shinkai's disappearance. It was entirely normal for the party members to follow their captain into the dungeon. Once inside, Shinkai surveyed his surroundings and observed a multitude of NPCs, both male and female, all appearing to be soldiers. The level 10 dungeon featured spiders, whereas this dungeon presented a throng of adversaries. The dungeon's name, Bandit Lair, clearly indicated its purpose, to vanquish the bandits. Luo Yuqing proclaimed loudly, this time, we need to engage in dialogue with the NPCs. We have already conquered numerous dungeons of ordinary, adventure, expert, and kingly levels, yet the hellish dungeons remain scarce. Therefore, let us explore the depths of hell to garner some popularity. The mission commences now. As soon as Luo Yuqingxin finished speaking, she set off towards the location of a captain among the soldiers, stating, "We, 100 adventurers, are here to support you. Is there anything we need to prepare?" The soldier captain, maintaining a soldier's composure and not swayed by Luo Yuqingxin's striking beauty, replied, "Currently, we have surrounded the bandits, but they refuse to emerge from their hideout. Moreover, fearsome beasts roam outside, preventing our entry. Your task is to eliminate all the beasts and then use this catapult to dismantle their second line of defense. Defeating all the bandit leaders will secure our victory." Luo Yuqingxin stowed the catapult behind her and declared, "We shall set forth immediately." Upon returning to her team, she promptly ordered everyone to mobilize. When they encountered the beasts, they quickly realized they were all tigers, appearing remarkably formidable. A glance at their attributes confirmed their strength. Bandit Tiger Group, Level 15 Dungeon Monster, Level 15 Attack, 350 Defense, 50 HP, 1000 Skills, Combo, Regeneration, Beast Instinct. Upon receiving the information about the monsters, Zixing promptly declared, "Following the pre-arranged format of 10 members per team, Team 1 will engage a single tiger, executing 2 consecutive attacks, then utilizing regeneration to recover health. These 2 skills pose no significant challenge. The Beast Instinct might enhance our offensive capabilities or bolster other skills. As long as we collaborate effectively, we should encounter no difficulties." Shinkai immediately inquired, "Which team am I in?" Luo Yuqing swiftly replied, acknowledging Shinkai's formidable weaponry and companion, thus ensuring his place among the strongest team. It is a common occurrence to perish in a hellish dungeon. However, it would be quite reckless for a skilled player to fall due to the incompetence of others. That poses no issue, Shinkai asserted, promptly summoning 2 fiercely intimidating wolf kings. Should he succeed in the hellish dungeon, his level would ascend to 16. Furthermore, each individual is permitted to challenge this dungeon only once, regardless of the outcome, while other dungeons impose no such restrictions. Surrounding them were 99 formidable female players, each among the elite of their guild, adorned in at least blue copper gear. Among the 10 members, 7 were designated for offense, 1 for defense, and 2 for support, rendering the task of vanquishing a tiger with an attack power of 350 a trivial endeavor, merely requiring a bit of time. Should fortune favor them, they may uncover equipment and a variety of items. However, in less favorable circumstances, they would only receive experience points. During the skirmish, Shinkai felt a surge of curiosity regarding the contents of the treasure chests within the hellish dungeon, though he noted that with a collective of 100 individuals, the likelihood of encountering treasure chests was non-existent. After nearly 30 minutes of relentless effort, the surrounding tigers were finally vanquished by a formidable group of skilled players. Although Shinkai achieved the highest individual damage output, the clearing of the tigers paved the way for the emergence of an exceptionally powerful boss, the first boss of the level 15 Hell Dungeon, the Tiger King. Tiger King of the Bandit Clan level, 15 attack, 500 defense, 90 HP, 20,000 skills, advanced combo, advanced regeneration, beast roar, with an initial attack of 500. This Hell level dungeon is clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. Shinkai surveyed the area. Apart from the Tiger King, no other bosses remained, making it impossible for them to encounter additional challenges. Even if one attempted to take refuge in the trees, believing themselves safe from the monster's attacks, the boss would easily demolish the trees. Relying on pets for long-range attacks would prove futile, as the boss's extraordinary regenerative abilities would allow it to recover its health instantaneously. Zixing Huanyue promptly stated, "We must focus our defenses against the beast roar, as it is an area of effect skill. The others are close-range attacks. So as long as we have 9 players with over 1,000 HP surrounding the boss, and our priests and healers provide vigorous support, our defenses should hold." Finally, ranged attackers should unleash their damage, while those in close proximity can merely observe. One roar from the boss could spell disaster for all of you. The choice of warriors was made precisely to charge into the fray, but now only players with high defense could lead the charge, leaving others to watch from the rear. Not a single player voiced dissent. Thus, everyone began to prepare their positions. After a brief pause, Lu Yuqing glanced at the beautiful women, who were all prepared, and called out, "Defensive positions." The battle commenced. As a ranged magic attacker, Shinkai promptly seized his weapon and launched an assault. The formidable power of his weapon resulted in an impressively high output. Regrettably, lacking skills limited him to mere basic magical attacks, which was somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, Xing Kai did not dwell on this. Having acquired the most powerful weapon surpassed his expectations, a feat he had scarcely dared to envision. The Tiger King's assault, combined with a series of consecutive strikes, resulted in an output exceeding 900. However, with over 1,000 health points, the female players, supported by priests and potions, could easily disregard this damage. The Tiger King's regeneration posed a more significant challenge. As for the Beast Roar, although it inflicted area damage, all the ranged attackers were positioned more than 9 meters away. When it unleashed its attack, the women adeptly retreated several meters, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Even the one with the highest health only endured around 700 points of damage. Upon witnessing this scenario, Xing Kai immediately discerned that no players would perish after defeating the Tiger King, unless someone lagged behind and fell victim to the roar, which was highly improbable given the presence of numerous skilled players. With 20,000 health points, 90 defense, and regeneration, the ranged attackers had to be wary of the boss's potential frenzy. The battle against the boss extended over 10 minutes, consuming an indeterminate quantity of magical and health potions. However, the spoils dropped by the Tiger King excited everyone immensely, prompting several leaders to begin the process of looting and distribution. Once the cleanup was complete, Luoyu Qingxin promptly announced, "The boss has dropped 10 pieces of equipment, the least impressive being a blue copper item, while the most notable is a purple copper piece." Xing Kai immediately inquired, "Is there any summoner's gear? If so, my output will significantly increase." Luoyu Qingxin swiftly replied, "Unfortunately, there is none. However, there is indeed equipment for mages, but regrettably, it would be of no benefit to you, as it would adversely affect the combat prowess of your summoned beasts." "Very well then, let us continue grinding. The experience from this hell-level dungeon is substantial." After glancing at her current experience, she continued, "I am merely 8 away from reaching level 16. It will be achieved in no time." Once the spoils of war were distributed, Luoyu Qingxin turned her gaze toward the group and added, "Next, we need to acquire certain items to proceed. Many teams have faltered simply because they failed to converse with the NPCs, and those arrow towers possess formidable power." Xing Kai quickly glanced toward a nearby bandit stronghold, where the walls boasted at least 100 arrow towers. Their attributes clearly indicated an alarming combat capability. Arrow towers of the bandit hordes, level 15 dungeon structure, level, none attack, 1,000 defense, 0 HP, 10,000 skill, rapid fire, with an attack power of 1,000. "It is no wonder no one can advance," Lin Qiuli remarked to Luoyu Qingxin. "Is there only one catapult available?" Xing Kai responded immediately, "The arrow towers do have a range. If we can destroy a few, we can rush in and eliminate them." "You are correct. The trebuchet is effective solely against structures, namely arrow towers and walls." As Luoyu Qingxin spoke, she promptly took out the trebuchet, which immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Though constructed from rather ordinary wood, rendering it a rather rudimentary siege engine, the later iterations of trebuchets would prove to be formidable. With only 100 rounds of ammunition at my disposal, I pondered how to effectively strike, as a single shot would not suffice to dismantle an arrow tower. Luoyu Qingxin swiftly turned her gaze to the most astute member of her team, Zixing Huanyu. Zixing Huanyu promptly indicated an arrow tower and proclaimed, "Target this arrow tower. If we can destroy it along with 10 adjacent towers on either side, and then breach the walls by 10 meters, we shall gain entry to engage." Upon hearing this, Luoyu Qingxin immediately commenced the operation of the trebuchet. The first shot struck the tower, inflicting a staggering 500 points of damage. It appeared that 4 shots would be necessary to eliminate a single tower, while the surrounding area boasted 100 towers, leaving us with the daunting task of potentially only dismantling 20 towers, compounded by the need to breach the walls. An erroneous choice would force us to charge forward under the fire of the remaining towers. As one arrow tower crumbled, a wave of joy surged through the ranks, though the endeavor proved time-consuming, yielding no valuable spoils. Several minutes later, with 50 rounds expended, a safe passage through the towers and walls was achieved. Observing this development, Zixing Huanyu swiftly advised, "Advance toward the defensive position, but remain vigilant. The bandits within may pose a significant threat." A mere few seconds later, the valiant Phantom Knight Snowfeather exclaimed, "A group of marauders has been detected. However, their offensive strength is merely 200 points." Chapter 26. Regarding the attributes of the 3 bosses upon discovering a horde of bandits, it was noted that their attack power was merely 200 points. The words of the forward charge, Mirage Knight Snowfeather, immediately piqued the curiosity of the group of ladies, questioning why their attack power was so feeble. Purple Star Calling Moon promptly remarked, "I recall that the attack power of ordinary, adventure, and expert monsters hovers around 200. How many monsters does Mirage Knight Snow Feather command?" "Over 1,000, came the reply, though she was uncertain of the total, as they all launched their assault upon her. Once Mirage Knight Snow Feather's words fell, she swiftly retreated, and her withdrawal revealed the truly terrifying number of bandits that pursued them. The Hell-level Spider Queen had previously annihilated a 100-member team with the aid of 50 spiders. Could this new threat of 1,000 bandits achieve a similar end? Starkai quickly scrutinized the attributes of the bandits. Horde of 1,000 bandits, level 15 instance monster, level 16 attack, 200 defense, 100 HP, 1,000 skills, regeneration blasted. With a defense of 100 and regeneration, how are we supposed to combat them? It's not as if we can eliminate them in one blow, Starkai exclaimed. Turning to the leader, Falling Feather Heart, he sought her strategy. It was then that he spotted a formidable catapult and called out, "Leader, utilize the catapult to assault these bandits. After all, the arrow towers are nearly destroyed." Upon hearing this, Falling Feather Heart found the suggestion quite reasonable and promptly activated the catapult, directing its fire into the ranks of the bandits. The result was explosive, sending a multitude of bandits flying, with all those struck being instantly annihilated. Ding! Your team unleashed the catapult, vanquishing 30 brigands, earning a modest 20 experience points. Given that each brigand yields less than 100 experience and is shared among 100 participants, the swift extermination of 30 brigands resulted in what seemed a paltry sum of experience. Nevertheless, this outcome filled everyone with immense joy. Without needing further encouragement, Luoyu Qingxin fervently operated the catapult, demonstrating its crucial role in the dungeon. All members, instead of merely observing, joined the fray, as the catapult's attack speed was exceedingly slow, necessitating their efforts to buy time for their leader. Zixing Huanyue shouted loudly, galvanizing a collective effort. However, with an attack power of 200, they could not easily dispatch the combat-oriented players. Except for Liu Qingxin, 99 players engaged in battle, and despite the opponent's high defenses and healing capabilities, 10 individuals easily overwhelmed a single foe. The catapult unleashed a barrage of fierce projectiles, with 50 rounds remaining, capable of annihilating all 100 brigands. Yet, amidst the throng of brigands were ranged magic attacks, leading to several players suffering significant damage in rapid succession. High-health tanks faced dire consequences, as damage-dealing players fell swiftly, unless a healer could react within a mere 0.1 seconds, a feat nearly impossible. After 3 minutes, the catapult's 40 rounds, combined with the collective output of the participants, successfully eradicated the 1,000 brigands, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Angelica spoke. 10 sisters have perished, yet we still have 90 left. Our survival rate surpasses that of the teams challenging the 15th level of the Hellish Dungeon by an unfathomable margin. It is said that the strongest squad, despite their victory, suffered the loss of over 90 players. Thus, we must strive for a flawless triumph. Luo Yuqing, having stowed away the remaining 10 shots of her catapult into her backpack, declared, "Let us press onward. The 1,000-strong bandits should have dispersed by now, and ahead lies the second boss." The group promptly obeyed their leader's command, advancing towards the breached wall. Upon entering, they immediately observed a small number of bandits surrounding them. Though few in number, each was a fortified creature equipped with area of effect skills, presenting a formidable challenge. Group of bandit thieves, level 15 dungeon monster, level 16 attack, 400 defense, 80 HP, 1200 skills, 9-fold slash, cleaving strike. With an attack power of 402 area attacks at their disposal, Luo Yuqing addressed her comrades as the bandits approached. "Everyone, gather and focus on a concentrated assault." Understood. As the bandits closed in on the striking beauty, they unleashed their cleaving strike skill. A massive blade materialized above nearly 30 female players, descending upon the beauty's form with a dramatic slash from head to toe. The spectacle was thrilling, yet no blood was shed. The beauty's body was cleaved in two, and many of the female players were instantaneously eliminated, for an attack power of 400 is not to be trifled with. The surviving players immediately consumed potions to restore their health points, launching a fervent assault against the formidable bandits, determined to eradicate these powerful foes. Failure to do so would result in their demise. After executing a sweeping strike, They proceeded with a series of 9 consecutive slashes, which swiftly targeted the group of women, inflicting significant damage upon them. Such monsters, with their high attack power and area damage capabilities, could not be easily defeated by mere numbers. The cost of death remained exceedingly high. Fortunately, there were not many area-damaging bandits. Under the command of Zixing Huanyue, these formidable foes were eliminated within a few minutes, albeit at the cost of over 20 players, most of whom were the weakest in the team. At this juncture, Xing Kai inquired about their current stage, already suspecting that they were approaching the conclusion. Had it not been for the Trebuchet's assistance, the number of players would have dwindled to fewer than 40. According to online sources, upon entering the bandits' lair, one would encounter 3 leaders and several minions. Once these adversaries were vanquished, victory would be theirs. Zixing Huanyue gazed ahead and soon spotted the emergence of the boss, revealing not 1, but 3 formidable entities. It appeared that in a level 15 dungeon, there were 4 boss creatures, but without knowledge of how to utilize the trebuchet, they could only assemble a team clad in purple gear to successfully navigate the dungeon. The 3 boss creatures possess varying degrees of attack power, with the weakest boasting a formidable 500 points, followed by 600 and 700 points. The boss with an attack power of 700 evokes memories of the Spider Queen for Xing Kai, as it took the combined efforts of 300 players to vanquish her. This time, with only 70 participants, the prospect of victory seems bleak. However, methods to achieve success do exist. Zixing Huanyue promptly suggested utilizing the remaining 10 cannonballs to inflict over 10,000 points of damage on the boss. Although the enemy possesses 1 area attack skill, it cannot be executed consecutively, allowing the heavily armored defenders to absorb the blows. Given that the current Trebuchet's attacks pose no threat to allies, Liu Yuqing felt no trepidation as she commanded it to unleash its assault. While the boss could not be defeated outright, the surrounding minions were swiftly dispatched, alleviating much of the pressure on the female players. After the barrage of 10 cannonballs, only 3 exceptionally powerful boss creatures remained, systematically eliminating one player after another with their high attack power. Was there truly no means to replenish the cannonballs? Xing Kai inquired, fully aware that such a notion was utterly implausible. If it were possible, this dungeon would be remarkably easy to conquer. Indeed, we can create cannonballs. Zixing Huanyue's suggestion instantly filled the female players with immense joy. Although dying in the dungeon incurs no loss of items, the experience points lost are substantial, particularly in an environment where leveling up is excruciatingly slow. The challenge lies in the fact that no one is currently pursuing the profession of mechanist, which holds little relevance in the present context, and furthermore, they lack the necessary blueprints. The words of Zixing Huanyue instantly dampened the spirits of the group of women. Had it not been for Zixing Huanyue's esteemed position, they would have erupted into a chorus of complaints. If only we could vanquish the bosses with attack powers of 500 and 600, our burdens would be significantly alleviated. Although the 700 attack power boss is considerably more formidable than the Spider Matriarch, its abilities are not overwhelmingly powerful, hence a victory remains plausible. Upon Zixing Huanyue's utterance, the mood of the crowd immediately lifted. Truly, the art of managing emotions is remarkable, albeit quite elementary. The prowess of a boss is not solely determined by its high attack power, but rather by the nature of its skills. Even players with substantial health can face calamity if overwhelmed by area of effect attacks that decimate surrounding healers. Thus, even with considerable health, survival becomes impossible without healing. Perhaps the design of the game aimed to allow players to conquer the hellish dungeons, as the final 3 bosses possess only a single area skill, which also has a relatively high cooldown. After some time, one of the 3 bandits was defeated, inciting the remaining 2 bandit leaders into a furious frenzy, significantly enhancing their attributes. The 700 attack power bandit struck a high health player, inflicting a staggering loss of over 1,000 health points, a truly terrifying blow. Although she was subsequently healed by the priest, the ramped-up fury of the 2 bandits resulted in increased power and speed, leaving the priest with no time to provide adequate healing. This is dire. My mana recovery cannot keep pace with the rate of consumption. Lin Xiuli immediately exclaimed that a priest without MP is utterly incapable of casting healing spells. In such circumstances, it is as if the priest has perished. The boss's attack speed is alarmingly swift, and its power is formidable. Even when defensive maneuvers are executed, one could lose over 1,000 health points. This presents quite a dilemma, and it is regrettable that the current players are lacking in skills. Otherwise, the boss could be afflicted by a myriad of debuffs. Zixing Huanyue pondered for a moment before continuing, stating that if all defenses collapse, the ranged attackers should separate and unleash relentless assaults while remaining mobile. With all priests engaging in battle, the high health points would make any hits on the unprotected targets effectively instant kills. It appears that I am destined for yet another tragedy. Although Huan Yushueyu expressed this sentiment, she did not let it dampen her spirits. Her words hinted at the many times she had fallen, but what could she do? After all, she is the main tank, and the boss is exceedingly terrifying. A hellish boss is far more formidable than a lord-level adversary. Since the two rogues lack ranged attack skills, they must approach the distant attackers. As they draw near, the women unleash their furious assaults. However, the absence of potions to restore MP means that healing spells cannot keep pace, resulting in the rapid disintegration of defensive players within mere seconds, leaving only the ranged attackers standing. Meanwhile, Xingkai, also a ranged attacker, summoned the Wolf King to impede the boss's advance, significantly alleviating the pressure on the ladies. Nevertheless, several of them still fell victim to the boss's vast area of effect attacks. As long as the summoned beasts possess MP, they can be summoned infinitely. If, in the later stages, there were 100 summoned beasts, the spectacle would be beyond Star Kai's comprehension, far more terrifying than a mere strategy of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 027. The strange feeling of successfully confessing. Indeed, long-range attacks prove to be a formidable presence in the early stages, especially against melee boss encounters. The latter are unable to approach the agile ranged attackers, who deftly employ the kite strategy, which remains exceptionally effective at all times. Ideally, a skill to reduce the boss's speed would be even more advantageous, although there are no speed-reducing skills available in the early game. Star Kai's Wolf King can immobilize two bosses for a crucial second. Nevertheless, even summoning two Wolf Kings was insufficient to withstand the overwhelming might of two formidable bandits, who swiftly eliminated them. Initially, the summoned creatures lack any skills, appearing rather foolish during combat, and being struck down by the boss is entirely to be expected. After several minutes of battling a bandit with an attack power of 600, we finally managed to defeat it, leaving only the most powerful boss remaining. I decided to lure the final boss away while calling upon a teammate to collect the spoils. As soon as Zixing Huanyue's words fell, the last boss, driven to madness by the demise of its two companions, became increasingly ferocious. Perhaps now, even a player with 1,500 health points would be no match for its wrath. Yet its melee nature destined it for tragedy. In this battle, I could only summon aid. Star Kai glanced around at the surviving players, noticing that they attacked and then promptly fled. Remarkably, over 90 of their attacks successfully struck the boss, with only those who misjudged the boss's movements failing to land a hit. Moreover, the melee players have all perished. Liu Qingxin and Wen Ryudream have also fallen. Despite one possessing a concealed profession and the other boasting extensive combat experience, they could not possibly endure the onslaught of the boss, who delivered 3 strikes per second, each inflicting 1,000 points of damage. Their only chance of survival lay in refraining from engaging in battle. The surrounding female players remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the demise of their leader, continuing to fight with an unwavering resolve. Perhaps at this moment, they were wholly independent, striving to perfect their combat techniques, aiming to eliminate the boss from a distance without allowing it to approach. Xingkai was unable to strike the moving boss, yet he summoned the Wolf King, which managed to distract the boss for a brief period. A commendable feat with a stroke of luck. Should 2 Wolf Kings appear, they could momentarily obstruct the boss's advances. Who could withstand 3 attacks per second? The hellish dungeon truly lived up to its name, and thankfully, it only featured melee assaults. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless back-and-forth combat, this group of female players successfully vanquished the final boss, with fewer than 30 players remaining in the vicinity. This marked a record for survival in a level 15 hellish dungeon, and most of them were support characters, which explained the lengthy duration of the battle. Finally, they had triumphed, though it had been exhausting. Lin Qiuli breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her survival was a testament to her prowess. Of course, Xingkai was well aware that Lin Qiuli had over 10 years of gaming experience. It was inconceivable for someone with little experience to excel. Moreover, as a wealthy individual, she had undoubtedly engaged in the game for many years. What has been revealed? I only require the equipment for summoners. The rest is unnecessary. Xingkai spoke effortlessly, displaying no signs of fatigue, as he was solely responsible for summoning and retreating, leaving the rest to others with ease. Allow me to see. After a while, Zixing Huanyue promptly presented an item and a book to Xing Kai, stating, "Over 70 players have perished, and 3 bosses have been vanquished. Nearly 20 pieces of equipment above blue grade have dropped, along with 5 purple items. The hell-level dungeon is perilous, yet the rewards are exceptionally high. Additionally, this piece of equipment and this formula are for you." Upon hearing this, Xing Kai eagerly examined the equipment he had acquired and was filled with delight. The purple item indeed bore the benefits of a powerful faction, though it was regrettably a purple bronze piece rather than a purple silver one. High Summoner's Robe, purple bronze, equipment category, clothing cloth armor required level, 15 physical defense, 15 additional, physical defense growth increased by 5. Additional, summoned creatures HP cap increased by 30. Additional, summoned creatures defense increased by 10. This robe is quite impressive, Xing Kai exclaimed with joy after reviewing the equipment details. Promptly donning it and discarding his previous level 5 gear. Once equipped, he immediately turned his attention to the formula. Curious about the new recipe he had obtained and whether it would unveil a fresh avenue for generating income. The crafting manual for low-level devices meticulously documents the methods of creating various instruments, enabling the reader to swiftly master all low-level device recipes and even repair or dismantle apparatuses, requiring the secondary profession of a mechanic. This item appears to hold significant potential. Xing Kai gazed with delight at the contents of the book, exclaiming that these devices could assist the group in conquering hellish dungeons with their catapults, presenting lucrative opportunities should they be mass-produced. Upon noticing Xing Kai's exuberance, Zixing Huanyue quickly deduced the source of his joy and remarked, "By the way, I recall that the crafting manual for low-level devices can be purchased from an NPC for merely 1 gold coin." Upon hearing this, Xing Kai was initially under the impression that such an extraordinary item, thought to be dropped by a formidable boss, would be immensely valuable. The realization that only those who become mechanics could acquire the book dampened his excitement. However, he pondered whether mechanics could actually earn a profit. Not in the slightest. Zixing Huanyue replied with a mysterious smile. "As for the reason, you might discover it through your own exploration. I suppose I should search online," Xing Kai thought, but soon found that information regarding mechanics was notably scarce. Combat professions, such as summoners, are deemed less popular due to their inherently low combat prowess, which diminishes further without formidable companions. Angelica turned to Xing Kai and continued, "Secondary professions also have their obscure paths. Mechanics are among them. This is primarily because the items they create have little relevance in the current context. If you find yourself bored, you might consider trying it out for yourself." Xing Kai glanced at his current level, which had reached level 16, and promptly remarked, "I shall go and see how effective the mechanic skills are. After all, I possess mastery over all secondary professions, and I have an abundance of stamina potions, so I need not worry about exhaustion. As for the remaining dungeon attempts, I will address that later this afternoon. I shall await your return," Lin Shuli expressed with unwavering affection. However, Xing Kai dismissed her words and departed from the dungeon. Making his way towards the materials marketplace, Xing Kai was intent on crafting siege machinery, specifically a catapult. The required materials included wood, rope, and various screws, all of which were plentiful in the market. Most players utilizing these materials were carpenters, primarily engaged in the crafting of furniture in the later stages of the game. After a few minutes, he successfully constructed a catapult and eagerly examined its attributes. Level 10 catapult, white, category, siege machinery effect, inflicts 500 points of base damage to structures. Damage to non-structures is reduced to approximately 5 of base damage. Each attack consumes 1 stone projectile. 500 points of damage is quite impressive, yet it is effective solely against structures. Against monsters, it inflicts a mere 25 points of damage, which seems rather inadequate, Xing Kai mused. Indeed, it appears to be more suited for later stages of secondary professions. Nevertheless, I should be able to utilize it in the level 15 dungeon. Recalling the triumph achieved in the dungeon due to the emergence of the trebuchet, one cannot overlook the staggering attack power of 2,500 points attributed to the dungeon siege weapon. While the level 10 trebuchet boasts a mere 500 points, a disparity too vast to ignore. Furthermore, even when targeting enemies, the dungeon's trebuchet inflicts a remarkable 1,000 points of damage. Consequently, the position of the machinist remains largely unplayed, with only a few expansive guilds investing in the training of machinists to significantly bolster their capabilities in later siege battles. In addition to the trebuchet, various other contraptions can be crafted, and the items a machinist can produce increasingly resemble those of a summoner, one crafting offensive mechanisms, the other summoning ferocious beasts. After a brief foray into the machinist's realm, Xing Kai promptly abandoned the pursuit, as he lacked the financial means to engage with the machinist profession, prioritizing the acquisition of wealth above all else. With some time left before lunch, he perused alternative secondary professions that might pique his interest. After an hour of searching, he discovered that only the crafting of equipment, potions, and food proved to be lucrative, while other professions would yield financial gain only in the later stages. Resigned to his fate, Xing Kai resolved to elevate his skills in equipment and potion crafting to learn additional recipes for profit. During lunch, he continued to indulge in delectable dishes at the restaurant, secretly hoping to encounter a beautiful woman, despite his belief that such an occurrence was utterly improbable. The adage "better to be prepared for 1,000 than to underestimate one" resonated deeply, especially when he unexpectedly crossed paths with the gentle Yu Meng. Upon seeing the enchanting figure he had longed to meet, Xing Kai promptly remarked, "Rainy day, what a peculiar name." On a sunny yet rainy day, Qing Yu smiled as she approached Xing Kai's location and remarked, "So you do remember. I inquired with my mother about my name, and she told me it was inspired by the rain, hence I was given a name associated with a rainy day." Xing Kai immediately understood and responded, "Ah, I see. Of course, I remember your name. Though it may seem peculiar, there is no need to dwell on it. Have you given any thought to the possibility of us being together? You have not given up, have you? Our relationship does seem rather promising. Yet I must confess my standards are exceedingly high." Qing Yu gazed at Xing Kai and added, "However, my expectations are quite lofty. Aside from financial matters, everything else is negotiable." As she recalled the figure of 10 million, Xing Kai felt overwhelmed, realizing it was beyond his means to earn. "I only require that you possess a certain level of capability." Whether in gaming or in reality, Qing Yu continued, looking at Xing Kai. "Furthermore, considering your age, if we were to pursue a relationship, there might be a chance for some rather harmonious developments." "What then?" Xing Kai promptly replied, "Rest assured, even if you were to tempt me, nothing would transpire." "Indeed. You also have a sister with an exceptionally fine physique," Qing Yu remarked nonchalantly. However, Xing Kai was more concerned, stating, "You should not think too much about that. Although Xiaoli is rated a 98 compared to Lin Xiuli, I assure you, I have no interest in her." "A 98 at the E level? Quite impressive, but it is of no consequence." After a few seconds of gazing at Xing Kai, Qin Yushin continued, "You have no interest in her, and similarly, I harbor no affection for you. Up to now, I have yet to develop any fondness for you. However, if you could assist me in overcoming my current difficulties, I would be willing to offer myself in return, provided you craft me an abundance of exceptional equipment." Xing Kai, feeling somewhat exasperated upon hearing this, replied, "Is the game of such paramount importance to you? While it holds great significance for me as well, without it, I certainly would not be here. If you have no interest in me, let us be friends instead." Qin Yushin chuckled softly at this, saying, "Those who are fond of me are not in short supply. However, you are the first to relinquish your pursuit so swiftly. Xing Kai, let us engage in a relationship. Although I do not harbor feelings for you, it is certainly preferable to being with an exceedingly fickle man. Moreover, you appear quite easy to manipulate. Perhaps you could serve as my target in PK battles, and we might even engage in a few matches in reality." Indeed, it was quite a forceful proposition. Yet I find myself unconcerned with such matters. "Let us embark on dungeon runs together this afternoon." "Absolutely. Let us gather a few friends to tackle the expert-level dungeon." Qin Yushin exclaimed with enthusiasm, completely oblivious to Xing Kai's desire for a more profound connection. Chapter 28. Coexisting with a beauty and consuming deadly cuisine. In a rather inexplicable turn of events, a man and a woman find themselves thrust into a romantic relationship. Typically, when a woman persists in being with someone she does not harbor feelings for, financial motives tend to be the predominant factor. However, Xing Kai is currently devoid of any monetary resources, a fact that Qin Yutian is well aware of. Of course, parental pressure for marriage plays a role. Yet the choice ultimately lies with Qin Yutian herself. Regardless of the underlying reasons, Xing Kai remains indifferent, believing that as long as they are together, everything else will fall into place. He is confident that he will earn money in due course and that other concerns can be resolved. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, Qin Yutian promptly declared, "Since we are now in a relationship, I shall move into your home." Whoa, that is quite a rapid progression. Xing Kai thought to himself before replying, "We have only just begun." "Not to worry, my rent has expired," Qin Yutian asserted with a strong demeanor, revealing that despite her noble upbringing, Financial constraints had befallen her due to familial circumstances. All right then, should we prepare your belongings? I have brought everything with me, she stated, causing Xing to glance at her empty hands and ponder. Could she have already taken her things to my house? But I did not officially declare our relationship. How could this be? Is she capable of foreseeing the future? In light of this, he suggested, let us be on our way. By the way, where is your house located? Is it far? I am not certain where my house is, but where have you placed your belongings? Oh, it seems you do not have any. I suppose I shall need to assist you in acquiring some clothing. It is only about a 5-minute journey. It is quite close. Upon returning home with the enchanting beauty, Qingyu Tian surveyed his surroundings and remarked, indeed, this is the abode of the financially challenged, yet it surpasses my own dwelling. However, with only a single room, what shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Xing realized that if Qingyu Tian were to reside in his home, it would either result in them sharing a bed or him relegated to the sofa. Thus, he stated, I shall seek out the landlady to procure you an additional room. No need, Qingyu Tian replied, promptly making her way to Xing room with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching his chamber, Xing was taken aback to discover an enormous contraption, measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, resembling a solitary bed. However, he was well aware that it was not merely a bed but rather a state-of-the-art gaming pod. Having indulged in virtual reality games for several days, Xing understood that this particular gaming experience did not require one to sit in a chair like traditional computer gaming. Instead, players reclined as if resting, alleviating concerns about prolonged gaming adversely affecting their health. The gaming pod was ingeniously designed to resemble a single bed, allowing players to engage in gaming, rest, receive massages, and even partake in nutrient transport, ensuring that fatigue from extended gameplay was a non-issue. It was exponentially superior to any gift Xing had ever received. How did this contraption find its way into my room? He inquired of Qingyu Tian as he searched for a power outlet. I mentioned I had brought it over. Qingyu Tian promptly responded, connecting her gaming pod as soon as she located the outlet. Are you not aware of my home's location? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Instead, let us indulge in a game. Sunny Rain chuckled softly, swiftly shedding her shoes and stepping into the gaming pod, which promptly sealed its entrance. The premium equipment was not meant for Xing just yet, although in due time, he would gain access to items worth hundreds of thousands. Once immersed in the game, Xing found himself alongside a dozen enchanting women as they tackled a king-level dungeon. Armed with the experience from hell-level dungeons, they procured a catapult from an NPC, vanquishing a horde of tigers and demolishing several arrow towers and walls. They then utilized the catapult to defeat 200 bandits. The variance in dungeon levels had rendered the challenge significantly easier, and likewise, the catapult's potency and the arrow tower's strength and health had diminished considerably. In this moment, Xing recalled the effectiveness of the catapult he had crafted, which had proven invaluable in ordinary and adventure-level dungeons. However, the catapult acquired from the NPC sufficed to conquer such low-level dungeons. Should future dungeons not present the need for siege weaponry, the number of contraption masters would dwindle, even fewer than that of summoners. Xing felt increasingly fortunate to possess a hidden secondary profession that allowed him to engage with any type of side profession, proving to be a veritable tool for wealth accumulation. After several successful dungeon runs, he glanced at the time. Only 2 hours remained until dinner. He resolved to continue challenging the dust demon. At that moment, Sunny Rain spoke up. Shall we venture forth together? I am eager to battle a creature with a defense rating of 300. Will you join me? As Xing words resonated, the surrounding girls were immediately intrigued by the notion of 300 attack power and how one might achieve it. I possess a quest item that can disregard more than 50 of defense, but it can only be utilized against specific quest monsters, he clarified. Upon hearing this explanation, the others comprehended the situation at once. If you lack a quest item, it's best not to venture there, as that place is ill-suited for you, Xing remarked. Recalling the battle against the dust demon, where clouds of dust would send any girl fleeing at the mere sight, Angelica, struck by a thought, glanced at Lin Qiuli and suggested, shall we go take a look? Consider it a break. Zixing Huanyue quickly grasped the sentiment and chimed in, indeed, let's take a breather. Xiaoli, let us go and unwind. Reluctantly, Lin Qiuli acquiesced to her friend's eager gazes. I shall refrain from joining. Enhancing my strength is paramount, and I will seek out ordinary bosses to defeat. With that, Qingyu Tian promptly departed, clearly prioritizing her level advancement. For Xing achieving the same level of proficiency was equally vital. He understood that in order to be with Qing Yutian, he must elevate his own abilities to a formidable degree, necessitating diligent effort. However, Lin Xiuli's situation posed a dilemma for Xing Kai. He believed that even if he were to marry, Lin Xiuli would inevitably follow. A situation that had reached an irretrievable point, all due to his penchant for nurturing. Xing Kai, upon arriving at the realm of the Dust Demon, Xing Kai immediately set off towards the Azure Dust Demon he intended to confront. To his dismay, he discovered it possessed a formidable defense of 300, an attack power of 100, and an astonishing 1,000 health points, along with a skill dubbed Flying Dust. You all should watch here, otherwise you shall regret it, he declared as he hastily donned his mask to shield himself from the dust that could impede his battle. As the confrontation commenced, a myriad of blue dust enveloped the surroundings, leaving the onlooking ladies feeling utterly helpless, forced to observe as Xing Kai effortlessly vanquished the creature with its 300 defense. Any attempt to assist was rendered futile. Growing increasingly bored, the ladies decided to explore the vicinity in search of more conventional monsters to engage, leaving Xing Kai to single-handedly challenge the feeble Dust Demon. When it was time for dinner, Xing Kai emerged from the game and noticed that the beautiful woman beside him had also risen. He promptly stated, "I intend to prepare dinner myself. I shall assist you," replied Qing Yutian, instantly joining him in the culinary endeavor. Xing Kai felt fortunate to have a companion skilled in the art of cooking. After some time, Qing Yutian and Xing Kai had together prepared an array of delectable dishes, marking the first day of their cohabitation. Gazing upon the spread, Xing Kai felt as though he was about to indulge in the finest meal of his life. However, as they began to eat, Xing Kai sampled a dish crafted by Qing Yutian. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon tasting it, he was overwhelmed by an urge to retch. The salt content was excessively high, exceeding the normal amount by 5-fold, and it contained other unnecessary ingredients. He was left bewildered by the culinary outcome. Gazing at the dishes prepared by himself and Xing Kai, Qing Yutian felt an utter lack of sensation. Suddenly, Xing Kai recalled the existence of individuals with remarkably abnormal taste perceptions. However, even those with such peculiarities would not concoct dishes laden with other ingredients. If they were truly inept at cooking, the results would undoubtedly resemble charred remnants, far from anything palatable. "What's the matter?" Qing Yutian inquired immediately. Upon hearing this, Xing Kai dismissed further contemplation and forced himself to consume the meal, remarking, "I realize I am somewhat parched. I shall fetch a glass of water." After sipping some boiled water, Xing Kai continued his repast, fortunately having contributed to the cooking this evening. Otherwise, he would have found himself without sustenance. After the meal, Xing Kai washed the dishes before promptly immersing himself in the game, engaging in relentless battles against the dust demons until 10 o'clock at night, ultimately vanquishing the desired number of foes. Indeed, the task of tidying up proved to be exceptionally exhausting. At that moment, the peculiar old man who had assigned the quest made his appearance. Upon his arrival, he turned to Xing Kai and remarked, "You have performed admirably. All I can offer you is this. Ding. Your title, Guardian of the Environment, has been enhanced. Equipping it grants an additional recovery of 2 MP per second. Furthermore, for every 1 decrease in your MP relative to its maximum, the self-recovery effect increases by 1, with the MP recovery escalating by an additional point. Coupled with the equipment and self-recovery, he now regained at least 5 points per second. Including another effect, the average recovery reached around 8 points per second, translating to the conservation of over 1 potion every minute and approximately 1 full set over the course of an hour." Xing Kai was increasingly elated. Thoroughly satisfied with the title he had acquired, he mused that it would be even better if he could further evolve. In addition to this commendable accolade, he also gained substantial experience from the Dust Demon, whose formidable defense made it a time-consuming foe to vanquish. Creatures with high attack or defense yield significantly greater experience than their ordinary counterparts, indicating that the more challenging the adversary, the richer the rewards. Moreover, the essential item that bypasses the Dust Demon's defenses remained accessible, allowing for continued engagement with these arduous foes during moments of ennui. However, for the time being, it was prudent to return and replenish supplies such as potions. The pace at which he earned money matched the rapidity of his expenditures. Unless he opted to forego challenging himself, it was no wonder that many professional players ended up with minimal financial success. Additionally, a character's level directly influenced their secondary profession's capabilities. For instance, a level 10 player could craft equipment up to level 30, but anything above that remained beyond their reach. Yet, What transpired next caused Xing Kai's heart to race uncontrollably, sharing a room with a beautiful woman, albeit in separate beds. What if they were discovered? Although the current era saw fewer individuals willing to intervene, the potential for trouble loomed large. Chapter 29. The unveiling of hidden histories on the second day of cohabitation. Having finished my shower, I urged, "You should take yours now." Just then, Xing Kai, engrossed in the television, recalled that when Qing Yutian had arrived, she bore no change of clothes. Thus, the towel she donned could easily lead one to envision a rather alluring sight. However, when Xing Kai mustered the courage to glance over, he was taken aback. It was not a towel at all, but rather a set of perfectly ordinary women's attire. Moreover, it was not the outfit she had worn throughout the day, nor was it any garment belonging to Xing Kai, who possessed no female clothing whatsoever. The sudden appearance of this new outfit puzzled him. Qing Yutian had moved in with nothing to her name, and no one had come to deliver her clothes. The mysterious emergence of garments in his room left Xing Kai utterly bewildered. Could she have hired a moving company? Yet without the keys to his home, even a moving service would be unable to enter a locked residence. After pondering the matter to no avail, Xing Kai resolved to abandon his musings. "I'm off to shower. Our water supply is rather meager here, the worst in the entire community," he remarked. Qing Yutian promptly replied, "There's plenty left. I checked the meter. Perhaps newfound wealth had improved their circumstances. Let us take our showers then." As Xing Kai prepared for his bath, he soon noticed the garments that Qing Yutian had shed. Observing the second set of feminine attire, he quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts. After all, he had seen similar sights countless times before. As Xing Kai was taking a shower, Qing Yutian suddenly heard a knock at the door and promptly went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Lin Xiaoli, who had been intent on harassing Xing Kai for the past few days. "Xing Kai, my bathroom at home is broken again," she said. "Could you perhaps come up with a different excuse next time? And when you see the door open, could you not just speak without checking who it is that's opened the door?" Qing Yutian. Lin Xiaoli. Qing Yutian. Lin Xiaoli. "Wenro Yuming, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiaoli erupted after a brief silence of several seconds. The sound of Xing Kai's shower was muffled by the closed bathroom door, and the sound of running water made it nearly impossible to hear anything from outside, especially given the distance between the room and the bathroom. Qing Yutian, fully aware of why Lin Xiaoli was at Xing Kai's doorstep, replied with an emotionless demeanor, "We are dating now, and we are living together." "What?" Lin Xiaoli shouted again, overwhelmed by the enormity of this revelation. "Fine, then I shall move in as well. I refuse to be outdone by you. With a sister like you, it's truly troublesome, but do as you wish. I have no feelings for him anyway. We are merely together for mutual benefit, and it matters not even if he has a mistress." Qing Yutian continued. "Qiu Shui Li Ren, Xing Kai is currently in the shower. Let the night raid commence now." The night deepened, and Lin Xiaoli's complexion grew increasingly flushed. "We have not yet reached that point. I should return to my own room." As she turned to leave, Qing Yutian, feeling quite helpless, remarked, "If one takes the initiative, there exists a chance. If one remains passive, all hope is lost." Speaking of which, will anything of that nature occur tonight? By the way, the gaming pod possesses formidable defenses, so it has been decided. If necessary, I shall resort to a forceful solution and then retire for sleep. After his shower, Xing Kai quickly noticed that Qing Yutian was no longer watching television and the screen remained dark. Calling out to her yielded no response. It soon dawned on him that she might have returned to the gaming world. He hurried back to his room, only to find a beautiful woman lying in the gaming pod, unadorned in sleepwear. The absence of any glow from the pod indicated she had not entered the game, but was merely asleep. Although she was uncovered, the high-end gaming equipment would not allow her to catch a chill, barring the winter months. So, the first night passed in this manner. "Never mind, good night," Xing Kai murmured as he returned to the living room, turned off the television, and retired to bed. The following morning, upon awakening, Xing Kai was struck by a thought and glanced at the gaming pod beside his bed. It remained, affirming that this was not a dream. He also observed that Qing Yutian was already awake, clutching a small bottle in her hand. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a potion bottle and immediately asked, "Are you unwell? Is everything all right?" Despite Xing Kai's concern, Qing Yutian did not seem to brighten, leading him to sense a deep-seated emotional reserve within her. Perhaps only exquisite equipment within the game could bring her joy. "It is of no concern. I was born with an ailment. But as long as I take my medication daily, everything shall be well." After tucking the vial of medicine into the pocket of his clothing, Qing Yutian continued. "It is now 6 o'clock, You truly rise early. Shinkai promptly replied, as long as one adheres to an early sleep schedule, it is quite manageable. I shall go prepare breakfast. Wait a moment. Qingyu Tian approached the wardrobe in the room, opened it, and retrieved a garment, presenting it to Shinkai with the instruction. Change into this. Upon glancing at the clothing, Shinkai immediately recognized it as his sports attire. Just as he was about to inquire why he needed to change, he noticed that Qingyu Tian had gone to the bathroom, seemingly to change herself. With no choice but to comply, Shinkai also changed his clothes, for he believed that listening to his girlfriend would foster a closer bond. Once they were both attired appropriately, Shinkai observed that Qingyu Tian wore a red female sports outfit, and he found himself wondering about the origin of such clothing. Come, take me to explore this community, Qingyu Tian declared, disregarding Shinkai's potential objections as she pulled him out of the house. After locking the door, she added, lead me to discover it, and remember, we shall run, not walk. Shinkai quickly comprehended her intent and remarked, morning exercise, and you wish for me to guide you through the neighborhood. What a dual benefit. This plan is quite ingenious. Without hesitation, Qingyu Tian exclaimed, enough of your chatter, let us run. When I say not to stop, you must not cease. Very well. Keep up with me. Shinkai began to run in a particular direction, with Qingyu Tian following closely behind. Their pace was neither too fast nor too slow, embodying the essence of morning exercise. After running for 5 minutes, Shinkai glanced at Qingyu Tian and noticed that she appeared unfazed, even suggesting that he guide her through the community as part of a morning exercise routine, indicating her remarkable stamina. After 10 minutes of running, Shinkai began to feel fatigued and immediately turned to Qingyu Tian, inquiring how much longer they needed to run. She promptly replied, another 20 minutes. I didn't expect you to have such good endurance. Shinkai recalled something and remarked, I practiced martial arts as a child, so my physical condition is quite robust. You must be the same. Upon hearing this, Qingyu Tian sensed that her training plan could progress at an accelerated pace. If you trained in martial arts as a child, it's surprising that you're tired after just 10 minutes. Shinkai responded, every martial artist faces injuries. 6 years ago, at the age of 19, I participated in a martial arts competition where an unfortunate incident caused me severe injuries. The doctor advised me to rest for a year to regain my health and prohibited any prolonged physical activity. After a year, I recovered. But I chose to abandon martial arts to earn a living, which proved to be a series of failures, leading to a decline in my physical condition. Qingyu Tian then asked, I see. You should be fine now, right? Shinkai replied, I have no physical issues, but my skills have deteriorated significantly. Sunny and rainy days, then I shall restore you. Henceforth, you will bear burdens daily, engage in battle with me for no less than 1 hour each day, and challenge monsters for at least 3 hours in the game to level up. Of course, you must also initiate attacks. As for the remaining time, you may decide. Upon hearing this, Shinkai finally comprehended the implication. You can't possibly intend to forcibly train me into a gaming master, can you? Sunny and Rainy Days assertively replied, of course. Do you have any objections? Your current circumstances are exceptionally favorable. With a weapon boasting 100 attack, your potential far surpasses mine. Crafting equipment and potions requires time. As does completing dungeons. It seems as though time is fleeting. However, challenging higher-level foes does not constitute a waste of time. At this point, Shinkai resolutely declared, I agree. Sunny and Rainy Days, please train me earnestly. Very well. Sunny and Rainy Days turned to a certain direction and continued, Chioshui Li Ren. You must also join me, and encourage your friends to participate in the training as well, or I shall expel you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoli immediately protested. We have been performing admirably. You should be aware of our strength. Sunny and Rainy Days chuckled lightly and said, precisely for that reason. You should train diligently to enhance your abilities, not merely to assist me, but to benefit the guild and bring honor. Lin Xiaoli, Shinkai, and the bystanders responded. Your intentions have been quite transparently revealed. I shall continue my run, they concluded. After running for 5 minutes, Shinkai found himself utterly exhausted. In the face of both sunny and rainy days, he reluctantly decided to take a break. It was indeed a gentle respite that was not easily attained. 2 hours later, upon entering the game, Shinkai could finally relax. During those 2 hours, he recalled encountering 2 beautiful women yesterday while they were bathing, and the sudden surge of pressure was overwhelming. Although Lin Xiaoli did not go into a frenzy, the thought of Qing Feng Huanyu discovering this would surely create quite a stir. Most importantly, if all the ladies in the guild were to find out, it would signal the onset of a world war. Upon entering the game, his first order of business was to engage in a secondary profession. As for the daily hell-level dungeon featuring 100 participants, he chose to abstain. Just because he had survived the first attempt did not guarantee safety in subsequent endeavors, and hell-level dungeons offered disappointingly low rewards due to the high number of participants. However, not challenging hell-level dungeons did not imply a lack of ambition for other difficulty levels. Furthermore, joining a guild of beautiful women ensured that a team would gather promptly at the mere call. This was largely due to Shinkai's exceptionally high output. Nevertheless, he preferred to recruit women he was already acquainted with, wishing to avoid entanglements with unfamiliar faces. Choosing the flower-picking village was akin to selecting a stroke of good fortune. Without this choice, the likelihood of encountering beautiful women would significantly diminish, perhaps even resulting in none appearing at all. Chapter 030. Encountering 3 grave robbers who frightened me after concluding the morning's crafting and challenge dungeon as per the agreement with Qingyu. Shinkai ventured alone to undertake a higher-level challenge. Equipped with superior gear and accompanied by a formidable pet, he found the endeavor to be utterly devoid of pressure. However, the destination remained uncertain. The official sources had not disclosed any high-level maps, save for those unveiled by numerous players. For instance, the bamboo forest had become a battleground for several factions, while the dust demons, despite being discovered, were seldom engaged, save for Shinkai, who found their meager attack power inadequate for his strength-enhancing pursuits. After traversing for a time on his mount, Shinkai finally stumbled upon a promising location, which also featured an NPC encampment. The presence of NPCs signified the likelihood of quests, prompting Shinkai to urge his mount forward to investigate. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the presence of other players, specifically members of the Xianling Bihue faction, albeit only 3 in number. ID: Xianyuan Shueixin, class: Greatsword Warrior, high attack, high defense, low speed, level 14. ID: Xianyue Ruoxue, class: Mage, all attribute magician, level 15. ID: Huangguang Xueyu, class: Healer, high healing profession, level 14. Upon reviewing the details of these 3 individuals, Shinkai recalled that the current player cap had reached level 18, with levels 15 and 14. They were essentially cannon fodder. It was no wonder he had not encountered them during dungeon runs, especially since 2 of them had yet to reach level 15. What piqued Shinkai's curiosity was how, despite not having reached level 15, he found himself in a map designed for players over level 20. Although the heavy swordsman could substitute for a high defense knight or embody a high damage berserker, his sluggish speed was a drawback. However, with the support of a healer's defenses, taking on level 20 monsters was entirely feasible. Defeating one was merely a matter of time, especially with the output from a mage. The 3 young women appeared to be in their 20s, exuding a strong aura of beauty. Yet, having encountered countless female players, Shinkai remained indifferent to their allure. He noticed the beauty, and she noticed him as well. At that moment, Xianyuan Shui Xian immediately remarked, "So it is the only male player in our guild, and the most formidable summoner at that, having reached level 16, soon to be 17. Shinkai promptly replied, "I shall reach level 17 today. Since you are from the same guild and at a lower level than I, would you like me to assist you in leveling up?" Xianyuan Shui Xian chuckled and said, "Assist us in leveling up and perhaps charm all 3 of us beautiful ladies? You already have 3 companions. Surely adding 3 more would be manageable." Most female players are often curious about gossip, and news of Shinkai's romantic interest had circulated within the guild for quite some time. Any player who joined the Xianling Bishi Guild was already aware of Shinkai's relationship status. "You are overthinking," he replied. "If you do not wish to join, that is fine. I shall see if there are any quests available." Shinkai glanced around at the NPCs, unsure of whom to approach. "Just ask him," came the suggestion. Chengyu Ruoxue pointed towards an elderly man and continued, "Generally speaking, the older one is, the more knowledge they possess. The individuals here are far from ordinary. In the city, the elderly are typically just common folk, unless fortune smiles upon them and they encounter someone extraordinary." Shinkai immediately grasped the essence of Chengyu Ruoxue's words, truly deserving of being the highest ranked among the 3, as his understanding was indeed exceptional. Upon reaching the elder, Shinkai promptly inquired, "Is there any way I can assist you?" The elder glanced at Shinkai and promptly replied, "We are an archaeological team, and over a month ago, we stumbled upon an ancient tomb. After some exploration, we discovered the presence of tomb guardians, spirits of those who perished upon the tomb's discovery. If you can aid us in exploring the tomb and retrieve some artifacts, I shall offer you a most generous reward." Does that mean I will be battling dark creatures? Shinkai pondered briefly before stating, I shall accept this task. The elder, upon hearing this, was visibly elated and gestured towards a direction, saying, the ancient tomb lies approximately 1,000 meters in that direction, where we have uncovered a grand entrance. Remember to gather more companions, for the interior is exceedingly perilous. Ding. You have received the quest, Tomb of Horrors. Quest level A. Based on the information provided by explorers, seek valuable treasures within the ancient tomb. The more you find, the greater your reward. Should you perish during the quest, it will result in failure, and all acquired treasures will vanish. This appears to be quite challenging, a level A quest. I recall that my previous tasks were only levels D and C. Shinkai glanced at the three young ladies and continued, let us undertake this task together. Each of us shall receive a quarter of the task's rewards. All right, allow me to witness the extent of your abilities, Xian Yuan Shueishin readily agreed. While the other two remained silent, engaging in numerous private chats, the four of them mounted their steeds and promptly set off toward their destination. With mounts at their disposal, their financial gains ought to be substantial. Perhaps their low levels indicated a lack of time to indulge in gaming. Along the way, Xian Yuan Shueishin, ever the Inquisitor, inquired, Shinkai, or shall I simply call you Shinkai? Would you like to know our names in the real world? No need, Shinkai replied instantly. Observing that Xian Yuan Shueishin and Qinyu Ruoxue bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were likely sisters. Xian Yuan Shueishin persisted with her curiosity, asking, pray tell, who is the one you hold affection for? Wenru Yumeng, Shinkai answered without hesitation, as this was common knowledge within the guild. And how has your relationship progressed? Has anything noteworthy transpired? I sense there must be something, she continued, her curiosity unabated. Although we live together, nothing has occurred. Ah, you heard incorrectly. Shinkai inadvertently revealed a truth, immediately noting the intensely inquisitive expressions of the three young ladies, which hinted at potential trouble. So, you are already cohabitating. Surely, opportunities must abound. When do you intend to take action? Xian Yuan Shueishin pressed on, though her tone bore an undertone of rivalry, as if Shinkai had encroached upon her territory. This is not something you ought to concern yourselves with. Should you inquire further, I shall take my leave. Upon uttering these words, Shinkai ceased to speak, his entanglement with romantic matters already weighing heavily upon him. Where could one possibly acquire 10 million? Noticing that Shinkai was indifferent, the other three chose to ignore him as well, and thus, the four remained enveloped in silence. Of course, the three ladies were engaged in fervent whispers, but what they discussed was beyond Shinkai's knowledge, nor did he wish to uncover it. After a while, the quartet finally arrived at their destination, quickly discovering the entrance to an ancient tomb that had been unearthed. Judging by this entrance, it was evident that the tomb lay beneath their feet, thus designating it as an underground sepulchre. Naturally, whether it was above or below ground was of little concern. What mattered was the presence of formidable creatures suitable for their party. As the four descended one after another, they soon encountered a host of monsters, all resembling humanoid forms or undead beings. Gravekeeper's Apostle, Common Quest Monster, Level, 25 Attack, 200 Defense, 200 HP, 1000 Skills, Apostle's Call, Soul Strike. Description: the apostles of the underground tomb perished long ago, unable to reincarnate into spirits due to various circumstances. Lacking in combat prowess, they swiftly summoned countless spirits to join the fray when attacked. To encounter monsters of level 25, the four of them collectively roared in astonishment. A quest suitable for level 15 had led them to face creatures of level 25. Although the apostles' attributes were not particularly impressive, the disparity in levels posed a significant challenge for combat. In a moment of desperation, Xian Yuan Shueishin resolved that the three of us should venture elsewhere to engage in battle. This monster was beyond our capabilities. You go and summon a few more allies to join us, and make sure they accept the quest. It seemed we had no other choice. Shinkai promptly opened the game group chat, and sent a message to gauge how many would respond. To his delight, nearly all the female players he knew arrived, and the more, the merrier. As for the three female players, they departed while Shinkai was reaching out. Their destination a mystery which he chose not to concern himself with, for he was not the leader. While awaiting the arrival of the other female players, Shinkai summoned his Wolf King, but only one emerged. He then called forth a spider, with 2 pets and 1 person. Combating the apostle was hardly a challenge. However, as soon as he struck the apostle, it summoned forth another entity, yet nothing transpired, leaving Shinkai intrigued. With no other option, he continued his assault on the apostle. With a defense of 200 points and lacking any items that could bypass defenses, the battle was exhausting. Without the assistance of his summoned beasts, it would have been even more arduous. After 5 seconds of combat, Shinkai was astonished to find that the apostle, despite suffering significant damage, had not yet perished, its health dwindling to below 100. At that moment, a new monster approached with remarkable speed. Once Shinkai vanquished the guarding apostle, he turned his attention to the individual wielding a spear, eager to ascertain their strength. Guardian Spearman, Enhanced Quest Monster, Level, 25 Attack, 350 Defense, 150 HP, 1500 Skills, Spear Strike, Soul Burst. Introduction. Within the depths of the ancient tomb, the spear-wielding guardians typically remain anchored to their designated positions. However, should the sentinel tasked with guarding the tomb come under assault, they will promptly emerge to defend. Each time the sentinel calls upon them, 2 to 3 spear wielders will materialize. Astonishingly, they possess an attack power of 350. Starkai exclaimed, his gaze drawn to the spear wielders, only to be further horrified by the sight of 3 of them appearing in unison to assail his summoned beast. In a mere second, these 3 spear wielders combined their efforts to annihilate one of the summoned creatures, with the Wolf King and the Spider dispatched. The trio of spear wielders swiftly turned their attention to Starkai, prompting him to flee in terror. One spear wielder alone could effortlessly eliminate him, as the inherent strength of the summoner was alarmingly feeble. However, when faced with magical adversaries, Starkai felt less apprehensive, for his magical defense was exceptionally robust, a testament to his magical class. Upon reaching the entrance, the spear wielders ceased their pursuit, indicating that several players would indeed be necessary to cleanse the interior of its monsters. Scanning his surroundings, Starkai soon discovered a few monsters of level 20 or so, swiftly dispatching them while awaiting the arrival of his companions. The tomb guarding endeavor proved to be a rather unique and extraordinary instance of a dungeon. Chapter 031, The Profound Efficacy of Unfailing Skills in This Captivating Narrative. A formidable assembly of the 10 most powerful players from various guilds: Gentle Rain Dream, Autumn Water Beauty, Clear Wind Phantom Dance, Clear Wind Words, Angelica, Ice Night Rain, Purple Star Summons Moon, Falling Feather Sunny Heart, Phantom Night Snow Feather, and Starkai Summoning, gathers to confront the tomb guardians with unwavering confidence. This team, fortified with both enhancement and healing capabilities, boasts an exceptionally high output, rendering it nearly invincible. The sole potential for failure lies in the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. Currently, the 10 players have achieved impressive levels, with the highest at 17 nearing 18 and the lowest at 16, yielding an average level of 17. Their combat prowess positions them among the top 10 teams globally, as they engage in battle with the tomb's creatures. Starkai discovers that a coordinated assault from the group can swiftly eliminate an apostle, negating any concerns regarding the spear-wielding foes. Although this method ensures safety, it does not contribute to enhancing their strength. Observing the 7 female players revel in their swift victories, Starkai decides to prioritize level advancement as a form of strengthening, regardless of its impact on combat experience. Unlike ordinary monsters, the apostles do not respawn after a brief interval upon defeat. After 30 minutes of combat, no new apostles emerge. Instead, the number of foes dwindles significantly to 0 due to the relentless onslaught of the group. With the apostles eradicated, the 10 players advance forward, having spent half an hour without acquiring any quest items, likely a consequence of the initial lack of challenge posed by the creatures. As the pressure from the long spearmen intensified, they immediately brandished their lances and launched an assault upon the intruders, with 5 of them uniting for a combined attack. It was akin to a dungeon encounter. Wang Yinyu raised her shield before the 8 companions, leveraging her substantial health to absorb the onslaught of monsters. Shinkai summoned 2 Wolf Kings to bolster their defenses, subsequently collaborating with the Battle Maiden to execute a counterattack. As long as Lin Xiuli's healing kept pace with the monster's damage output, they would prevail. Observing Wang Yanyu, who steadfastly held her great shield without engaging in the fray, someone inquired, "By the way, shouldn't a shield knight possess formidable defenses? Is Wang Yanyu's health sufficient?" Wang Yanyu promptly responded, "In the early stages, the more health one has, the more resilient one can be against formidable bosses. If one neglects healing in favor of defense, even the mightiest armor will falter, for a difference between 11 health from vitality and 1 defense from endurance is substantial. Naturally, after reaching level 20, I will have balanced my attributes to 4 endurance and 4 vitality, ensuring my health is ample." Zixing Huanyue then remarked, as long as a shield knight wields a shield. Their overall defensive capability is significantly superior to that of magical classes, so there is no need for concern regarding defense. Shinkai glanced at his exceedingly low physical defense, feeling quite helpless as he lamented, "Is there any way to enhance my physical defense?" "Increase your endurance," Qingfeng Jiyu immediately suggested, seemingly intent on further diminishing Shinkai's combat potential, although an endurance-boosting summoner could also prove beneficial. Shinkai quickly dismissed the notion, stating, "I think I'll pass on that. I still wish to enhance my magical attack power and MP whispers of the gentle breeze, clad in heavy armor. Are they attempting to exhaust me?" While all classes possess the finest equipment, it does not imply that alternative gear is unusable. During my encounters with foes in Star Kai, I experimented with donning heavy armor. The result was a notable enhancement in defensive capabilities. However, my mobility and attack speed plummeted by at least 50%. Such a drastic reduction in speed renders combat nearly impossible. It would be preferable if you perished, for with such exceptional gear and formidable pets, defeating you seems utterly unattainable. Yet, I shall not concede. The whispers of the gentle breeze resounded as she relentlessly assaulted the spearmen, conveying her profound discontent towards them, though in truth, she perceived the spearmen as mere reflections of Star Kai. Indeed, the obsession with siblings is truly fearsome. Fortunately, I am not afflicted by such inclinations. Star Kai murmured softly, his words unheard by any, though should someone catch wind of them, it would surely be entertaining. Falling Feather's heart, relying on her hidden class identity, engaged the spearmen with remarkable swiftness and remarked, surrounded by level 25 monsters, "Do you suppose those lurking behind will be even more formidable? Will we still engage in battle then?" Angelica promptly responded, "If we advance in levels, we shall certainly continue our fight. Moreover, we could gather a group to mount a united assault. Regardless of the monster's strength, we shall eradicate them all." Falling Feather's heart wholeheartedly concurred. "This strategy is splendid. Let us strive valiantly in battle." The experience gained is undeniably substantial, yet the absence of a boss remains a significant concern. Several hours later, the time for dinner arrived. Yet the surrounding spearmen continued to swarm as if their slaughter would never cease. If only it were true that they could not be vanquished, the group would be elated. For the experience gained here was an exceptional opportunity for leveling up. Nevertheless, mealtime was imperative. As the leader, Luo Yuqing promptly announced, "Everyone, let us rest for 2 hours. Continuous combat can be quite exhausting." Upon understanding her directive, the group promptly sought a secure location to log off. Once offline, Shinkai immediately turned to the beautiful companion beside him and said, "I shall prepare dinner. I shall join you." Qing Yutian responded without hesitation, recalling that the only edible dishes she could conjure were solely meant for her palate. Shinkai hesitated to voice his concern over the unappetizing nature of her cooking and instead suggested, "Let us each prepare a dish," thus expediting the process. "Agreed. Since we have a 2-hour respite, we shall train for an hour after dinner," Qing Yutian declared. Remembering the morning's training, Shinkai quickly objected, "No. Are you not aware that vigorous exercise post-meal can lead to indigestion? Let us train for over an hour at 10 o'clock tonight, and afterward, we can enjoy a late-night snack." After a moment of contemplation, Qing Yutian replied, "Then it is settled. You shall cover the late-night snack." Shinkai assumed a nonchalant demeanor, proclaiming, "I shall pay, for I have become quite affluent." Supporting one is manageable, but accommodating several poses a significant challenge. He added, "I have yet to encounter a second person who captivates my interest. You should be the one feeling vexed. There are 2 reasons. First, I do not harbor any affection for you. Second, my father is involved with 2 girlfriends. Although my mother is aware of this, she seems utterly indifferent to such matters. Could it be that, like me, she dislikes my father yet chooses to remain with him?" Upon hearing this, Shinkai was immediately taken aback and quickly replied, "I do not wish to delve into your family affairs. Please prepare the meal." As Shinkai and Qing Yutian, the 2 lovers, logged in simultaneously, they were immediately met by a group of young women. Upon discovering the duo online at the same time, they swiftly speculated about the possibility of cohabitation and bombarded them with questions. Faced with the inquisitive thoughts of these ladies, the only recourse for Shinkai was to remain silent and engage in his side profession, expending all his stamina and vigor. "What issue could there possibly be with our cohabitation?" Shinkai remained mute, yet Qing Yutian candidly articulated their current predicament, startling many of the young women and even causing Shinkai to successfully concoct a potion in shock. "Shaoli, hurry up and move in with Shinkai." Angelica called out to Lin Xiuli, simultaneously realizing that merely sending her to shower without staying was an exceedingly weak notion. Last night, I intended for her to sneak in on Xingkai while he was bathing, but she fled instead. Qing Yutian continued to speak candidly, painting increasingly vivid and powerful images in their minds. Now that night had fallen, Angelica inquired, "Shall I assist you with the night raid?" Her demeanor suggested a desire to seize Xingkai, allowing for unfettered amusement. "I shall investigate what the new monsters are like. You all take your time to rest." Xingkai fled swiftly, accompanied by a group of young women, several of whom harbored affections for him, making the situation rather complex. However, his primary desire was to distance himself from these admirers. Had he wished to engage, he would have passively acquiesced to their every whim. After traversing a considerable distance, Xingkai successfully encountered a new type of monster. This time, it was a humanoid specter. Most alarming was their attire, reminiscent of sorcerers, which instilled a sense of foreboding. Gravekeeper Sorcerer, Enhanced Task Monster, Level 25 Attack, 400 Defense, 100 HP, 1000 Skills, Telekinetic Spell, Soul Critical Hit. Description: a spellcasting specter that guards ancient tombs. While their defensive capabilities are feeble, their offensive power is formidable. Once they strike, evasion is nearly impossible, leaving only one's own defenses to withstand the assault. This was indeed troubling. A creature wielding magical attacks with a staggering 400 points of attack power, compounded by the critical hit skill, Soul Critical Hit, which could obliterate even high-health melee players in an instant. Xingkai surveyed his surroundings, noting that the number of sorcerers exceeded nearly 1,000. Attempting to vanquish them single-handedly would be exceedingly time-consuming, yet a coordinated group could accomplish the task with relative ease. After a moment of contemplation, Xingkai summoned his 2 wolf kings to initiate an assault. As they approached a sorcerer within 5 meters, the specter immediately began chanting an incantation. One of the wolf kings suffered a staggering loss of nearly 500 points of damage, unaware of how the attack transpired, while the sorcerer's magical projectiles were visible. With discernible trajectories, avoiding them would prevent any harm from befalling him. Xingkai suddenly recalled that no one could evade the attacks of a sorcerer. As telekinetic spells were guaranteed to hit, silent and stealthy, such assaults were indeed the most terrifying. Fortunately, telekinetic spells had a cooldown period and could not be unleashed every second. Capitalizing on this vulnerability, the 2 wolf kings advanced and launched a joint attack, causing the sorcerer's health to plummet by nearly 400 points. However, the sorcerer's ordinary attack swiftly vanquished one of the wolf kings, which had already sustained 500 points of damage, and the second was dispatched shortly thereafter. Once the 2 wolf kings fell, Xingkai noticed the sorcerer's health was critically low and immediately summoned a spider to initiate an attack. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and a red alert flashed before his eyes. The system's safety warning triggered when health reached a certain threshold. Upon witnessing this alarming image, Xingkai quickly consumed a health potion, restoring him to full vitality, while he noted that he had sustained 210 points of damage. It appeared that his magical defense had indeed come into play. Although not exceptionally high, it managed to mitigate damage that could have exceeded 500 points. Thankfully, the game's damage calculation was not merely additive or subtractive. Rather, it transformed defense points into a certain percentage to offset damage. According to official information, a defense level of 130 could render one immune to approximately 55 of damage from level 25 monsters. Should the defense be any lower, demise would be inevitable, though actual calculations could vary depending on the target's tier. Chapter 032: Encountering other players to form a vanguard after vanquishing the tomb-guarding sorcerer. Xingkai promptly surveyed his surroundings in search of any quest items. Despite his efforts thus far, he had yet to uncover anything intriguing, raising his curiosity as to whether such items were exclusive to boss encounters. However, the previous apostles and spear-wielding soldiers had not possessed any bosses nearby. After cautiously navigating the area for a while, Xingkai's diligent search finally yielded a peculiar object that resembled ancient currency. Yet, surrounding this item were several sorcerers. With no other options, he consumed a potion that increased his maximum health, immediately engaging in combat with the nearby sorcerers. His skills, which were guaranteed to hit, could only be mitigated through his own defensive capabilities and health, supplemented by the potion. After several minutes of battle, the sorcerers in the vicinity were defeated. Xingkai swiftly retrieved the item he had discovered and confirmed it to indeed be a quest item. Ancient currency of the underground tomb. Category: quest item. Description: this currency, originating from an unknown era, appears to be quite valuable. Several archaeological teams are eager to acquire such items for rewards. With this acquisition, he resolved to continue his search for additional quest items. After placing the ancient currency into his backpack, Shinkai resumed his exploration for more treasures. As for notifying the ladies, that was out of the question. Shinkai was not inclined to allow them to further enhance their fondness for him. After approximately an hour of combat, the group of ladies, having completed their rest, finally arrived at Shinkai's location. Upon witnessing him single-handedly dispatching the sorcerers, they promptly joined the fray. At this moment, Shinkai spoke. The telekinetic spells wielded by sorcerers are guaranteed to hit, making them unavoidable. As for physical classes, consuming stamina potions to bolster health is essential to avoid being instantaneously annihilated by magical damage. Frankly, a level 25 physical monster poses little threat to us. However, the pressure from magical damage is significantly greater. Luo Yuqing, swiftly wielding her longsword, continued, "My hidden class enhances only my speed. The other attributes remain rather ordinary. Nonetheless, my physical defense has reached 70 points, while my magical defense is merely 30. Magic is indeed the nemesis of physical classes. However, magic users tend to have low health and defense, making them susceptible to being swiftly dispatched by physical classes." Upon hearing this, Shinkai pondered and remarked, "Every class possesses its strengths and weaknesses. This is what makes the game intriguing. Otherwise, regardless of the class chosen, the experience would become monotonous. Thus, your task is to overcome the challenge of being instantly defeated by physical attacks." Qing Yutian then posed a formidable challenge to Shinkai, deeming it nearly impossible. Shinkai responded, "I shall endeavor to rely on luck to acquire superior equipment, ensuring I reach a level where I cannot be easily defeated." Pleased, Qing Yutian replied, "I look forward to this. Should you fail to achieve it, I shall have no choice but to enforce your transformation into a master." Heh. Upon hearing Qing Yutian's final chuckle, Shinkai took a deep breath, reflecting, "How is Wenro Yumeng not gentle at all? Why am I not considered a master? What does it have to do with me not being a master?" Noting that having such excellent pet equipment from the outset without cultivating into a master would indeed be a waste, Falling Feather gazed at Star Kai and remarked, "When your level reaches 20, I shall appoint you as the small chief, overseeing all summoners, mechanics, and other summoning profession players within our guild." Star Kai, recalling information he had encountered online, immediately inquired, "What distinguishes physical summoners from magical summoners?" Zixing Huanyue promptly responded, "The differences are significant. One relies on physical prowess while the other harnesses magic. One enhances strength, the other wisdom. One possesses low magical attack power while the other boasts a higher physical attack power. One has an abundance of MP while the other is scant in it. After all, mechanics do not augment wisdom. Any addition would be a waste." Having played as a summoner for several days, Star Kai was acutely aware of the paramount importance of MP. For a class reliant on skills, lacking MP would be a calamitous misfortune. Zixing Huanyue continued, "Moreover, mechanics do not solely depend on their summoned beasts, but instead engage in combat by merging machinery with human prowess. For instance, in the later stages, towering robots will emerge, transforming mechanics into pilots who command these colossal machines in battle, leaving summoners out of the equation." Star Kai had never contemplated such matters. Pondering over frivolous thoughts seemed utterly pointless, a waste of cognitive resources. Approximately 2 hours later, the surrounding sorcerers had been largely cleared, and everyone had amassed a substantial amount of ancient currency, with Star Kai alone having soloed for half an hour, reaping the most rewards. The time was now past 9, and with several minutes remaining until the next battle, they decided to explore what kind of monsters awaited them in the next stage. Luo Yuqingxin suddenly heard something and turned to look behind her, continuing, "There are other players approaching. What should we do?" Zixing Huanyu immediately inquired. Since the entire Xianling by Shui was composed solely of female players, and with only about 2,000 players above level 15, they lacked the strength to oppose them. As long as they could discern the identity of the newcomers, there would be no issues. Of course, if they were merely ordinary players, there was no need for lengthy discussions. They could simply be asked to leave, as one must exhibit considerable assertiveness to develop a faction. When the players arrived, Shinkai quickly glanced over. Among them were both males and females, and based on their names and IDs, it was evident they belonged to the same faction. Specifically the formidable Shiman Law King, a guild well known since their time in the novice village. Among them was a male player with an ID that also read Shimin Law King. Indeed, any player would know that Shimin Law King was the leader of the Shimin Guild. The coincidence of his ID and guild name was rather mundane. This is troublesome. Luo Yuqingxin muttered softly before addressing Shimin Law King directly. Shimin Law King, I understand that you are here due to a quest, but we were here first. What are your intentions? Shimin Law King appeared to be a man in his 20s, yet despite his youthful appearance, his combat prowess was formidable. The Shimin Guild had existed for a long time, meaning that the current Shimin Law King could not possibly be the original leader. Rather, he was a new leader, as the old one had long since aged. How about we join forces in battle? Of course, to ensure a fair distribution. We shall each claim 50 of the monster territory. It would be unwise to harm our camaraderie. Upon hearing this excellent suggestion, Luo Yuqing's heart brimmed with enthusiasm as she declared, let it be decided thus. Furthermore, all the creatures here are above level 25. Thank you for the reminder. Shimin the mage observed the corpses of the vanished sorcerers around him and continued, you should rest for a while after your recent skirmish. How could there be a male player? Upon hearing Shimin the mage's words, the players of the Shimin Guild turned their gazes towards Shinkai, simultaneously noticing the members of the Celestial Spirit Water, whose presence in the guild was quite shocking, especially since Celestial Spirit Water only accepted male players. Luo Yuqing promptly responded, I accept male players. Do you have any objections? If we are not to engage in battle, we might as well rest for a while before our next endeavor. Upon hearing this, Shimin the mage examined Shinkai's exceptional gear and declared, I have no objections. Everyone, let us set forth. Once Shimin the mage departed, Shinkai immediately inquired, Shimin the mage, what is your true combat power? Angelica swiftly replied, his class is that of an all-attribute mage. While his single attribute attack power may be weaker, his superior equipment, combined with 10 years of gaming experience, makes him far more formidable than you. Shinkai sighed in resignation. I am aware, for I cannot afford the gaming equipment. Had I known the game would be so lucrative, I would have invested a decade ago. However, starting now is not without its merits. Zixing Huanyue nodded and remarked, indeed, with so many beautiful ladies around, one might wonder what your intentions are. Get lost. Shinkai retorted bluntly, perplexed by this individual's thoughts despite the presence of alluring women. Zixing Huanyue chuckled softly and suggested, let us continue our journey. It would be unfortunate to allow others to outpace us. The group collectively nodded in agreement and set forth, soon hearing a cacophony of cries from the Shimin Guild players, which sounded ominously perilous. As Shinkai drew near, he was confronted with a startling scene. A vast horde of graveyard monsters launched an assault on the Shimin Guild players, with the sheer number of adversaries suggesting that fewer than 100 players would stand a chance of survival. This prompted Shinkai to exclaim, how could such a calamity occur? The Shimin mage quickly replied, we are equally in the dark. A throng of graveyard monsters suddenly appeared, known as ambushers and assassins. Upon hearing this, Zixing Huanyue instantly comprehended the situation. It appeared that further progress was impossible. The ambushers and assassins were evidently lying in wait for us to advance before launching their attack. Thank you, Shimin mage, for testing the waters on our behalf. Farewell. With a glance at the ladies, he urged them to flee. The Shimin mage bellowed in response. This is outrageous. Everyone, retreat. Once they reached a safe location, Shinkai promptly inquired, what shall we do next? Shall we continue onward or abandon the quest altogether? Zixing Huanyue, I have just reviewed the information regarding the ambushers and assassins. Both types of monsters possess an attack power of 500, yet their defenses are woefully inadequate, compounded by their overwhelming numbers. We shall need to enlist the participation of 100 players for this undertaking. Of course, we could also elevate our levels to 20. Furthermore, if the Tomb Guardian Apostles, Tomb Guardian Sorcerers, and Tomb Guardian Spearmen can be summoned, we shall continue our efforts tomorrow afternoon while dedicating the morning to dungeon runs. Liu Kingson, assuming the role of leader, promptly declared, it is settled then. Everyone returned to the city. The ambushers and assassins are truly a burden, and it is utterly unreasonable to expect players who have not yet reached level 20 to undertake this task. It feels akin to orchestrating our own demise. Later, after enjoying a delightful late-night feast, Shinkai turned to Qing Yutian and suggested, shall we hold hands and return home together? Why not propose that we share a bath to save time instead? That is indeed a splendid idea. Shall we commence? Let us go to Xiao Li's room. Her bathroom should be quite luxurious. Shinkai, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, please do not refuse me with such suggestions. Moreover, if you are referring to Lin Xiuli as Xiaoli, it seems your relationship has grown quite close, though that is of no concern to me. Should I address you as wife, then? Qing Yutian? Rain Dream, Rain Sky, call me as you wish. My name is rather peculiar, as if it were destined to rain. As soon as Qing Yutian uttered these words, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the onset of rain. Ah, it truly is raining.